Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, the great Bryan last here, you there, and we are back on the bus once again. A big omnibus, one looking at the positives in professional wrestling. CM Punk and Jim Cornette's look at CM Punk's year from first dance to AEW Championship. And of course, the man who in real time guided you on that journey, and of course he's here right now, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Does that make me Ralph Cramden if I'm the bus driver?
I didn't say bus driver, I said you guided them on their journey.
Well, so does the bus driver, and we're on the bus. Get in the back of the bus, Bryan. I'll take over from here. Now, just like CM Punk did. He took over from there. And I got to make mention of one thing, though. You've got me wondering now, is this the first positive on the bus that we've done? Because there hasn't been enough positive to talk about for several hours at a time. We've never put together a lovey-dovey one. It's always been doom, gloom, and destruction, but this is positive. Unfortunately, it's only positive for the fans of CM Punk and CM Punk himself. It's not necessarily positive for the fans of AEW, and if Tony Khan has any supporters out there, you know, even though Tony's not an athlete, because after all, what is an athlete without his supporter? But Punk came in as strong as anybody possibly could. He sold him out an arena in Chicago where he wasn't even advertised. They just wink, wink knew he was going to be there. He got him over 1 million people on their Friday night show, which now is seen on the sides of barns in greater West Virginia. But he got him 1 million viewers for that. Huge buzz, massive praise for the debut. His pay-per-view matches have been money. His promos have been state-of-the-art because he talks to people, not at them, and he doesn't recite memorized shit. He speaks extemporaneously about drawing people into his issue. He's had matches with underneath guys that were varying degrees of good, depending on who those people were, but he has been serious about it and tried to elevate guys and not tried to do any wink, wink, nod, nod, we're all in this together type of thing that the other play wrestlers want to do. So he's been exemplary, possibly up until the point where he decided to dive sideways off the stage and break whatever he broke. God damn it, now we have to suffer punkless television. It's like a meatless burger.
However, we can look back at what the year was like, and of course, Punk came in strong, and he delivered, and we all remember the legendary feud with MJF, but there were other things that we talked about, him and Eddie Kingston, him and Darby Allin. There are a lot of interesting twists and turns in the journey. I was getting to that. Are you rushing me? You got somewhere to go? I'm in one of those piss and vinegar moods today. The point is, I know this... I know this show is going to be long enough, but here's the point I'm making. Punk has been exemplary in his first year, and you will listen as we go along. The question that you will be left with, that will be hanging over the heads of the people like the sword of Damocles. The question, how has Tony Khan managed to not only not build on this, but kind of drop the ball in most of the rest of the fucking television program? That is a question you'll be left with, because all this stuff is great. When Punk was around, it was great. Punk goes away for a month, the shit's fell in a hole. And the stuff that was around Punk was never actually stellar to begin with. But here you have the golden era of AEW television. Now I'm done with making that point. Well, also for fans of Jim Cornette singing, this is an omnibus of the evolution of your various takes of, I was about to call it like Mussolini. Now you have like me Mussolini. Thinking that's the name of the song.
Yeah, what is Mussolini? Is it sort of like Linguini, but it's thicker?
Well, he's pretty thick at the end after everyone got through kicking him. But Jim, before we kick the can down the road too much further, why don't we kick things off? Let's go back to Chicago. AEW, as you brought up, the first dance was build up without any mention of CM Punk. Let's go back to your review of that, and we'll be back at the end of the show to wrap things up.
Well, it wasn't the way I would have done it. It was actually a lot better. It was perfect. Wait a minute. Hold on here. There we go. Because I don't have enough people here to clap. I'm alone with the clap today. But how do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I said it wasn't the way I would have done it, and I said it was better, and here's why. I think I told you on the phone last week or whenever. Obviously, everybody was pretty certain he was going to be there. The question was, he's going to be there, but how and to do what, right? And I said, I wonder how this surprise is going to be sprung. It's going to be revealed or unveiled, or what manner is he going to make the debut? And I'm thinking to myself, what I would have done was, since they know what the surprise is, surprise them in the way they get the surprise, make it build to some moment, and then and they couldn't hear the fucking music after that anyway, but I realized two things. Number one, Punk knows his hometown better and realizes how long he's been gone. They didn't need to do anything else. And secondly, also, to be honest, I would have been running a normal television program up until now. But I then, in retrospect and reflection, they've had so many surprises and shocks, and some that weren't shocks, and some that weren't surprises, and some that were flat, and some that got over whatever the fuck, that wouldn't have been unusual. That would have been business as usual. This is the first time that they've actually just had a big star show up, come out, get an ovation, do his promo, not be attacked, not be fucking mixed with miscellaneous other people, etc. You know what I'm saying. So in this case, the simplest thing that they could have done was the perfect thing. Play that music and let him come out in front of his hometown, and the babies went in the air. I haven't seen that. As a matter of fact, these people are better baby throwers than when Cena came out, a few weeks ago, and we said, oh my God, the babies stuck in the rafters. They never came down. And a guy was crying, and
I'm sure there were multiple people crying, actually.
Well, yeah, but yeah. On camera even, but people were crying. Punk milked it. He's obviously thrilled to be there. You can tell it's emotional. He dives into the crowd, and they actually didn't part and let him fucking drop on his face. They caught him. He ran out of fucking song. It took him so long to get to the ring because people wouldn't stop loving on him. Not that you could hear it anyway. After they were waiting, we now know that Chicago can name that tune in one note. And then you couldn't hear it after that, except when they were singing it at the top of their lungs. When they weren't fucking chanting CM Punk. I've never seen a show have to go to break before the guy gets in the ring because the people won't stop screaming. Did Hogan ever get... And I mean, let's face it. There have been huge pops in history, but this was a perfect storm. A hometown, a crowd like that, we know the AEW faithful are very motivated, and a major star that they not only haven't seen in 7 years, but they weren't sure they were ever going to get to see again. I don't know that something like this has ever been done in wrestling with all of those pieces in place at the same time. But they come back from the break, they're still fucking going crazy, and the opening line I thought was perfect. It's almost like a Sally Field at the Oscars. You love me, you really love me. Hey, you make a kid feel like Britt Baker in Pittsburgh. But remember when I said that when Cena came out, the people went batshit and he put on a promo clinic? He did put on a promo clinic, but he was still doing a promo. He's just the best at it. But this was because of all of the happenings and all of the events, and because Punk has the verbal ability to convey this, and he followed the Jerry Jarrett motif to the letter that I've always said Jerry Jarrett told me, you don't just start out by working people. You tell them the truth as long as you can about things that they know to be true, so that they're with you and they believe you're telling the truth because you are. And then when you branch off, if you don't take too far of a right turn or a left turn, they're with you for the whole thing when you throw a little bit of the business into it. And the people were emotional and he was emotional, because how could you not be emotional with getting that kind of fucking ovation? And also, he's obviously motivated. He wouldn't be doing this if he wouldn't, to come back and do what he likes to do for an obscene amount of money, I'm sure. And so this wasn't as much of a promo as much as this star that they love coming out and having a personal conversation with each and every one of them, which John was entertaining and John's very well spoken and John's a great performer, but that wasn't that. I don't know that he would have been having that conversation with each and every one of those people unless it was SummerSlam and he's promoting a show. But Punk wanted to say a few of those things. So the point is, I've said this so many years. This is a classic example of it. The more genuine something can be in the wrestling business, the less you have to gimmick it. And I was glad. And again, except for, well, it just so happened that old Darby Allin and Sting were up there in the rafters watching. Okay, and we'll go with the moment. But they didn't gimmick it up. Nobody interfered. Nobody interrupted. He didn't, on it, the sit. I mean, the whole way that he did this thing was perfect, including the sit cross-legged in the ring, the sharp comments about the place that got him sick in the first place. And he took his time because he had him eating out of his hand. I mean, when they pop for you sitting down in the ring, they're with you, right? It was conversational and emotional. And as I said, genuine. At one point, it was like he was running for office. This could have been a campaign speech. I don't know who the mayor of Chicago is currently, but they might have competition. And is this the simplest segment that AEW has ever done on their television program? And it obviously was the best television they've ever done. What do you think?
You hit on the exact thing I thought about as soon as I watched it. I'll just say right at the top, I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was great. I loved it. It couldn't have gone any better. It's exactly how anyone could have hoped it would have gone. I thought of that old Bruce Lee quote, "Simplicity is the key to the brilliance." It was exactly what it needed to be. I said it on Twitter. They had to start that show with that. It had to start like that. It started exactly how it should have. The people went crazy. And I went into it watching the last segment on SmackDown, which was a face-to-face promo with Reigns and Cena. And that was really good. And of course, those are two of the true stars of WWE. I went from that into the CM Punk thing, and it was amazing because here's another guy at that level, if not beyond that level with this audience right now. And it was just such major star power. And the other thing is, we talked about it with the Cena and Reigns face-to-face, I think last week, maybe 2 weeks ago. I forget what it was. And we've talked about it with some of the recent AEW matches that have gone a long time. The matches that go a long time to us feel like they've gone a long time and through commercial breaks, and will they ever end? The segments with the guys that truly have the presence and the aura and the charisma and the star power, whether it's Cena and Reigns or Punk, those segments can go a half hour and it goes by in 5 seconds. That CM Punk segment was so good, I didn't want it to end. I actually thought when he sat down, oh, this is great. Just go the whole hour with him sitting in the ring. It'll be the greatest thing ever. But it was perfect. And AEW deserves major kudos for this. CM Punk deserves major kudos for this because he obviously has a major say in everything he's doing. This couldn't have been done better. And this, I think, was the single greatest thing in AEW history, the single best moment in AEW history. And one last comment, All Out sold out, or All In, I guess, sold out years ago, the original one. Like you always say, crowdfunding, people want to support the underdog, people got behind the Bucks and Omega and Cody, and it sold out. CM Punk sold out a building on the rumor he was going to be. And if that didn't tell you, and I know it's his hometown, If that segment didn't show you, beyond Jericho even, beyond Cody, certainly Omega and the Bucks, I think even beyond Daniel Bryan, Punk's a level of star they don't have there. And what a brilliant debut. 10 out of 10. Whatever you want me to say. 5 stars, 7 stars. What's the limit now? 7.5 stars.
Well, wait a minute. Now, is there a new rule? It can only get 8 stars if it's in the United Center?
Maybe
Tokyo Dome's got some competition.
That's right.
You said something a minute ago. You said, you watched Reigns and Cena, and then you went to the Punk promo, and he's on their level, maybe even beyond. There's nobody right now on CM Punk's level in the wrestling business. And here's why. Because, again, how can I miss you if you won't go away? When you get a guy that's really over and you take him away from people and they don't know when or if they're going to get to see him again, I'm not trying to downplay this, because first the guy has to be really over. It has to be a major star. But remember, even when Daniel Bryan, for example, has been on television fairly often over the last however long it's been since he got cleared to come back. And the people were batshit crazy to see him when he first came back, because he had been gone and you didn't know whether you're going to see him again because of health reasons, right? Edge, same thing. And he was majorly over when he came back because, there's a return to triumph story. But with Punk, he was attractive to that audience anyway. He was over with that audience anyway. And I think with more than anybody else, like I said, we've been seeing Bryan Danielson. Now, with more than anybody else, people were convinced that maybe Punk was just not coming back because it was coming to time where he either was or wasn't. And also, Edge left on top because of the injury. I don't know if Edge at the time was more over than Punk was when he left. I think Punk pretty much went out on top. Like I said, any of these other guys, when you take a big star and you deprive people of them, and then you allow them to have that again, that's great. And it adds to it that Punk's really over, and it adds to it his verbal ability.
It adds to it that he feels genuine to people.
Yes.
I'm talking about outside of the ring. You see him on Twitter, you hear him comment on things. He tells you what he thinks. I find I agree with him almost every single time. He's one of the few people in wrestling I think actually gets it, outside of the ring and inside of the ring. But, Bob Backlund, Brian Solomon, remember he recently researched
yes.
Bob Backlund was away almost the exact same amount of time. And that entire time Bob Backlund was away, other than the smart fans watching him in UWF, the fans said, wow, whatever happened to Bob Backlund? It was never, I want Bob Backlund back. Backlund has to come back. He never would have got that kind of pop. CM Punk is a very unique
But now,
kind
come
of
on, let's
star.
not even try to make that comparison.
He was the world champion in the company, and he left right after, 6 months later?
Well, and with all respect to Bob, I've never had a crossword with Bob. I love Bob. And Bob, Mr. Backlund as a heel was much more over with the WWF audience in the 90s than Bob Backlund, the All-American Boy. Well, he almost left as champion by popular demand of the fans, remember? It was a grudge deal that Vince Sr., was going to get him over no matter what and keep him there because people had said that it would never work. So he made it work. But Vince Jr. changed that particular equation probably for the better. That's one of the things he did to improve things, is move away from that direction. But anyway.
And I'll say this too. And I put this on Twitter, and some people got upset with it, and a lot of people agreed with it. Unfortunately, the next segment was a tag team match that wasn't the kind of thing I like, but I said, and then it turns back into AEW.
Well, let's not go there. There's a little bit more.
What I was going to say is,
all right,
I actually have, for the first time in a long time, faith in a wrestler doing good things and doing the right things. We'll see what happens. It's happened before where my heart gets broken, but I think CM Punk has shown over his career a level of quality control that others may not have. And that segment was so good. I have a little bit of faith that this may be a great thing for AEW, for us enjoying AEW.
Oh, it's definitely going to make more palatable whatever he's involved in. I will say that. And going back to the interview, and I mean, we beat the horse to death on this, but the point is it was a perfect storm, but Punk had to be over to begin with. He left on top. He's got a unique connection with the audience. They know he's genuine because a lot of that was completely genuine. And then he branched off into working by challenging Darby Allin. A lot of people are going to say, well, what the fuck? I'm not opposed to this because, I mean, if he puts Darby Allin over in his first match, then we're going to have a different conversation. But if he can just basically go up a certain amount of opponents and make them look better than they have and elevate them, as we used to say, and at the same time go to a clearly defined match that's going to, because obviously CM Punk versus Darby Allin is not the biggest money match that they can put together for a pay-per-view. But since they said this is a long-term deal, then imagine this. They're probably going to let him get a few wins first. He's not going to get the FTR treatment. But anyway, the challenge, go ahead.
What did you think? There was a little comment he made in the promo, and it could be read or heard different ways, and I don't have it in front of me. I'm just paraphrasing. It was something along the lines of, along this journey, some of you are going to be disappointed with my personal decisions.
No, the way I remember it, and we can reference this, but I heard him say, some of you have been with some of my personal decisions.
Okay, I only watched it one time, and I know other people have watched it multiple times. I thought it was will be, as in, hey, maybe down the road I'll hit one of the guys you like. Maybe down the road I'll do this or that. You know, I didn't know how to read that. I thought
I still hold out hope that after the bloom is off the rose and familiarity breeds a little contempt, we could see a heel. But no, the way I heard it was that he said, I want to say that some of you along the line, or however that phrase turned, may have been upset with some of the personal choices that I've made.
Okay. I heard it wrong. Again, I only watched it once.
Whether it was, was he apologizing maybe for an ill-fated UFC detour, or was he saying, well, some of you may be mad that I left wrestling or that I've, left the WWE, whatever, but I took it in the past tense.
And I wouldn't even say ill-fated UFC thing. You know what? This guy went out there, gambled on himself, gave it a shot. It didn't go perfectly, but he gave it a fucking shot.
That's what I said at the time. I said, okay, he fucking did it. And here's the thing. If Brock Lesnar had gone back and just fucking done job after job, that would have killed him in the wrestling business. CM Punk's whole appeal as a wrestler was not built on being a tough shooter.
It was built on being genuine.
It was built on being a personality, and his personality is built on being him. So it wasn't like Brock Lesnar going to get it, because a lot of people have said, well, he's shown everybody the business was phony. Well, that horse left the barn a long time ago. Even I'll admit that. But the fact that a pro wrestler did fight in the UFC, which that's rare air for even professional fighters, that's not bad, since that wasn't his gimmick. It would have killed Brock deader than 4 o'clock, because that's his whole aura. And and Brock is not the wordsmith to bring, people back around. Even if Heyman is, that he's got to have an indestructible beast. That was not Punk's whole vibe. But
and I just want to say too, I regularly, as people hear, I kill AEW when I think they do bad stuff, which happens a lot. It's not that I'm a hater, as the kids may say. It's that I like good stuff. I also got to put over when they do it right.
As my mother used to say, I'd rather eat good food than bad food any day. That's a Ghost of Mr. Chicken line, but go ahead.
Once again, I just want to say this could not have been done better. And Tony Khan, I think, did this better than Vince McMahon would have. And this was just perfection. And this was quite a moment. Where do you think this ranks among?
And they let it breathe, too.
That's it. They didn't rush it. The commentators didn't say anything. They stayed out of it. That was perfect. Can you imagine if you had to listen to Excalibur and Mark Henry and those guys talk during this?
Oh, well, JR was, I guarantee you, JR had his hands spread out in front of all of them. That's his fucking signal layout, right?
But I thought this was just perfection. And where do you rank this amongst modern wrestling moments? I mean, it's such a unique moment.
let me get to the one thing that I thought I was going to have to knock, and then that turned around. The only thing after the challenge and everything, September 5th at All Out, and he said, it's a long-term deal. I'm going to have plenty of time to talk to you and blah, blah, blah. The line, I'm back. And I was just, I thought, that just seemed like he bobbled on the dismount.
No,
and then he came back and said, oh, and by the way, on the way out, free ice cream bars. Oh, fuck, that's perfect. It's an Andy Kaufman fucking deal. Instead of milk and cookies, he gave him ice cream bars, which is the fucking callback, as the kids say, to the promo he did where he wanted ice cream bars back and no purple M&Ms or whatever all the conditions he set out were in the WWF. And then and as soon as they hear that, yay, and then the music again, and then they're screaming, like Mussolini! And just a cult of personality.
Okay. Oh, boy.
Yeah,
please don't start singing.
They were
it's
screaming
so
at the top of their lungs. It was fucking wonderful.
The line, I'm back, I took it, because again, I said this the other day to you, so much of this, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing. This is probably a good way to utilize something like this. To me, it looks like so much of this is based around the way the ESPN did the Michael Jordan Last Dance documentary in Chicago in the same, the same place. And when he said, I'm back, when Michael Jordan returned from retirement before that last run, that was his quote.
Well, and I'm not even saying that but I'm just saying after that promo that he gave, it didn't seem like there was a go home line emphasis on it. I'm not saying the material was, it didn't pop to me because that wasn't the actual last thing he was going to say. I didn't know he had and one more thing. He came back and the ice cream, but there you go. So it's not the material, just the inflection or the way it would be delivered. I thought, and then, okay, here we go. Now we've left them all the way up again.
So where do you rank this, or how do you see this amongst all the great wrestling moments that we've actually seen amongst everything else in the last 10 years, 15 years?
Oh, God. I thought you were talking ever, because I was going to have to struggle back to think. In the last...
Since the turn of the century, since 2000, since 2001.
Oh, my God. I forgot I've been a part of 2 centuries now.
How'd you like the Ring of Honor thing? Then I left Ring of Honor, and I left pro wrestling, and now I'm back to pro wrestling. What'd you think of that?
I wish that AEW, the rest of the product was more of a banner carrier for pro wrestling, but I like that also because, again, he's bringing those people back into his roots and what he truly loved about this that he did. And he's bringing them into it. He's back in the mindset. He's bringing them in. I like that. I wish that, more of AEW stood up to that description, but maybe we'll work on it now. Maybe they'll have a good influence at this point. But where do I rank it? I mean, goddamn, Hartley, what was that interview that Bryan Danielson did? God, how long ago was that now? Was that almost 10 years ago?
It's been a while. Hogan Rock, that moment, that match is one of those moments that the crowd reaction and everything was just perfect. What else? I mean, the other big AEW moments, I guess, would be Moxley debuting. No, seriously. I mean, all things, despite what you think or I think, in terms of AEW moments.
No, I'm scoffing at that. That did not compare in any way to the level of this, and I would scoff about someone else that didn't compare to the level of this. I mean, as far as matches and moments are different things, but at the same time, I don't know of a lot of matches that have gotten over with people and made this much difference and important. And this is a turning point type of thing. If
they capitalize on it.
This is starting to get to a world-class wrestling level of this is getting so hot now, they just don't fuck it up. Just don't fuck it up. The Hippocratic Oath. First, do no harm. Just don't fuck this up. And you're running along well. And of course, we know where that went in Dallas a few years later. But at this point, just don't fuck this up.
Do you think this is the best moment in Punk's career? Of course, he had the pipe bomb promo, winning the title, kissing goodbye to Vince McMahon. Maybe also the locker room discussion where he said, I don't have to work with you, you have to work with me.
Well, yeah,
Where do you think this ranks amongst, is this the best moment of CM Punk's career by far?
It's the best one we're going to see in public, because those backroom meetings, however many there may have been, probably would have been great if we could stream them live or whatever. But we'll never see those. So in public, yeah, it has to be, because this is proof he did something that nobody else has done. He was able to sell out an NBA building on the rumor of just his appearance there. He's stayed away, and that's what I was going to say earlier. Even the guys that come back, Cena comes back, but he comes back from the movies and he comes back from TV shows. I've seen more of John Cena over the last 5 years accidentally than when I was watching in the wrestling business and he was on wrestling, because he's on everything. The Rock, obviously, people go batshit insane. If he were to come back, and hopefully he'll do that WrestleMania with Reigns. And that'll be a big thing, but he's everywhere. Punk has done a few of these, TV shows and films and et cetera, but he hasn't been he's a quiet man, a very quiet man. Like that George Carlin line, who are you going to watch? The quiet guy in the bar sitting there calmly drinking his beer, or the guy that walks in the front door swinging a chainsaw over his head screaming, I'll kill every motherfucker in the place. But Punk likes to be private, and so there's been some mystery, and he's built anticipation and longing. So it's just, as long as they don't gum him up, and I have a feeling that he will. I don't know that I will agree with everybody that he wants to have a dream match with, but I don't think that he'll be out there with fucking, minions with face shields spraying cold spray on his fucking opponent's shoulder or whatever in the middle of the match, or
he's an adult. That's why.
Attempting to do the fucking floor exercise at the goddamn, Romanian Olympics. So they just have to not fuck this up.
And I have faith in CM Punk, like I said earlier.
Yep.
He has shown quality control. So I have faith in him, but all we could say is this. I mean, you agree with me, right? This couldn't have been any better.
No, I don't see how. Maybe if he'd had somebody come and hand everybody the ice cream bar so they didn't have to walk to get it, that's the only way it could have been.
That's the only way it could have been better, because I saw the ice cream bar when they were eating it. Taz went to work on that thing right away when they were eating it, and it looked like, sadly, that it wasn't. I was hoping AEW mimicked the original WWF ice cream bars from the late 80s, which were the greatest ice cream bars ever, but it appeared to be just a ice cream bar wrapped in a chocolate casing, but I'll see.
I never ate a WWF ice cream bar in my life.
They were the greatest fucking ice cream bars. I grew up on a beach, so all day you're on the beach and you get hungry, you get thirsty, and all the kids would go over by the entrance. There would be the ice cream man, or we'd call him the Ices man, because it was really less about ice cream, more about ices, Marino's Italian ices, and just great stuff. And they always had the WWF bars, and kids who didn't like wrestling, they were the biggest hit because they were delicious, but also each one came with a trading card. And if you got a Hulk Hogan on the ice cream bar, you also got a free ice cream. So if you got Honky Tonk Man, you were disappointed. But if you got Hulk Hogan before you ate him, you also got a free one, so you get two. And then you go back in the ocean and swim.
I don't know if I'd want to put Honky in my mouth, but that's just me. Well, we're an hour into this program, and for once, they do something perfectly. Because at the top of the hour, right at 9 o'clock, when people are going to be switching around looking for something to watch, here comes CM Punk. With Tony Schiavone in the ring. Big chance, big pops. He's over. The people like him. Tony Schiavone was wearing fluorescent orchid-colored pants. I don't know why. Maybe there were pajamas. Did they wake Tony up? Did he walk away from a state home? It was a little distracting, but nevertheless, suddenly the show turns big time. A guy that's over, that you recognize, that comes out and has the ability to speak and is interviewed by an announcer without a sock on his head, It was the second show in a row he had a great opening line because they're chanting so loud for him. Tony asks him the question, and he says, "I can't hear you, Tony." And he gets a laugh from the people. It seems like he's having fun, but at the same time, he's relaxed. He's got a message to deliver. He was actually being interviewed by Tony Schiavone, who held the microphone the whole way, because the athlete is being interviewed by the announcer. And Tony got to ask a couple of questions, and Punk retired the voice of the voiceless because this place has a voice. Classic babyface material. And then he mentioned that he wondered if he could still go like these young guys. Darby Allin in particular. He put Darby Allin over. If I was 15 years old, he'd be the guy that'd be my favorite wrestler. This is obviously Punk's material, speaking from the heart about what he wants to say. And yes, there's an element of working in it because he's selling a match, but you can't tell the difference between what his real feelings are and what he's saying on television, which is the fucking point. Some of it he means both. Some of it he means one way. Some of it he means the other, but which and what is it? Anyway, did you like it when the people started chanting yes? And he said, hey, that's somebody else's deal. You're going to have to be a little more patient. Big Pop there didn't throw him off.
He played it off perfectly.
Played it perfectly. Then he plugged the pay-per-view and said hello to his wife. Great fucking the only thing he did that I couldn't believe he did and I wouldn't have done, he went around the front row hugging and slapping hands. In a pandemic. He must be convinced of his immune system. But otherwise than that, this could have been on Raw back when Raw was good. This could have been on any wrestling program anywhere. It would have worked. And he's run off with this thing in a week. Anyway, what'd you think?
It's the highlight of the show. It's a star coming out there and delivering something and not leaving you disappointed. And in a very short period of time, I went from never thinking about this potential match to being intrigued by seeing him against Darby. Because obviously it means something to him. He picked Darby for his first opponent. We've heard the reason. Some of it's kayfabe, some of it's legit. If I was a kid, I'd like Darby. I'm really interested in that match. CM Punk's first match back in all these years against Darby Allin. The one guy who, you have to say, he's not a big guy. He lays everything in. Everything with him looks good. He's serious in his role. I don't know how much of that's real life. But everything with Punk so far,
with somebody leading him and making sure that he doesn't do anything just crazy psychologically, he's tremendous. And a lot of people said, well, I'm not excited by this being Punk's first match. Could have been Punk and Danielson or Punk and Twinkle Toes or whatever. It's a long-term deal. We don't know what the term, but they've said long-term. He's here. He's back. He's not going anywhere. So you don't need to rush the dream matches. When Vince signs Brock and he's going to get X million dollars per match, and for 3 matches in 12 months, you've got to hit the fucking high spots. You got to play the hits there. But if Punk's going to be around, he can start out with this and guess what? Actually get some fucking victories so that he qualifies for championship matches or main events or whatever the fuck. Now, if Darby Allin wins this, that's a drastic mistake of doing that too soon. If he's going to be around for a while, Punk, he's got plenty of time to make people, not in his first match, but he'll make Darby Allin look probably better than anybody else has. And because there'll be so much interest in the match, people will be paying more attention to Darby Allin. And that's the point. It's not just whether you win, it's who puts you over and how.
I wouldn't be surprised if something happens where maybe coming out of the match they are kind of aligned together, because I can't see Punk fighting with Sting right now. And
I would sincerely hope that CM Punk would know that there should be no fisticuffs between him and Sting.
Yeah, and obviously it would be the stupidest thing ever to turn him heel right now with all of this love going on. Maybe he comes out of the match and, there's a couple of heels or a heel that singles out Punk, and then all of a sudden you have Punk and Darby aligned. But let me ask you this, because I was wondering about it. We talked about the paternity end of it. or the paternity leave end of it. Adam Page not winning the title from Omega at All Out like so many people assumed was going to happen. Does it make a little more sense now? Does it make it a little more palatable? The idea that, do you want to have that match where Omega finally loses the title to Adam Page on the same show with the Punk debut?
Well, I mean, we're making a leap there. We know that the match was originally intended to be on the pay-per-view. I think everybody's admitted that, and that was changed. We don't know what the result was going to be, whether he was actually going to win the title. I think it made him look like a spare prick at the wedding to just not get the match. And I don't know, obviously this was a booking decision for him not to get that match and not the paternity leave thing, because my God, one night on pay-per-view for a world title match, you can hop on a fucking plane and go somewhere and wrestle and come back to your, new baby. Well, you could do that, even, for heaven's sake. Of course, you wouldn't do a job for anybody. But the point is,
that's true.
Did they change the whole booking plan and take this match out because they didn't want Page to win the belt in that match? That I think it would have been better, because it's not like they don't do screwy finishes. I think it would have been better for him to have that match and be fucked in it, and then go back home to his paternity leave, and instead of just being laid out on TV, written out of that match, and who knows how long before he gets any rebuttal. That's just again another example of burying Adam Page, or demeaning him, or diminishing him, or whatever the fuck. Sooner or later, people get tired of somebody chasing something that they don't get, and they don't even get close to. So I think it would have been better if they'd have had that match, yes, and let fucking Twinkle Toes and his gang fuck Page, and maybe do an injury thing so that he can go home and be with his baby. But at least you've given him some reason besides he got his ass kicked on television. Last we saw him, and we haven't seen him again. So he took his ass kicking and went home. Punked out. No pun intended. I don't think that did Page any good. It just disappear after he got his ass handed to him. But, I mean, it's not like any of these baby faces act like baby faces. It's not like any of these heels act like heels. So that's why we're in the position we're in. Speaking of which, the next match was Jon Moxley, Eddie Kingston, and Darby Allin with Sting in their corner against poor Ryan Nemeth, Cesar Romero, and J.D. Drake, the Wingmen. And J.D. Drake was dressed like Big Bubba Rogers, or Roadkill, for another generation. This is just a Mark booking, because you put three baby faces of yours together, even though they have no similarities and nothing bonding them, just to put them on the show. And obviously I fast forwarded this, although I did see during the speed search, because at least this wasn't on the cock. Moxley even goes to the floor with the job guys. And apparently Sting and Moxley and Kingston were in the crowd beating up the job guy heels. In a fucking regular cold match, while Darby beat J.D. Drake, and then this Danny Garcia, my God, he's everywhere. He jumped Darby Allin and kicked the shit out of him. Who does Daniel Garcia have pictures of with a donkey in Tijuana?
Maybe it's a dog in England.
The wanker? Hey, this, again, I'm not even knocking this guy, but we have had major wrestling stars turn up on this program, in this promotion, and you see them once every 6 weeks. Christian Cage came into all the fanfare, had one big TV match, and then weeks afterwards, he's doing promos in the back for Jungle Boy. And I mentioned MJF. He's been on the program for 2 years. I don't think he's had 5, not even that many matches against guys just to put him over. Daniel Garcia, we've never heard of before in the wrestling business. And he suddenly appears, 3 weeks ago, and he's in multiple segments on every program where he just comes out and kicks the shit out of people. Look old Daniel Garcia up. Where the fuck did he come from? And does he know any donkeys in Tijuana? while you're looking him up, Officer Bar Brady did an interview with Ty Conti where the bunny came in and interrupted, and they did a horrible promo and then had a phony-looking girl fight in the back. Because we haven't had any of those fights in the back in, God, several segments. Anyway, FTR had a package. If this is indeed it, they still want Santana and Ortiz one more time. They got a whole minute on television between what they were allowed to say and the highlights of their shitty ring nearly ending Cash Wheeler's career. I think that Tony ought to keep an eye on this, because if you give these guys a whole 60 seconds on fucking TV every couple of weeks, that's just ridiculous. Nobody deserves that much TV time.
It appears that they're starting to cut the best promos of their career. So why not just clip them and show them in pieces so they make no sense?
Yeah, I'd love to see everything that they said, because they look like they meant what we did see. Oh, have you come up with anything on Daniel Garcia?
Nothing firm other than he's a wrestler and a college graduate from Buffalo, New York.
Well, you just asked if anybody graduated college. Maybe next week he'll be in the Varsity Blondes.
It's in his actual profile here. Wrestler, college graduate.
Does he have a Wikipedia?
He does not.
His name doesn't pop up on any results of any events.
All right, here he is.
Before 3 weeks ago.
He was born in 1998. His championships and accomplishments include the C4 Championship for Capital City Championship Combat, as well as the ESW Heavyweight Championship, Empire State Wrestling, and Limitless Wrestling. He was their world champion also. Trained by Pepper Parks. That's the Blade, I believe.
Oh, okay. Well, here you go. So he knows somebody.
And Buffalo. Isn't that where the Butcher and the Blade were from, upstate New York? So, but he's been good.
I think that's what the Butcher and the Blade were slaughtering, was Buffalo.
Time will tell, and he's skinny, and like you said, whether he's good or not, we've seen a whole lot of him in 2.0 the last few weeks. Time will tell. He hasn't done anything that bothered me yet, so I'm not going to complain.
No, I'm not even, that's why I said I'm not knocking him. I'm gobsmacked that we get these former mainstream television stars that come into big fanfare and they disappear, and all of a sudden this guy we've never heard of is in multiple segments on every show. And I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, 2.0, and Daniel Garcia did a promo. And I said, the chubby 2.0 guy's doing Randy Savage.
He's great. I like
He's
that
doing
guy.
ICW Randy Savage, not over the top WWF Randy Savage, but more ICW Randy Savage. And Garcia looks 16 years old. And I mean, he's very serious face, but he's, but anyway, they're basically, they're one to get noticed. They're there to, I can't remember the exact verbiage. They're going to disrupt some things. They're going to piss in somebody's post toasties. They're going to get some attention, right? And that just happened to play there. And then here comes the Magic Man again, the true demo god, the ratings bonanza, CM Punk and back in Chicago. Music and chants and signs and excitement and etc. And I'm saying, okay, maybe they'll get 2 in a row. Well, count 3, counting the Rampage, but we're talking just on Dynamite. I wanted to like this. I liked many parts of it, and I see where they were going, and we'll talk about it, and we'll talk about what they could have done. I saw some people saying that, well, they've ruined the whole thing now. It's not that bad. But this was, unfortunately, when they laid it out verbally, if it had been performed as it was supposed to be, I would have been with this. I can't call out Punk on this, because if they had done it right, it would have been fine. But the problem was they needed heel fodder for Punk to get physical and for the thing they wanted to do to bring Darby Allin and Punk together in the ring. They picked the wrong people to do it. And those people's performance got the first little bit of bullshit on Punk that he's gotten since he's been there. I will elaborate. Punk starts the promo, and he's speaking to the people again. He didn't promo them. Like I said, great baby faces. They're genuine. People can tell he means it. He created some doubt. Am I still as good as after 7 years? So he could let the fans disagree. You still got it. This was very good. Verbally, everything's great. All of a sudden, you hear the people react, and Punk turns to the side, and he goes after somebody. It looks like a mark is hitting the ring, and actually that's what it was, kind of. Here comes Daniel Garcia and 2.0, and they hit the ring, and Punk meets him, and they start fighting. I've mentioned this about this Garcia. He went from we've never heard of this fucking guy's existence before to he's in everything. He's the Forrest Gump of wrestling now. I saw a picture of Ford's Theater the night of the Lincoln assassination. There was Daniel Garcia in the orchestra pit. And this is where we went sideways. They were supposed to attack Punk 3-on-1 and get him down and cause Darby and Sting to come down, which they did, but it looked so weak. It was so bad. The phony-looking punches, the phony-looking kicks. And I don't even understand that these guys these days don't understand about how to get heat on somebody in the ring, how to attack them, how to make the people, how to create urgency and jeopardy. It's not by just kneeling down next to somebody and just throwing these windmill punches that come, in some cases, in close proximity to the head or face, in some cases, the shoulder, the back. And they're just when guys are kicking and stomping and dropping elbows, there's supposed to be noise on the ring, and you boom, 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 and it creates the subliminal impression. You see the noise and the motion and the violence. And this is just somebody having a kid's tantrum on top of a fucking guy who's just covering up. And it looked weak, and it took you out of it visually. So then Sting and Darby come down, and they start the comeback, and then Punk comes up and starts fighting back, and then we're back to fucking oomph, because Punk backs the guy up in the corner and gives him ambidextrous punches. Boom, good-looking ones in the corner. Boom, he's got fire, he's got emotion. Then they all set up and give all three of their finishes, and I'll talk about this in a second. But Punk did the go-to-sleep thing, and then Sting gets the microphone after they've shit-canned the heels and does the average Sting promo. It was so-so, and the ending was kind of flat. But it got Darby Allin and Punk to be face-to-face and nose-to-nose. What's going to happen? It was a good deal in conception and not execution, because, as I said, the heels were no threat. They were supposed to be just fodder. But their shit looked so weak and Punk had to sell it like it was good to be down. That was the point. They got him down. They didn't give him anything to sell where he should have been down. It looked like shit. Sting's promo was because Sting's promos are usually It didn't hurt Punk, but it didn't help him. What did you think about it before I tell you what I would have done?
I thought Punk did a good promo. I have liked 2.0 and Daniel Garcia, but I agree with your overall point. They've been involved in everything. They've been involved in main event stuff from the moment they got there in terms of Moxley, Darby, Punk, guys at the top of the card, top baby faces. And nothing against them. They've been good, but why all of a sudden are they in this position? And
their work doesn't hold it up.
I'm not going to say that because I think their work has been fine, but they're new. They're in the company.
I'm not talking about having matches. We're talking about drawing money now. If you can't get in the ring and kick shit out of a babyface, if you're a heel in a believable way, then you ain't going to draw any money.
Well, their matches have been all right. And I just don't know why they've been so involved in everything. And I like them. I'm a fan of what I've seen so far. Darby and Sting walking broodingly to the ring.
That was another thing.
I hated it when the Big Show had to walk to the ring slowly to save the Schiavone family. And then this time, Punk's getting beaten up by three guys, so Sting and Darby have to get there, but running's out of the question.
And waited for their music.
Running is out of the question, and that's what I was about to hit on. This has become a big AEW problem. Everyone's music hits every time they come out. No one runs out without their music. The music hits, and it's becoming a real crutch. And it was on this show, actually.
But that's, the thing that I don't care if 2.0 can have some good matches with some people, then let them get a little more over and let people think of them in a better, but all of a sudden just everything, but especially with Punk. But like you said, they've been in everything, but especially with Punk. No, you didn't need the top main event heels because you needed them to be fodder in this instance, but their shit needed to look good because now you're fucking with Punk and you're fucking with Punk's aura. And so that was the problem. What I would have done, to be quite honest with you, since they've been presented as somewhat feckless and ineffective up till now, Team Taz. Why the fuck couldn't Ricky Starks, Powerhouse Hobbs, and Hook have benefited from being involved in the first physical interaction that CM Punk had? And now you say, well, they're doing something else. Well, they're making all this shit up anyway. So why couldn't they have had some flimsy reason, Starks especially, to come out and confront, say, but they want to get over. They want to be in the main event. Team Taz, blah, blah, blah. Point is, if you had Starks and Hook and Hobbs come out and tackle the motherfucker and let Punk fight back a little more, and he bumps fucking Hook and he bumps fucking Starks, and then he turns and Hobbs catches him with those big spine busters, boom, and flattens him. And now they let Starks get on him, kicking the shit out of him while they're standing there and fucking laughing about it because Starks is a hell of a worker. And it's going to look good, and there's jeopardy. It's 3-on-1, but the one guy's doing the damage. Then here comes Sting and Darby without music, running. And Darby comes in and peels fucking Hook around and gives him that big flippy-doo stunner. Boom, and Hook takes a bump out. And Sting spins that fucking Hobbs around. And goddamn boom, nails him, backs him up 1 step, 2 steps, and he and Darby together double clothesline, and Hobbs goes out over the top, and now Punk has come out from under Starks, and now Punk, the only one doing shit. Setting up the 3 babyface finishers was a cute little moment, but it was contrived and it took a while, and the people were up. Have fucking Punk come out from under that fucking Starks and go and give him those 10 punches in the fucking quarter and bring him right out in the middle, and while Darby's watching and Sting's watching, all eyes are on Punk, and he gives Starks the go to sleep. Stark bumps out, and fucking his guys get him, and they fucking take off, and now you got the face-to-face. Now you have eliminated job guys beating up CM Punk. The heat that was gotten on him have looked better. You still get the save. You still get excitement, but you put all the focus on CM Punk giving his finish in a wrestling ring for the first time in 7 years instead of it being one of 3 taking place simultaneously. And then you're in the same place. And then if Sting wants to do the same interview, I guess that's pretty much what you're going to get, because he didn't know who any of these people were before he signed for this company anyway. And he's saying shit that they've told him to say because he doesn't watch wrestling on his days off. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on, and you can tell. So, what do you think about that, Bryan?
I think it's pretty good. I agree with you that that's something that you want the right people to get the rub from the first time Punk does something, and Team Taz has been misused. Despite the fact that they're great, despite the fact that the fans react to them, Hook has a following. He's done nothing. I agree with you. And I think, based on interviews I've read, I didn't hear any of them, but I read the quotes from what Punk said. Ricky Starks is one of the guys he's looking forward to working with.
Well, I guess he'll have to be patient and wait a little while, just like he told him about Danielson. They did a package on Cage and Twinkle Toes with other people's comments about what's going to happen that I kind of zipped through. And speaking of painting, our favorite man with a painted face was up next in another one of his videos. Darby Allin, in black and white as usual, zipped a guy up in a body bag, except his arm was hanging out, so we know it was a person. And then you see that the body bag is being hung from a helicopter that's flying in the air, and Darby's in the helicopter. And then Darby jumps out of the helicopter, and the screen goes black. So you don't see where he landed or what happened to the guy in the body bag on the rope. And what the fuck did that have to do with this match?
Darby does little artistic videos.
What? Anyway, guess what happened next? Like Mussolini and Kennedy and Joseph Stalin.
Who does that rhyme with? Who does that rhyme with?
And Lucky Pierre.
Seth Rollins.
Seth Rollins and Joseph Stalin.
They should make him Seth Stalin. He'd be so much more interesting. He's got the beard already. Seth Stalin.
Like Nikita Khrushchev. Anyway, Darby Allin and CM Punk and Sting wished Darby Allin well and stayed in the back. And then we got the entrance, and as Mrs. Grimm's baby boy would say, it's clobbering time. And this time Punk comes out, and he's got a game face on, and he's serious. He's not smiling and happy and soaking in the love because he's got a fight coming up instead of a promo. It looked right. And by the way, did you hear what CM Punk, the weight that he was announced at?
Actually, I missed that. What was he announced at?
218 pounds.
Oh, good. As it should be.
As it should be. He's a grown man. You can't get away with too much. But 218, if he's 198, he looks 218. He's looking good. He got a little bit of a tan there. He's fucking been obviously training. So, and he's a tall guy. So, yes, you can get away with 218. And I don't, I would think that Lee Johnson, going back to that earlier, if I was standing next to Lee Johnson, he'd look physically a little bit bigger than me. I weigh 201 pounds. And this is the lightest I've ever been, and I'm a small person for the wrestling business. So I don't understand what their fucking problem is with trying to make more of their guys look like grown adults. Anyway, watching them look at each other, Darby Allin and Punk, at the start of this thing was better than a lot of the matches. Punk even got a pop for sitting down and looking at Darby because Darby was doing the spooky I'm looking at you in the corner thing. And they got a holy shit chant for sitting down and looking at each other because they're over. And they worked this match like veteran versus upstart. They did wrestling moves, Punk's facials and reactions. At first, he was kind of taking him a little bit for granted, and then it was a little more serious. They had a pace, the ebb and flow. It was like watching Jerry Lawler call or ring general a match where everything follows. There's nothing out of place. Everything makes sense. And you don't run off and leave people, so everything registers. And this is the best I said before earlier in the show. It's the best match I've ever seen Darby Allin have. It's the best he's ever looked because he's explosive. He may be small, but he hits hard. We've talked about it. When he does the dives, he's the only one that looks like he's trying to hurt somebody instead of doing a belly flop in a swimming pool with a bunch of people to catch him. And unusual things come out of nowhere with him. Punk shoots him corner to corner, and he took a bump through the buckles sideways and to the post and to the floor. And then guess what happened? Punk went out there and grabbed him and threw him in the ring and covered him and tried to beat him. Imagine that. Who could have ever thought of doing something like that in a wrestling match? Now he works the injured back. He gets the bow and arrow. He gets the abdominal stretch. This match made sense. Punk kept control of the pace. You could see him every once in a while reminding or shepherding Darby with something. But it wasn't like, as I mentioned before, this pace was up and down. It wasn't like Jericho where he eliminates any extra movement. Punk was still explosive when he should be. All his shit looked good. He was always in the right place. And he allowed Darby Allin to get his shit in where it made sense and where it would make a difference. And then a series of false finishes by Darby Allin. He turned the belly to back off the top into a cross body. And that was a heck of a bump. I'm sure Punk was like, well, I remember that from 7 years ago. That was a heck of a bump. But anyway, and then that deep in the match, they got the double bridge. And I know that it's not Flair and Steamboat and Darby Allin's 150 pounds, but still that deep in the match, that was Flair's game. He would always, with Wyndham or with Steamboat or with Magnum or one of the athletic guys like that, he wanted to see how deep in the match they could go and still nail the double bridge. And if it was like 30 minutes in, he's like, yeah. Anyway, here's the part where Punk hits the go to sleep, boom, and Darby goes through the ropes and to the floor. That was great because the guys hit his finish, but the opponent is out on the floor and
great bump.
But then here was the same thing they did in the previous match. They've seen this on a Japanese tape, as I remember it from 30 years ago. And so now that's all that they do. They lay there like they're dead, milking the count until 9, and then suddenly come to life, roll back in the ring, and then lay there dead again. Isn't it more dramatic and less see-through if you take a bump like that and you're trying for the count to inch and crawl and scratch and drag your way back into that ring, and it doesn't look like you're going to make it, and then you last minute heave instead of just, I'm dead, oh, I'm in, now I'm dead again. So I'm not a fan of that, and they did it the same spot, 2 matches on the same show. Punk was hitting nice forearms that actually looked like they might be connecting. He calls for his go to sleep with his little sleepy bye thing. He goes for it. Darby Allin hits the elbows. Punk peels out to the floor. Darby hits the dive hard and then did a flip off the top of a rope, and both of them sold that. They're selling these things in between. They're not just jumping up. And then finally, Darby gets Punk back in the ring, goes for the coffin drop. Well, how in the world can you foil a coffin drop? I don't know. Sit up. And that's what he did. Punk
that was up. Brilliant. That was so perfect. That was great.
And then he's got a look on his face like, yeah, I did that. And then, Darby tries the flippy-do stunner, but Punk caught him, had him up over his shoulder. The second go to sleep, and this one's in the ring, and 1, 2, 3. Great job. Darby Allin has the best match he's ever had. CM Punk wins his debut. It's the first AEW match that ever, I think, that didn't bury the referee. And as we mentioned, I think, last week on the program, the idea here in a perfect world would be for CM Punk to have the best match with Darby Allin Darby Allin's ever had and make him look like a star in the process and then win it. And that's what he did. So, again, it's a schizophrenic program, and this was quality shit, and somehow they're going to have to bring dragging, kicking, and screaming, in some cases, the rest of the roster up to this level of conduct. If they don't, they're going to continue to have great segments in the middle of fucking amateur hour.
I thought it was great. It started off slow, and it worked because the crowd there they were in the Punk. They wanted to see it. And then the split chants, that was nice to see because they are both baby faces. It was very reminiscent, and I saw a few other people have the same thought, very reminiscent of Bret Hart versus the 1, 2, 3 Kid on Raw. I wonder if they watched it before they put this together or thought about what they were going to do. I'm glad there was no big aftermath. It ended exactly how it should. Can't complain. Can't say anything bad about this. This was great. A few points I'm watching this. I'm the same age as Punk, and I've taken the same amount of bumps as Punk in the last 7 years. And there were a few points where I'm watching his face and his selling, and I'm like, oh, man. He's feeling it. He's saying, what the fuck did I do? But it was great. And you know what? Excitement is so hard to come by sometimes in wrestling, and that's why AEW is connected with so many people. We're just looking for excitement. I'm excited to see what they're going to do next with Punk. So far, he's got a very high batting average. Everything he has done has made sense. You may not agree with 2.0 or Daniel Garcia, whoever being involved, but everything he has done, and I don't agree with him getting physical before the pay-per-view, but everything he has done has a very high batting average so far.
But remember, I said I understand they wanted heels for fodder if the guys
you did. Yes,
carried the thing off a little bit better. But and Sting came out and shook hands with Punk, so everybody's happy there.
You needed that at the end. You needed the handshake with him and Darby, and of course him and Sting.
Miro and Eddie Kingston did a promo package with their highlights and etc. It was good and brief. They're the least of our problems at this point. They're doing just fine. But then you know what it was time for, don't you, Bryan?
I thought that was a rhetorical question. I don't remember what was next on the schedule, though.
Like Mussolini.
Oh, God, stop it.
And Kennedy. It's a cult of personality.
You know, one day CM Punk's going to listen and he's going to say, you know, Tony, I don't want to use that song anymore. This fucking guy has ruined it for me.
Like Joseph Stalin and Seth Rollins.
Can you license AFI and get me away from this song and Cornette, please?
No, I'm telling you. And by the way, Joseph Stalin, come to find out he had the big bushy mustache, but not a beard. So we mentioned a beard last week. We didn't. He doesn't have a beard.
Oh, forgive me. I apologize.
Anyway, then business picks up. No pun intended. Punk comes out. He gets into it. He's got energy. He's a great communicator. He got all the bases covered. He gave a rah-rah for the show. He fired the people up. He name-dropped some of the talent there in AEW. He's having a big party. He said hello to Linda Pillman. He mentioned Ruby Soho, Adam Cole, Bryan Danielson. The people are going berserk. And he then asked the fans about, well, who do you think? Who would you like to see me face next? And did Taz jump his cue?
I don't know if he jumped his cue. I think there were some issues over the whole show in terms of the mic going live to the room. I think that may have been the issue.
Okay, well, but the only thing, and it was great because Punk picked right up on it. Taz stood up and gets on the PA and says, take our names out of your mouth. He had never said their names.
But I thought that was the joke. I thought actually that was the joke.
I thought it was a save because I thought Punk was saying, what the fuck? I've never said anything about you people. And that's when Taz said, well, you did on interviews all week. And so I thought they realized that maybe he had stood up too quick and they're trying to save
him. I think that was one of the things that made the segment great was the idea Taz was saying, you better not do that. He's like, I didn't even come close to doing that.
Yeah, he's like legitimate. I didn't come close to even doing that.
And their timing on that part was perfect because it felt real.
Yeah.
It didn't feel scripted. It was great.
Well, there you go. See, I fell for it. One way or the other. The point is don't ever mention Team Taz again. And he's like, I didn't. What's your fucking price? He said, out of respect, I will listen to you instead of, whatever he said, instead of shoving your head up your ass or whatever. But they had the people. Hobbs and Hook come out to the desk. And, so there's tension. And then Punk said, well, send Starks. And I'm like, yes, or Hook or Hobbs. I'm like, ooh, beat me if you can, survive if I let you. He does Taz's own closing line back to him, and music hits. The heels don't advance. I didn't know whether they should have made the match or if that's a good enough way to get out of it, but at least they've got Punk interacting with, as we mentioned a couple weeks ago when they did the thing with 2.0 and whatever. Yes, you need to heel fodder, but they have to be in some way respectable, believable, credible. You can't just drag them in off the street. So, but it was a good promo, good interplay. And then Punk's keep it even when Hobbs is going to the ring because he's the next match and they've got to pass somewhat by each other. And they had one of those completely ineffectual referee standing there like a white guy waiting for a bus, supposedly keeping them apart. But still, Punk wouldn't take his eyes off of him, and there was the looks and everything. So there's some tension there. So that was again, simple, easy, effective. Everybody understands it. Even if the person, one of the people in the promo may have jumped a gun a little bit, everybody understood what was going on.
And I'm not convinced he jumped the gun. I just think it wasn't, the mic may not have been on for the house yet, but I think that was part of it. But this segment was great. First of all, let me just say about Taz. It was a breath of fresh air to have him on commentary. Him being there, and because it's a different role than Excalibur's role, taking whatever you think about Excalibur out of it, the role, it brought out the best of Jim Ross, I thought. Shivani at this point, he's just repeating what he's told to say and, telling everyone how happy he is to be alive.
Yes, isn't this great?
But Taz has been he's been an MVP in every segment he's a part of. He's great on commentary, and him getting involved with Punk here made me very happy. Punk is so over right now that he doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to say anything. You really look at what he's saying in front of these fans, he's not really saying much, and he doesn't have to. Right now, he just has to go out there, they're reacting, and then you went right into this thing. I love them going back and forth. Right there, you have two of the best promos in the company and the entire business, quite frankly, if you give them time. I love the idea, if they don't fuck it up, we'll see where they go next week. We'll see where they go on Rampage, of Punk with Hobbs. I like the idea of Punk with Ricky Starks a whole lot. I don't know if we'll ever see Hook work a match. Whatever Hook is, I get a kick out of him because he's just this weird, undefined character. And by the way, there's another one of those Cody things that was just dropped. Remember, he was Cody's student. Taz got him back. And that was it. He was just with Taz, and there was never a reference made to that ever again. But I really like this. I'm glad they didn't rush it and go right to an angle, even though this is an angle, but go right to, a beatdown or go right to a match, because that's an AEW problem. They go from 0 to 60 in a second. But I thought this was great, and I am left waiting to see where they're going to go with it. And that's the feeling you want a wrestling fan to have when they watch a show. Where are they going to go with Punk and Taz, or Team Taz? I loved this segment. I loved it.
I'll jump in and disagree with one thing. I don't want to see Punk and Hobbs. Not for a while. Because think about it. Hobbs has a little ways to go before he needs the match with Punk. Starks is ready right now. Starks can work, and it can be the same situation with Darby where they can have a heck of a match and Punk can win and everybody looks better. Hobbs needs to be more physically dominant with his opponents now than he could be, should be, or would need to be with Punk at this point. I would say that match should be kept for down the road when Hobbs has. That's a top of the ladder match, and Hobbs is still working on the bottom rungs. It's not his fault. He just needs to be allowed to climb some of those before he gets that match. You know what I'm saying? And be ready for it.
You know what? I don't think you're wrong. I guess maybe just selfishly, I was trying to think of a way to get him away from Brian Cage. Maybe that's.
Oh, yeah. He needs to see Cage again. They don't need to show fucking Hobbs pictures of Cage on vacation. He never needs to be that close to Cage, and he'll get over. Guess what happened next? Like Mussolini and Arthur Ashe. Metallica. By the way, Punk had the great tweet this past week before that show. He said, I just got off the phone with Arthur Ashe. He can't wait to have us at the stadium. Hope I don't tear the muscles in my back slamming that 600-pound giant. Metallica.
Well, that's because someone called him out, because I guess, and we'll probably talk about it on the drive-thru because we got a few emails. He called Hulk Hogan a piece of shit in an interview. So someone was like, how dare you, Hulk Hogan, this and that. And that's why Punk tweeted that out, which was great.
It's like that Metallica. Anyway, here comes CM Punk. And there's signs, and there's energy, and there's chants. And this is a big-time wrestling show. And I talk about NXT. We've been watching SmackDown. We've seen clips from Raw. Both those shows look like a game show on Nickelodeon next to this, which I think is what they're trying for with NXT, with that off-putting color splotchiness everywhere. But again, he put on a promo class. He was happy. He's happy to be there. He puts the people over and how much he's liking being back. But then he directs it to the issue. People are saying, well, we want the pissed off CM Punk back. Well, what have I got to be pissed off about? Oh, yeah, these fucking guys. They try to put me through a table. The table didn't cooperate, but blah, blah, blah. Great babyface psychology to this. He's telling them again what they know to be true, and he's happy, and they're happy, and everybody's happy. But then he's pissed off about this, and he sells the match for Friday night, and he finished off fired up. And it's CM Punk in the ring in front of 20,000 people. 45 minutes into this program, it's still big time. What'd you think about this promo? Did you like the way that he addressed people saying, well, you're so happy, like nobody's allowed to be happy?
I mean, he's a great talker. It was a great promo. He's a smart talker, if that makes sense.
Yes.
He's always clever. You know, whenever you actually follow what he's saying, it's a very clever path to how he gets to where he's going, and I enjoy it. Good promo, and again, hot crowd, 45 minutes into the show. We've gotten a lot of wrestling, top flight wrestling, top flight serious promos. The commentators weren't a problem. Hot crowd. This just felt so professional and so just on the ball.
And here's another thing. We talked about wrestling time and how much wrestling is in the show, and it's a great wrestling program. But when you have a guy at that level, main event stars, the live in-ring promo is better. It's bigger. It's more of an attraction sometimes than a match. So that's what, when you follow up a big main event match with, 13 people in the Hardy family office in a live interview, that's when, but when you can follow a main event match with a live CM Punk promo, you're farting through silk. And that's the thing is it's names, it's star power, it's people. If a guy can talk, he can carry a fucking 10-minute live interview segment. It's just when guys that can't talk are given scripted bullshit and sent out there and it goes forever because they've got to say everything they were told to say. That's when you go in the hole. But anyway, 45 minutes in, great match, great promo.
Well, Jim, speaking of $13, I'm not sure if that would get you in the door at Arthur Ashe Stadium for AEW Grand Slam. What it turns out was an endless night of wrestling action. We both really loved AEW Dynamite this week. What did you think of Rampage, which I think was taped right after AEW Dynamite?
Boy, howdy, and it showed. They may have charged $13 to get out that night. For the people go, it's almost midnight. Can we leave? No, not unless you pay $13. Dynamite was top to bottom, as we mentioned, the most professional television program that they've done yet. Anything offensive or goofy was kept to an absolute minimum. They had the stars out. The crowd was there. Boom, boom, boom. I know they've got to take advantage of that big crowd, and I know they can't just tape constantly, but 2 hours of Rampage and 2 hours of Dynamite, even in front of 20,000 people. Again, when you're thinking about the live experience, they told those people, take public transportation and come early because it's going to be a mess. And you enlightened me. I've never been there, but the complex that they're in, you can't just fucking park at the door of the Arthur Ashe Tennis Stadium and walk right in. They made a commitment to go to that place, to be dropped off by public transportation or park way hell and gone from the building and walk in, blah, blah, blah. Maybe some of them have been in there since 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Now it's after Dynamite was 10 o'clock, and you've got to think they didn't tape. Maybe they taped some of this beforehand, but it didn't really look like it because the people were fucking wore out. They were dead. Not dead. They still reacted to things, but it wasn't the atmosphere that they had on the Wednesday night show because it was 2 more hours of wrestling after 10 o'clock at night on a long day to begin with. So the atmosphere wasn't there, and they didn't particularly give them past the first hour, which I understand Have you seen the ratings?
I saw the overall ratings the other day, but I didn't see any of the breakdowns.
The first hour was 700 and something thousand people, and the second hour was 500 and something thousand people. Because once they saw Punk, and they're fighting sleep, and they're fighting disinterest, because this was another AEW show where they couldn't get out of their own way.
I'll just say one thing, because you brought up a good point. And again, it was Friday night pretty late. And if they did 700 for the first hour, that's approximately what they usually do for their only hour. But I twice, attempting to watch it live and then watching it actually yesterday night, I fell asleep during the show.
Well,
and again, I'm 41 and I wake up at 6 a.m. and I do a lot all day. But, I'm the audience for it in some sense. It was too much for me.
What is the big demo that everybody talks about? 18 to 49, right?
That's right.
You're in there.
Somewhere.
In there somewhere. Anyway, they had the big building and the big crowd again for Rampage on September 24th. But we started out with good old Excrement's voice, and he is trying so hard now that he's a lead announcer, he's going to give himself hemorrhoids. I'm just telling you. He needs to start sitting on one of them donut pillows already, because he's trying. They did a VTR of the Hobbs Punk angle, which was a good reminder of everything from the previous week. And then we had right at the top of the program, like Mussolini and Annie Oakley. I don't know who. But that was the match that was pretty much the draw. And so they put it on early where at least people wouldn't go to sleep. But then, you had to try to keep them. So, again, does anybody notice the difference? When Punk comes out for a live interview, he's smiling, he's happy, he's diving into the crowd, he's running around the ring slapping hands. When he comes out for a match, he's got the game face on, he's serious. He checks the watch and it's clobbering time, and the people are with it. It's a totally different attitude from, the entrance for his promos, and because it should be, because he's going into a fight, quote unquote. And in this one, he didn't have Darby Allin that could do all the flashy shit and et cetera, and could be, even though Punk's not working as a heel, Darby was still an underneath babyface that could fight from underneath and then have the flurries. Hobbs is a big guy, needed a different kind of match. They had a different kind of match. And also Hobbs, honestly, is, especially at singles matches and this long, Hobbs is a lot greener than Darby, but he's got a ton more upside than Darby because of his size and his look. He could be in a Roman Reigns spot, WrestleMania main event, or one of these days. Whereas that's not going to be Darby's fate regardless of what happens. But anyway, so Punk opens quick. He drop kicks him. Boom, he's going for the leg kicks. He's aggressive. He's trying to put over Hobbs' strength, but he's working the legs, try to take the big man's mobility away. They do a little distraction with hook, which is enough for Hobbs to stop Punk. And if you notice, going back on this, again, Hobbs is green, so he's herky-jerky early when Punk was trying to position him to do things, but once he's on offense, it's easier to sell for a guy like that, and kind of when even the guy calling the match is dictating the pace, I assume that was Punk, but it's easier when the green guy is in charge because he can do things that's comfortable to him, and you can slow him down or speed him up a little bit if you want to, and he listens. There was a time or two in there that I think Punk got hit with something a little different than what he was expecting. Especially one time when Hobbs just came off the ropes, it looked like he hit him with a fucking Vader fucking thing. I don't think Punk was expecting that, but at least from the bump that Punk took, he wasn't quite expecting that. But anyway, went through a break. He got the heat on him. Punk was selling his ass off. Finally, he fights up. He makes a comeback, hit the elbow drop off the top, I don't know whether he was working like, hey, folks, let's see if I can still do this, or whether he was happy he could still do it after at that point in the match after 7 years. But Punk goes for the go to sleep, the GTS. Hobbs turned it into the spine buster, and that looked slick. Got a nice little 2 count. I don't know that anybody particularly thought Hobbs was going to win this, but it probably would have helped to have been on a couple hours earlier in the evening as to the reactions on a couple of the false finishes. And the other thing that I was like, what the fuck happened here, was Punk goes for the Hurricane Rana off the top rope, but Hobbs caught him, and Punk's hanging upside down, and then Punk sits up and goes for it anyway. And Hobbs, I guess, would Hobbs have ever been Hurricane Rana'd off the top rope before? Because he didn't know how to take the bump. He just dove head first. He didn't flip. And he kind of landed more or less on Punk, and I think Punk got a little cut on his face or in his mouth or whatever. Hobbs did the modified gotch lift, at least, into a one-armed power bomb, which looked fantastic. And it boom, boom, boom. Punk's comes back up. He's going with the forearms, the kick. Hook comes up. Hobbs charges. Punk moves. Oldest finish in the world, and it always works. Hobbs hit hook. Punk hit the GTS 1, 2, 3. Except for that Hurricane Rana spot that I'm not sure what was going on there. That's, would you think, the best singles match that Hobbs has had to date on television. I mean, we don't watch the YouTube stuff, but can you imagine that he would have ever done anything like this on YouTube?
I think it was the best match we've seen on TV with Hobbs, but I also think it actually went too long. And I think between Punk just coming back, and I think there is some ring rust, and I wouldn't have him, especially the level of star he is, go too long.
Yeah.
And the fact that the crowd was burned out. If they weren't burned out, because there are other points in the show, they still want to sing Jericho's song and they still want to react to some of the near falls, but by and large, the crowd was remarkably different here than it was a few hours earlier. I would have maybe called an audible and said, or maybe not an audible, but called it in the back and said, maybe we shouldn't go so long.
Well, but then one of these other matches had to go longer, and I wouldn't recommend that to anybody.
Hobbs looks great. The Hobbs has so much, his facial reactions, the basic big moves look great, like the belly block, I guess you would call it, where you just runs into Punk.
That's what I don't think Punk was thinking exactly what was coming at him, because he was trying to lean back and take a bump for a clothesline, it looked like, but he took the bump. I don't know whether he intended to take all of it or not, but yeah, but at the same time, yes, it was a little long, and should he have been, should he have gone that long with Punk? With Punk, it's his first television match, but that's another thing that Punk's trying to do is elevate a lot of these guys. So you got to give them their opportunity. I didn't have anything against that because, again, there was no ridiculousness. They didn't bury the referee. There wasn't any obvious cooperation or tomfoolery going on. There wasn't a afterbirth or ridiculously overbooked finish. The heels run into each other. You could have seen that in any era. So it was downhill from here for me, dog. Or would that be uphill? It was down. If Travis is getting better going downhill, this show was going downhill, but he wasn't getting better. He's going uphill. Well, the show's going uphill too. Up a long, hard, rock-strewn hill with hot sun. Like Mussolini and Lucy and Desi. Here he came. CM Punk. Stage dive into the crowd chanting, music, brings the energy. I wrote at this point, if I ever see him participate in anything like the 8-man that I just saw, I will officially renounce him. Because Cole and Danielson are borderline right now. That they, even if they want to play with their friends, they know business better than these amateurs, and they know that match did not do any good for either one of them. So apparently they're going to take the money. So Cole and Danielson are on the border with me, but I've still got faith in my Punk. Because he came out put Philadelphia over, talked to the people, genuine. There was no writing. He told a story, and it was real. And they know it to be real. This is classic wrestling. Tell them the truth, and then when you start selling shit, where did you end and where did you begin working? You don't know. And he asked him, he said, I'll either wrestle for you or buy y'all a cheesesteak. Well, I got news for you, punk. I did that 3 years ago at the Philly Comic Con. Remember? Have a cheesesteak with JC. I did that. But they decided they wanted him to wrestle anyway. So he's going to wrestle Daniel Garcia on Rampage. And I laughed at that because it's going to be a match where CM Punk gets to wrestle on Rampage because the Rampage ratings have been rotten over the past few weeks compared to his debut. So they want to get that star power and name value on it. But there's Daniel Garcia. He is in the middle of everything from out of nowhere. Suddenly, as we mentioned, he's in everything. And then when Punk was leaving, he took off his tennis shoes and gave them to a kid in the front row. What a fucking baby face. I'm surprised he didn't help Mother Teresa back into her wheelchair. So this interview segment in front of these people with this production, we're back to the big time. After we have just seen the first 20 minutes of the program was the amateur hour. So now I'm getting whiplash from watching this thing. What'd you think of Punk's promo?
Not too much to add to that. Good promo. He's always a good promo. Genuine promo, or at least he feels like that. He is one of the big stars on this show, and it's noticeable. What do you think of the 1 hour of Rampage?
Well, they again put a hitch in their get-along. Speaking of hitches, this was 2 programs. This is the real program, and then this is whatever they're doing. I don't understand. And in the middle, actually, besides, you know who I liked, and you know who I'm going to talk about, but there was somebody else in here that was exactly perfect with what they needed to do that you will probably be surprised that I mentioned this. So we'll talk about that in a second. However, this is the AEW Rampage for October 8th of the year of our Lord 2021, right? And again, as soon as they go on the air, they've got a nice crowd and a nice building, and they got the pyro and etc. But suddenly you hear Excrement's voice as he is the announcer who does the show billboard at the top of the program. Tonight, we're going to see blah, 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 blah. Because he sounds constipated. The words hurt coming out. There is no flow nor a tone of authority or assertiveness. It's like he's reading these bullet points as fast as he can. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and destroy the formatting here. The first match was CM Punk versus Daniel Garcia. I know everybody said, holy shit, it's come to this now. It's Ric Flair versus Vernon Deaton.
No, see, I'm not thinking that about Daniel Garcia. I know that's what you think.
No. But no, in all honesty, though, it is the reason why Punk was wrestling on this program is because the ratings have been going down when Punk don't wrestle on a program. But the problem, besides the formatting, which we're going to talk about in a second, I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to get some eyeballs on this show. They need to have an excuse for CM Punk to be wrestling on this show, but they can't give away, dream matches on Friday Night Rampage. And they're trying to serve the master of the ratings and etc. But at least if you're going to do it, format the fucking thing right. I understand it and with you why, and he did a perfect job of it, which we'll discuss, why this needed to happen. But this was the formatting. You come up on the program with the crowd pans and the pyro and the stage and the announcer billboarding tonight, units win, it's Friday night, you know what that means, blah, blah, blah. And instead of going out of that, like Mussolini and Vaseline, instead of going to that, you go to a goddamn three-way split screen with Mark Henry, CM Punk, and Daniel Garcia with 2.0. And you drop most of the crowd audio out. You could still hear them slightly reacting to it, which is actually even worse because you got them to be up for the show open, and instead of going right into that fucking entrance, because remember, it's 10 o'clock on fucking Wednesday night when they're at least, or after when they're taping this. So you had them up for the open. You could have segued right into like Mussolini, and you could have kept them fucking what?
That's not the name of the song, right?
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
You could have segued right into that, and you could have kept them up. And then instead of having the split screen where the canned comments, Punk said what he needed to say. So did the other guy, but they were canned comments that now the TV audience has seen and heard. He's seen CM Punk, and they've heard him talk. The audience in the arena, because they did Dynamite there before, has seen him come out once and has heard him talk live, and now has seen him on the screen right before he's going to come out again. You fucking lost your momentum. You slowed all the energy down. The split screen is normally done for the main event. You can argue this is the main event. Well, if they did it for that one, then they also did it for the real main event on this show, which stunk. And besides that, if you're doing it for this just because it's the main event, then you're doing that because that's what you normally do, and who gives a fuck? The point is, boom, from announcer billboarding with the crowd pans, people are up in the pyro, like Mussolini, here comes fucking Punk. And now the people are seeing Punk in the building. For the goddamn people in the building, I don't think it makes a shit whether they hear from 2.0 or Daniel Garcia, but if it was so important for the building, you could have played that in a break so that the match would be set up before you're on television. Then, when Punk is 2/3 of the way to the ring, then you fly in the heels saying they're 30 seconds worth of shit in a box while you're still watching Punk crowd surf and do whatever the fuck he wants to do. Well, he's coming out for a match, so he's not going to crowd surf, but he's got his game face on. Then you fly the heel box out, and if you want to Punk to give them a little validation and bring them up in the fans' eyes, the heels he's about to work with, by talking about them, then let him grab the microphone and say, okay, now Garcia and your big bad ass and those two fucking discount nasty boys, bring your fucking asses on out here. And I'm going to walk the dog on all three of you. And then the people there that are now they're waking up at 10:15. Oh, shit, yeah. And then here comes the heels entrance. That, to me, would keep your fucking momentum up. Because, again, in addition to format issues, this is another effect of doing two shows in the same night. And you've just seen everything that anybody can do on Dynamite, and now it's after 10 o'clock in the building, and they've been sitting there for 3 or 4 hours, and they've got to watch Rampage. But the idea of this match was obviously to bolster the ratings, and I understand what they're doing, and I've, can sympathize, been in the situation, but you can't make too many withdrawals from your Goodwill account at the bank before you cheapen the occasion, and it's, instead of, Punk's wrestling on TV, it's, Punk's wrestling on TV again? That's what the line you got to walk. But what do you think of my formatting?
I mean, you're right in the sense that you're right, but you're wrong in the sense that I'd treat this like it's the Friday night AEW show, and unfortunately, that's, I think, the way a lot of the audience is treating it. And I didn't think too much of it. I also don't know what they're going to do with Mark Henry if they don't have him doing these segments.
Well, I didn't say couldn't do any segments ever. I said in that situation, don't show your big star to the people at home and to the people in the building before you actually show him to the people in person and keep your energy level going and et cetera. Just reformat that particular situation. But It would have flowed better, and it would have probably helped keep the people up because, let's face it, the finish of this match was never in doubt. They were, I'm sure, glad to see CM Punk wrestle, but it's not like they were worried about his welfare in this. But then again, they had a tremendous... I've got to go back because we got so many new listeners. I've explained this before. I'm going to try again. Everybody these days has the best match possible they can with their opponent, no matter who their opponent is or how their opponent has been presented to the audience they're in front of. It's like guys sit down and say, okay, I am a main event guy in all of the independent promotions, and I travel around, and I'm usually in a main event wrestling with other guys that are fairly well known, whatever the case. And this other guy that I'm sitting down with to talk about our match, he wrestles in the first match of most independent promotions and generally doesn't win. But boy, he's a heck of a wrestler. So we're going to have the best match that we could possibly have out in front of those people tonight, which is stupid. Instead of having a match that befits the way that the individuals in that match are presented to the public. And if a main event guy and a guy who usually goes over and a guy who's usually on top goes out and has the most ball-buster competitive match in the world with a guy who never wins and who's never featured in a main event and who is a great athlete or wrestler, but for whatever reason, his size or his look or his whatever the fuck, it doesn't happen. He ain't over. He don't get pushed. Then that main event person doing that is an idiot. But there was always the need for guys that were a main event level guy to have a match for ratings or for time or for just because that's what you had with a guy that wasn't presented in that respect. Then that doesn't mean that you have to beat that guy up and chew him up and spit him out and beat him in 5 minutes. It just means you need to make whatever you are presenting make fucking sense. And the way that Punk did this and got 10 minutes or however long they went with a guy who is a good athlete, is a recent acquisition of the roster, has not been in any pay-per-view main events or held any titles or whatever, but he's got 2 heel stooges with him, and he apparently is pretty good at listening. And so therefore, Punk had a match that a main event star would have with this guy. It made sense, and it still made him look better because it's the best match that Daniel Garcia has ever had a chance to have on this program. He didn't get to do everything he's ever learned, but it's the best, most coherent, most logical match he's ever had with the biggest star he's ever been in the ring with. So that's the point I'm trying to make, is that for at least Punk understands he doesn't need to go out there and get this guy over by having this guy kick his ass in a completely preposterous fashion that nobody believes for the first 5 minutes, because that would stink. They had a match. They started with a finger lock. It's been so long. Welcome back, old friend. They did a little wrestling and struggled into a 1 tackle spot. Very sweet. And they weren't running off and leaving the people at 10 whatever at night also in the building. Because there's nothing worse if they'd been going 100 miles an hour and people have been sitting there going, They did the little spot where Garcia chopped Punk and then did the taunt in his face, and Punk no-sold it, and with perfect timing just slapped shit out of Garcia. Boom. And then he gets pops from the people with 2 scoop slams. And then Garcia foils the 3rd one. And then, amazingly, the heel stooges at ringside interfered and pulled Punk's leg for the heat spot, and they wrapped Punk's leg around the post. Now, the main event star that's not really been taking this guy completely seriously, and or is more pissed off at his obnoxiousness than has been wounded. Suddenly, the helpers at ringside have wrapped his leg around the fucking ring post, and he's got a reason to sell for this fucking guy in a believable fashion. Imagine that. So they go to the break with that. When they come back, again, they'd paced the first segment perfectly because Punk clearly controlled everything and wasn't being tested. But then, after Garcia mostly gets his ass kicked for 5 minutes, the Stooges have to help him. Now Punk's leg is hurt. This guy may have a chance in the story, even though all the fans that are so smart they can sit down on an ice cream cone, tell you what flavor it is, in the building know Punk's not going to get beat. They're telling the proper story. Punk is doing the right thing here. And Garcia works on the leg, and Punk sells his ass off. And did you see Garcia got not only a good pop, but an oh shit pop from the fans there with the old sit drop on the leg, because nobody does it anymore. And it looked like they thought he'd broken Punk's leg. I wish that Garcia knew the spinning toe hold. If he'd have busted that out, people would probably hit the ring. Anyway, Punk fights back. Garcia hits chop block. I've never seen somebody actually work a match on AEW television like this, where they're actually working. Garcia misses a drop kick in the corner. Punk has time to recover. Garcia goes for the single leg. Punk hits him with the short knee lift, which he sold well so the people reacted to it. They could see. They stood and traded. It wasn't the you hit me and I'll hit you. It's they're doing the 1-2, 1-2. It's still maybe a bit overdone at this point. I love the classic 1-2, 1-2 on a real bloodbath. But Punk was able to fight back, still selling the leg, hit that one-footed drop kick, neck breaker, a knee lift. Somehow Garcia got under him, got an angle slam, which I thought was a little too much for Garcia there. But Punk came back with a clothesline, got a nice 2 count. They got the Punk chant going, signaled for the go to sleep. And then Garcia rolled him into the sharpshooter, but Punk got the ropes and kicked Garcia off into one of the heels and then knocked the other one off and basically got a spot in where he could crossbody all 3 of the heels on the floor coming off the top rope, which, okay, I appreciate that he can still do it, and also that he wanted to show the people he could still do it, and it was built to where it was in the right spot in the match. I don't know if as valuable as he is to their company, that I would want him jumping off the top rope to the floor in matches that weren't main events on pay-per-views, etc., but still it was done safely. So he throws the guy back in the ring, hits a clothesline, nice pile driver, put the fucking anaconda vice on him and tapped him out. So bottom line, yes, he went 15 minutes with an underneath guy, but it all made sense. It looked good. And he had another clinic of how to have a match. I just don't want them to devalue the specialness of him wrestling on the show against anybody by doing it too much. What do you think?
I don't disagree at all with your last point, and I think that's important. But with that said, I enjoyed the match. I really enjoyed it. I've liked Daniel Garcia since he first showed up, which was my first exposure to him. Yeah, he's skinny, and he's also young, and hopefully he'll gain some weight over the years, and you never know. I mean, Zack Sabre Jr. is still as skinny as he was when he first debuted.
Here's $50. Gain some weight, okay?
But I like Daniel Garcia.
Dollars the hard way? I'm fucking with you today.
But I like Daniel Garcia, and I think he looks like an athlete in there. He may be skinny, but he looks like he's struggling. He looks like he's competing. And whatever it is, I mean, the Bootleg Nasty Boys 2.0, that one guy, I guess his name is Matt Lee, the bigger one, I find him great. He's always just cartoonish, but not too cartoonish. Like, he seems like he could be an obnoxious French Canadian as opposed to just like some guy acting like a wacky guy.
And actually the thing is, because he kind of acts like the Nasty Boys aren't too far off from the way they are in person on television. So this could be in the same vein. He could kind of have a little bit of that to him naturally.
But I like this. I don't disagree with your point that you shouldn't waste Punk matches on Friday nights, let alone on TV, let alone against an opponent who has not really been pushed hard yet. But I also know Punk, from everything we've heard, wants to work with a lot of the younger guys, and I'm going to assume this was a match he requested. He either asked for this match or it was suggested to him, and he said, you know what, that's something I would be interested in doing.
Well, but hold on now, Cowboy. We don't want to give the impression that he's like, hey, let me wrestle on Friday night. I'm sure.
I'm not saying that.
Well, okay, I just want to clarify. He's clearing the opponents. I'm sure he's saying, okay,
yes.
So if Tony Khan goes to Punk, can you have a match on Friday night? Who would you like to wrestle with? And Punk says, well, give me such and such. I can see that, yes. But I don't want to give the impression that, he's saying, I need to wrestle every week.
No, and I don't think he's doing that, and I certainly don't think he's going, hey, you know what, put me on Friday. I don't think he's doing that, but I thought this was good, and I like Punk wearing the pants as opposed to the trunks. I think the pants look good.
He does look a little more, the trunks just put me off a bit for whatever reason. It was odd to me. But anyway, so yeah, that's the thing. And I'm not knocking Daniel Garcia because he was serious and he did do a good job here. But it's just well, if
you don't mind me just saying, are you basically saying your problem with this match is the same it would be if it was CM Punk against
anybody else
who is mid-card or below right now?
Well, anybody else, because as I said at the start, you can't give away the dream matches on Friday nights. That would be crazy. It's just the fact that he's back and suddenly he's wrestling. He's wrestling often before he gets to the names that everybody wants to see. And you have to do it. See, a lot of people would say, well, Cornette, Jesus Christ, you say the guy has to come in and get over. FTR should have come in and got 6 weeks in a row of wins on TV. MJF should have come in and got 6 weeks of wins against anybody on TV because they needed to wrestle to improve their standing in the community with the fans. I don't know, unless Punk somehow saved goddamn, the fucking St. Jude's Children's Hospital from burning down. I don't see how he could have got more popular than he was at the first night he was in. So now you're making withdrawals out of the Goodwill account. Every time the people see him wrestling someone, he's having a good match, but it doesn't keep it special that he's wrestling on TV to make it a big ratings bonanza. So that's what I'm saying. That's why Bruno didn't wrestle on television for years and years when he was the champion. That's why Hogan didn't wrestle on TV for years and years when he was the champion. That was the thought process. Don't keep this as special as you can. That's all I'm saying. So it's not Daniel Garcia, it's anybody. Whatever viewers they led to the program opened, and you could tell that Tony was salivating. They blew off the pyro. Excrement said, it's Friday night. And then all of a sudden, like Mussolini and Bruiser Brody, they didn't wait. They got right to it. Here's the music. Here's the people. It's clobbering time. Remember what we discussed last week? Because last week it was Punk and Garcia, right? This is getting normal. It's getting normal. The 2 months ago, people didn't know whether they were ever going to see CM Punk in a wrestling ring again. And 2 months later, we're seeing him in cold matches against mid-card guys every week on free TV. There wasn't anything wrong with this as a match, but it's getting normal. And that's the last thing they need to happen. a win or two to show the people he still had it. Thing with Darby was good. Thing with Hobbs was good. Garcia worked because he had 2 heel stooges at ringside to help get the heat. And it's a heel he's working with and blah, blah, blah. He made it plausible. But a lot of people may be going to say, well, you said MJF ought to have wins every week for the first 3 months on TV. Yes. You give a guy repeated wins to get him over. If he comes in as over as he's ever going to be, the reverse is true. Then you keep it special. Even if it's always good, it's not always good for you. Punk has a good way, especially at the start of this match, of putting a lesser guy's shit over and then showing that he was surprised by it, but he can deal with it now that he knows that it's going on. Right? You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, oh, wow, the kid's firing up here. That kind of attitude. Jerry Lawler could do it as a heel on his TV matches. When he was a heel, they just give him 10 minutes on Memphis TV every Saturday morning. Whoever it was with, he would have a good match. He'd have a competitive match, but the attention would always be on him. The focus always on him. He would keep it about him. Even when he was getting the shit kicked out of him, you were still watching him. And he was always in control. He had that vibe. With Punk, he can do that very well with his body language and his facials, but it's harder when you're doing it as a babyface because you can't be cocky and condescending and turn into a heel. But he did it a little bit early here. And then, Matt Sydal's a good talent. He had the horrible debut where he fucking tried to do that thing off the top in that battle royal and just crashed and burned, and it was so embarrassing. He's a good talent. He's a good worker. He's painfully small, but he's good and he's in shape. But he's been presented as a middle card guy. And so, again, as this went on, Punk was trying to have a good match with Matt Sydal and show everything that Matt Sydal can do, but it ended up giving him too much. And with commercial free, they had 20 solid minutes, including the entrances. So Punk couldn't kick the shit out of Matt Sydal that whole way. Sydal had to have some offense. Sydal's a baby face, so Punk couldn't, like I said, use the heel stooges and interference like with Garcia. So he did what he could by having a good match, but booking CM Punk to wrestle a mid-card babyface for 15 minutes bell to bell on TV this early in his run and this competitively was a mistake. They're fucking with the golden goose. And honestly, I said last week, well, they've obviously put Punk against Garcia for the ratings, and some smartass on Twitter was kind enough to chime in. Well, it didn't work because the ratings still went down. I said, well, they're trying. I didn't say they were succeeding. That was what that was about, Punk versus Garcia, and that's what this is about. CM Punk wrestling on television should do ratings, but you can't just have CM Punk versus Tits McGee. One time you can, because then the first time they were like, oh shit, Punk's back. We didn't know this was going to happen. His first match, anybody will watch. It doesn't matter who it is. But then after that, now they know he's around. Now they want to see him involved in something. Now they want to see him against a top guy. He's shaking off the ring rust. Now people can see through this. Well, I get to see CM Punk wrestle on television, but I don't know that I've ever wanted to beat the doors down to see CM Punk wrestle Matt Sydal. So I guess I can miss this because we know he'll probably be back next week. That's the way that fans get. And so at that point, they're fucking with the golden goose and they're getting diminishing returns because it's too normal and it's happening too often. They had a good match, but it was not only just competitive, Sydal was ahead. I mean, at one point I thought maybe Matt Sydal can pull this off, which is the wrong thought to have at this stage of the game when you've got a money drawn attraction that you're trying to take care of. There was a couple of spots I liked. They both fought on the top rope and then both punched each other and took a double bump to the floor at the same time. Why haven't we seen that before? That actually makes sense. Punk gave Sydal a scoop slam on the apron, which if you have to do something on the apron, that's the safest thing I've ever seen anybody give somebody on the apron. These reverse Hurricane Ranas and Death Valley drivers, just a slam. You know exactly where you're putting him. But as I said, finally, at one point, the people were chanting, GTS, go to sleep, go to sleep. I was about to. And then finally, Punk hit the go to sleep out of nowhere. 1, 2, 3. And the summation of this whole thing, and I'll let you give your thoughts, but Excalibur summed the whole thing up. As soon as that 1, 2, 3 happened, Excalibur's exact quote was, CM Punk just barely defeated Matt Sydal. When it should have been, Matt Sydal gave it everything he had, but it just wasn't enough to beat CM Punk. But they don't know who they're trying to get over or how to do it. Your thoughts?
I think you're right. And that's not to say it wasn't a good match, but it wasn't the right match. And I had the same thought as you, and I'm loving Punk's return like you are. It's too much. I liked the Daniel Garcia match. I didn't have a problem with it. When all of a sudden he's again on a Friday night, not even on Dynamite, on Friday night, competitive with Matt Sydal, nothing against Matt Sydal. Except that, why is he this competitive against CM Punk right now at this point in both of their careers? Didn't make much sense. If you put CM Punk on there against someone and don't have a competitive match, which may not be what he wants. Maybe he only wants to have competitive matches. But if you have him go on there and beat someone in 5 minutes, hit the GTS, the fans there were going nuts for him. Nuts! And at one point they were ready for the finish and they went a little longer, and then they still popped big for the finish. If he had gone 5 minutes, they would have loved it. Get a promo in there and then get right to Danielson, and there's your half hour against SmackDown. Yeah. But instead we got a really long Punk match, and I liked the match. Nothing against the match, except that it was wrong. But it was a good match otherwise.
The point of a match involving CM Punk and AEW at this stage of the game, yes, there's an element of we need, to try for ratings with the big guns. But at this point, it should be to make a middle card heel look better than he ever has, Powerhouse Hobbs. Or even a baby face that really has some oomph and some following, like Darby Allin, okay. But when we go to Garcia, when we go to Sydal, now it's just to have Punk on television for ratings if he draws them in that position. And that shouldn't be what it is. Like I said, either make CM Punk look good or get him into an angle or an issue or a position, something with some other semi-top talent. That's what you should be using Punk for at this point, but not to elevate middle card guys and just try to plummet for ratings. It's just not, anyway. So
why haven't we gotten him and Ricky Starks? I mean, it was him and Team Taz, and then it led to him and Hobbs. We never got him and Starks.
Well, but also the thing is, some of these things have to be saved. If you think that might be a place that you go and stay there and visit and work that deal for all the, Punk and Starks, Punk and this guy, Punk and that guy, maybe they think it's too soon, but they're going to take the bloom off of it if they have Punk and so-and-so and Punk and this guy and Punk and that guy and Punk and everybody. Then it's not going to be special anymore by the time they get there. I can understand wanting to put Sydal before Starks if you're trying to elevate the opponent, but if you're trying to slowly escalate yourself for opponents from bottom to top, he started with Darby, went to Hobbs, now he's Garcia and Sydal. We're going the wrong way.
You know what he's going to be for Halloween?
What?
Pumpkinhead.
I hate for them. I feel bad for them as an old-time promoter, a wrestling promoter, I feel bad that they did one of their better television programs when they're off night and off time and etc. And obviously the ratings will be off to reflect that, because they've had some real stinkers on their Wednesday night regular slot. And then, with a couple of exceptions that we will talk about, they did another good show. So a lot of it may be accidental, and some of it may be who they feature on the program and who they don't, but there wasn't a ton embarrassing. I didn't feel bad for him when it was over with on this one.
Were you surprised for both nights with how hot the Miami crowd was?
No.
Especially for Punk. They were going nuts for Punk both nights.
Well, that's the thing. I was not surprised. I'm never surprised by how hot their crowd is, except I'm surprised sometimes by how hot they aren't, but not really surprised because 5-hour tapings wear the people out. But by the same token that I knew that Miami was not going to draw, 10 or 12,000 people, because Miami never has for anybody. The people that are going to be there are still they're the ones that most want to be there. And if you notice, AEW crowds are always hot, except, as I said, when they've been burnt out by 5-hour tapings, they started hot. It doesn't make any difference as to how many of them there are, because the ones that are there, even if it's a smaller group, they're the ones that want to be there the most. And if it always used to be conventional wisdom, even before the modern era, when it's WWF's in a stadium or whatever, the bigger building you were in and the bigger crowd you had, the more casual fans you got. The more casual fans you got, really, in a lot of cases, the quieter the crowd was until you got to the main events, because a lot of those people hadn't been to live wrestling in that town in a year or a couple of years or however long, and they didn't know the underneath guys. They came because of the main event. The people who come every week, they knew everybody, they react to everything. The people who only come because of the main event or some angle or something that's tripped their trigger and tickled their fancy, they're not going to be into as much of the underneath stuff as the regulars, because they hadn't been in a year or two, but boy, they wanted to see whatever, right? But anyway, having said that, they start out the program. Pyro, Jim Ross's voice. They've got fans there. They're in the Night Center. They're in a good-sized building. It looks professional. And all of a sudden, like Mussolini and WC Fields, here we go. The entrance, and he comes out and he goes around the ring while the announcers are billboarding the show. It keeps the energy up. Instead of doing that whole billboard beforehand, and then here comes Punk, they get him out there. They're playing the music. You've got a recognized, well-known commercial piece of music. You got a mainstream superstar. You got people really happy to see him. And now you've got your announcers, led by the voice of wrestling for the past 30 years, telling people what they're going to see. And as they're panning the crowd, there were children. Did you notice that?
I did not notice, but I'm not surprised, but I did not notice.
There were children. You don't usually see that at wrestling these days. Even at AEW shows, there were an inordinate amount of children on camera, younger, like less than 12 children. So maybe something's going on down there in Miami. But anyway.
I will say, with Punk on commentary, and I've talked before how much I enjoy him on commentary, he reminds me of what I love about baseball commentators. And it may sound foreign to you, but it's a lot of what I like about Lance Russell when he's not screaming or there's not something action-packed happening. It's the ability to have a conversation, still keep up with what's happening, say witty things, say intelligent things, but not just be screaming at me, and certainly not screaming buzzwords at me over and over. And it always reminds me of why I love baseball. While even if I'm not watching every moment of the game, I'll have it on so I can hear the commentators because they don't offend me and I like it. Punk does commentary the same way. It hit me watching this.
Well, he's conversational and he sounds genuine, and he brings up I made note of it. I've got my notes here. I don't know what it was right off the top of my head, but he brought up a good point to reinforce something. He thinks about it like he thinks about wrestling logically, and he's articulate enough to skirt the line between coming out and saying something is obviously a work and offending someone that way, or he's not going to come out and say that shit's a work in so many words, but he's not going to come out and say that shit's a shoot in so many words, but he approaches it like it's legitimate. Does that make any sense?
It makes a lot of sense. And I think every time he's been on commentary, he's lifted the whole commentating team.
Well, next on the Parade of Terror was it's Bobby Fish, who I'm a big fan of, against Anthony Green, who I'm not a big fan of. I don't care if he can wrestle or not. Have you ever seen a worse looking, worse dressed, worse haircut, worse physical specimen looking plain, bland? They've been cleaning up homeless camps here in Louisville. I've seen it on the news. I think I saw Anthony Green getting booted out of a cardboard box. He just looked like a bum. What were those pants about? So anyway, Bobby Fish got a good win. That's lovely. I wish they'd have a little bit more standards about the appearance of the job guys they use on national television than using the guys that are 140 pounds or dressed in a goddamn Salvation Army drop box or haven't seen sunlight in years or whatever. But anyway, this was just an excuse, this match, to get Punk out. Because obviously Bobby Fish won, thankfully, and then went back and got heat afterwards on this guy, which was just a manufactured reason for CM Punk to come out and make the save. But thankfully, did you notice he hit the ring and made the save first, and then they started playing his music when you saw him in the ring? He didn't wait for he's closing up the logic loopholes and run-ins now. He's everywhere. He's like a wrestling doctor for this company. He has the right demeanor, whether he's coming out for an interview or for a match or this stuff for a save. The shit doesn't happen, sports entertainment style where the music plays and everybody gets to pop and then he comes out, nice friend you are, waiting for your fucking music before you go out and help this guy. And do you know why they did this right there?
Why they did this segment right there?
And did you notice why they had to milk the heat on Anthony Green by Bobby Fish maybe a little bit longer than you might have gone for that situation? Did you notice why?
No, tell me.
This was a sly one. Right at the top of the 9 o'clock hours when Punk hit the ring. So even though they didn't have him in a match or even advertised in some way, people switching around after their 8 to 9 o'clock show was over with, and Vince taught me this 20-something years ago with Raw, you would always at the top of the hour have one of your main stars in the ring or doing something. So Punk's run-in came at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, and right as people would be switching by, they heard, like Mussolini! And they saw CM Punk in the ring. And then they kept the camera on him, and they milked the stare down with him and Fish, and they kept the camera on Punk as he left the ring because they got 2 minutes at the top of the hour of CM Punk on television. That was smart. Of course, then the rest of the show sucked, but they might have hooked somebody.
When this was starting, I kind of groaned. Because I have not been a fan of Bobby Fish as a singles wrestler. And here he is wrestling another guy who's just off NXT TV with a different name, obviously.
Was he on
I think he was
on NXT.
I think he was. Hold on. I'm pretty sure he was. What's his name? Anthony Green?
Anthony Green. Did he wear those pants on NXT?
August Gray.
Oh, my God. Because he was involved in a deal, I think, and whatever happened, by the way, to poor Timothy Thatcher.
Yeah, I don't know. That's another good question. I have no idea.
August Gray was involved in something, and I said, this guy is the worst fucking bland, putrid, outlaw-looking fucking guy. And he went and got worse-looking pants and became Anthony Green. Go ahead.
But I'm seeing this like, oh, here are two guys off NXT TV, and I'm not too excited about it. And I got to admit, I was wrong because I thought Bobby Fish looked fantastic here. He was kicking ass.
I love Bobby Fish.
And Anthony Green did his stuff, and it was quick. It was in and out. He really didn't get too much in. Bobby Fish destroyed him. I was thinking after this, wow, I wonder what they're going to do with Bobby Fish. I saw they announced the official he signed. He's all elite. He's not going to do anything with Cole, it looks like. What are they going to do with him? And then Punk comes out, and I'm like, I could go for that match.
Yeah.
I could really go for that. And like you said, he hit the ring without the music. So there was the confusion, the pop that slowly grew when people realized it was him.
Yeah.
The chanting, and then the music.
Yes.
And I like that, and I thought it was good, and he had intensity, and I want to see him and Bobby Fish. I really like this segment a lot.
And imagine that. They established that Fish is a heel by beating up the poor, overmatched fellow after the match so that somebody needed to come out and stop that type of activity. And goddamn, it's just... Suddenly, wrestling angles break out every once in a while in the middle of this show. But we started strong. Right out of the gate again. Like Mussolini! But he didn't have a partner. It was clobbering time. We had the music. We had the signs. We had the chants. It was big-time stuff. Here comes CM Punk. And he's going to wrestle Bobby Fish, which makes sense because he's the one that ran Fish off, last Friday night when he was beating up and roughing up that young man that he had already defeated. And CM Punk wasn't going to stand for it. So there's a reason for this. And there's a heel and a baby face. And they're both professionals, serious professionals. And they're up first. Great way to start. Jim Ross had something to call. Did you notice he actually sounded like he was not only interested, but like that he actually could call some type of wrestling strategy like he did in the old days because they were actually doing something worth calling. Fish is aggressive. Punk gets pops from body slams because the way he places them and the way he paces his match. Fish got heat and Punk fought from underneath. He hit one good-looking dive. In the middle of the heat, Punk didn't even make a comeback. He clotheslined him over the top and hit one good-looking dive and got big chance. But then Fish took back over and worked the leg. They went to the floor briefly to get the fucking point across. And then Fish actually broke the count. Imagine that. And then went out and got him and got back in the ring. And was all over Punk's leg. There was a spot where they were fighting on the ropes and Punk knocked Fish off and hit an elbow off the top. And honestly, it looked a little awkward. I think Fish landed or positioned himself straight out with his feet towards the buckle and his head far away. I don't know how that was going to work, but Punk modified. But they traded the forearms on the knees. Both guys were selling. And then finally Punk made his big comeback, but he still sold the effects of the heat. He was still limping. And then Fish foiled the go to sleep as Punk went for it, but Punk jackknifed him. They got the double bridge in. And then Punk hit the go to sleep. 1, 2, 3, or was it? This was confusing because I think it stepped on the pop because Fish kicked out a fraction of a second after the 3 count to the point where I was thinking that were they trying to make it where it was 1, 2, 3 and he kicked out, but it just a fraction of a second too late as they called. The announcers called it that way. But in honest to God, the way that he kicked out that quick, it looked like he was trying to beat the count and Punk kind of looked at the referee like, was that it? So I'm not sure. It was confusing, but the way they did it stepped a little bit on the pop on the 1, 2, 3. That's what I mean. What did you see?
I didn't think too much of the kick out. It seemed a little late if they were going to do that, but the look to the referee was what made me think either something happened or they're trying to make us think something happened. The booking of Punk's been interesting because we brought up the guys he's been wrestling on TV in competitive matches, and now it's competitive matches that he's having a difficult time winning.
Yeah.
So obviously this is part of a bigger story. I'm curious where this is going to go.
He's having actually like a clinic match. Every match that he has is different. It's tailored to the opponent, whether he's wrestling a nominal babyface or a full-fledged heel or whatever, whether he's got the underneath guy, Daniel Garcia, but with the Stooges at ringside to interfere, or whether it's just one guy like Fish. Everything means something. The matches are logical. They don't bury the referee. They don't do any of the bad habit things that we constantly malign most of the, the people on this roster for, that don't have any boundaries or structure in their matches. So they're perfect. It's like you can learn how to work from watching these matches. The question is, should a star of the level of CM Punk not only be wrestling this often on free television to make it in people's minds routine, but should it be this competitive? And, Fish, he just looks good and he can get the shit across. But when you're taking the body of work into account, should he have been competitive this much with all these guys when you've still got guys farther up on the pecking order? Since the matches are so good, it's hard to fault that. I think the bigger thing is it's just that he's wrestling often enough now that it's becoming routine before we get to the meat of the matter, the main event guys. That's what I think maybe, the issue that I might have is not that he's having matches this competitive, because he still wins and they're all great. They're all logical, but it's also now, again, August 20th. We didn't know whether August 19th, is CM Punk ever going to wrestle again? By not even November 1st, well, boy, we've seen him a lot lately. That's what I worry about. Anyway, I'll say that again. But then again, I'm just trying to figure out who would be the best main event level guy right now for Punk to get involved with. And I'm not sure I know, because I'm not sure I know who I can trust these days. After the main event, I really don't know who I can trust. Who?
I know what the answer is.
Who? What?
If you really wanted to do something and do some business and make it really good and not have to burn guys out with matches, because you could do promos every week and keep it fresh and interesting and people would be dying to see the match on a pay-per-view, Punk and heel Cody. That's the fucking ticket. Cody, full-blown heel with his wife, goes back on the stipulation. That's the perfect opponent for Punk.
Well, but now, then you'd have to have both of those guys cooperating to do that. And we'll hear later on that one of them has no intention of giving the people what they want.
That's true.
Tony Schiavone interviewed the belle of the ball of Rampage ratings, CM Punk, one of the best interviews in the business, who got out 5 words before Eddie Kingston comes in yelling at him and they get an interaction. I'm not saying that angle shouldn't have happened, but the timing of nobody ever gets a chance to say anything. What would they have said if they had not been interrupted on all these million times, all these people? They obviously had something to say. They were out there. Can we get something out from anyway, Kingston comes in yelling at Punk. Punk is very fucking believable in fucking jousting back with him. And a bunch of people herded Eddie Kingston out. So I'm assuming that This is leading somewhere.
I really like this. And I understand your point. Punk's one of the best talkers there, and he's also someone that moves the needle. Give him more time. But if you're going to do something like this, which is a little bit of an angle, do it Friday night. If there's ever going to be a time to not let Punk talk too much, there's this. And I thought it was interesting, and Punk played it really well. And Kingston, again, he's really believable. So the idea Punk's about to talk, and all of a sudden, an angry Eddie Kingston comes into the back, yelling about the fact the referee stopped the match, and then he gets in Punk's face. I love this. I thought this was tremendous.
I'm not saying that once they got into it, it wasn't good. I'm just saying let him say something first. It's just, again, every interview, if they had a 2-hour show that was as good as the segment between CM Punk and Eddie Kingston was on their Friday night show every week, they would be beating Raw and SmackDown. Because I have not seen anything on a wrestling program that reminded me so much of professional wrestling in years. It was a simple deal. Punk said, I'm coming to accept Eddie Kingston's apology for disrespecting me. Well, Eddie Kingston probably don't want to apologize, so I wonder what's going to happen. We got to find out. And they fucking pulled it off. They bring Punk out before the break, and then after the break, he jokes about how he's got to stand in the ring for 3.5 minutes. Just to, again, everybody knows he's been doing that. The viewers at home, it's a way of just saying a little throwaway line that said, well, he's telling the truth. He's not bullshitting. And then he invites Eddie Kingston out to my ring. And they play the music, but then it stops. And then there's the awkward moment. Well, maybe he's not here. Maybe he just likes to interrupt me. And then here comes Kingston down with no music and pissed face. And he gets in and starts mocking Punk, and he's immediately confrontational. And this was great on both guys' parts. I wrote, this is an argument. I started smiling when I was watching this. It reminded me of a wrestling program. It sounded real. Nobody wrote this shit for those guys. They were saying shit that they came up with that it sounded like they were mostly coming up with off the top of their head. They referenced enough names that people know. They've had a history. They've had a backstory. They started in Ring of Honor. This is a smart crowd, so everything registered. Eddie got the people chanting for him as a babyface because he was so indignant, and he carried it off the way that he does. And then Punk was not over the top like Eddie and screaming, but he talked like Punk and said, hey, I wasn't the only one that judged you, Eddie. We all judged you, Joe and Homicide and blah, 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 and you fell short. You had all the talent in the world, but you're a bum. And then, again, all Kingston has to do is answer what's been said. I'm not a bum. Nobody wanted you here in this company. And he's rallying the people back. It was fucking great. And then Eddie does the challenge for Full Gear. Punk said, well, why don't we do it, where you belong, like on Elevation or Dark?
That was a great line.
I swear to God, I used to give a videotape of an argument between Jerry Lawler and Jimmy Valiant on live Memphis TV that they had in 1979 that was completely off the cuff. And they didn't write shit back then. They just said, we're going to have an argument. And it was so fucking good. And one of the things that it was a reason for Valiant to turn heel that day. But one of the things that was said was that Valiant wanted to get in on the main event that Lawler and Dundee were booked in on Monday night in Memphis. And Lawler said, no, handsome, you're not in that match. You're in one of the preliminary matches. You know what a preliminary match is. That's where they put the preliminary wrestlers. And that's what you are. Well, that's the worst insult that you could say to anybody in the wrestling business, at least back then. So anyway, the point is I hadn't seen something this good in years of two guys arguing, having a conflict, having a difference of opinion. And finally, Punk asked the people, you want to see us fight? They say yes. He accepts. He says, I'll see you at Full Gear. And as he's starting to get out, Kingston tells him, yeah, and after that match, you can go ahead and quit again and leave for another 7 years. And Punk fucking headbutts him. The freestanding Ronnie Garvin headbutt. Boom! And here we go. A fight. Here come the referees. There's urgency. Here comes some more of the wrestlers from the back. This is not supposed to happen. Here's two guys, one of our biggest star that has just signed to this company, and some other guy are getting in a fucking fight. We've got to stop this. This is not supposed to happen. A pull apart, a break loose. Here comes the security guys. Then Punk does a break loose and does the big dive over the backs of the referees. It's bedlam. They're pulling them apart. Their facials like they want to get at each other. Kingston's frothing at the mouth. Punk's eyes are on fire. Excitement. It wasn't a sports entertainment fucking angle where everybody just got to emote and then somehow pull a chainsaw out of the Home Depot under the ring and cut somebody's leg off and beat them over the head with it. Two guys got in a fight because they said shit to each other that they didn't like. And a bunch of people had to pull them apart. And my God, what's going to happen when they fight at the pay-per-view? This is wrestling. Two things they could have added, otherwise it was perfect. Number one, they needed a bell ringing. And a lot of people are going to say, well, it wasn't a match. Why would the bell be ringing? Because I don't care. Go back and watch any video. When people are in the ring fighting and there's people trying to pull them apart and the bell is ringing, it adds chaos. So more cowbell. And secondly, the only other thing that would have made it better and just a little bit more legitimate is if they had Tony Schiavone in the ring introduce Punk. Punk made his entrance. They went to the break and they came back and both guys were still standing there. And Schiavone would say, well, Punk, I know that you've asked Eddie Kingston to be here to apologize, and let Punk say, and that's why you need to leave, Tony, because in case this gets out of hand, I don't want you to get hurt because you're too old. And that way he could take the microphone and do the same thing they'd done, and it's like somebody hosting the show had sanctioned him being in the ring and what he was there for, and it just adds a little extra subliminal layer of legitimacy. Otherwise than that, this was fucking great. And it's so simple. Go ahead. I'm just saying you can't overwrite two guys mad at each other, having an argument, getting in a fight. They did it perfect. Go ahead.
This was the best angle they've had in quite a while, and it's with two of the best promos in the entire business. If there's any big complaint I can make about it, this shouldn't be on Friday night at 10:20. This is a Wednesday night angle. This was a great angle that you don't bury on your B show. And I agree with you to the interviewer thing. I wouldn't use Schiavone just because he's hamming it up too much.
Well, I'm just
no matter who he's with, he's hamming it up, and I don't want that in my commentator.
Don't put excrement up there with that mask on.
No, you put Dasha in there, because then you have an extra concern, because she's a woman. You want to get her out of the ring before there's any physicality.
Well, there you go. But she's disappeared.
She's disappeared, but this is great. Look, CM Punk is, if he's not the best promo in the business, he's right up there. Eddie Kingston. Eddie Kingston's another guy who, he's real. Whether he is or isn't, he seems like he is. And I know a lot of Eddie Kingstons in New York. He's a legit fucking guy, and he comes across that way in these promos. The way they brought him out there, the music plays, he doesn't come out, then he storms out angry. CM Punk did that a few weeks ago. He came out without the music. For some reason, CM Punk's segments seem to be the ones that make a lot of sense. I don't know what that says.
What in the world is it? What do all of CM Punk's segments have in common? Oh, CM Punk. He's thinking about this shit. He's not just going out to do bad television because somebody tells him how they want it laid out.
And how good was this segment? This segment was so good that despite the fact that I love Eddie Kingston on interviews, I've said it before. He's a really strange guy to try to put your finger on what to do with him because of the way he looks, and he doesn't exactly win matches or anything. I think Eddie Kingston comes out of this looking great. Problem is, he never wins any matches.
He better not win this one either.
But you know what? The other thing is, I haven't been crazy about his matches in AEW by and large. I mean, there have been a few I just really haven't liked. I really want to see him in Punk now. Yeah. You know, Darby and MJF may say that they're going to start wrestling. It's not going to start as a wild brawl. This match should. This match right here should start these two guys slugging each other. And I can't wait. I'm looking forward to CM Punk and Eddie Kingston.
And here's a test. Will Tony Khan have enough respect for Punk and what he's done for the program to tell all the rest of his inmates in his asylum, okay, this is the wild-ass fight they're going to have, so everybody else needs to be different? Or are we going to see the same thing that they do up and down the card in everybody else's match because nobody else gives a shit about that? We shall find out. But I want to see this match now. And and here's another idea. Maybe since people are now chanting for Eddie Kingston, even when he's in the ring with CM Punk, maybe when he loses to Punk, he might come back on TV the next week and get a nice win. You know, like it's been done since the dawn of time when you've got a babyface that falls short of accomplishing a goal because he's against a top heel. You immediately bring him back on television, give him a few strong wins, make sure people don't lose faith in him. And as far as burying us on Friday night, you can't tell me that this coming Wednesday for the go-home show for the pay-per-view, there's anything that anybody will do for 10 minutes that was better than this segment. So don't do a package. Just roll the fucking segment in on Wednesday. You got a 2-hour show. Take 10 minutes of it and say, here's what happened Friday night, folks, and we haven't censored a bit of this so that you can see exactly what kind of animosity these two men have leading up to this weekend's event.
Can you imagine Wednesday nights we get 15 minutes of Jericho and Lambert yelling at each other, and then this is buried on Friday night. Both guys are the best promos in AEW, other than an MJF who's, a different kind of thing. And they're buried on Friday night. Jericho had 15 minutes to do his bad comedy with Dan Lambert.
Well, now in this one, in this one, Kingston said he couldn't be wherever they were Wednesday because he was quarantined because of a COVID scare or whatever, so they covered that.
That is true. Fair point.
He wasn't there. And again, you want people to watch the Friday night show. Apparently they still do. So it's not bad that something would happen on Friday night, but then show it back on Wednesday to show all those people what they could have seen if they watched the Friday night show. And it wouldn't be Little Brutus versus Adam Cole or whatever. It would be CM Punk and Eddie Kingston trying to rip each other's throats out.
Well, here's another thing. Keep CM Punk off that Friday show. He's been on it way too much, I think.
It wouldn't hurt to rotate some of these guys. They're starting to get enough names, but the point is that they are hot-shotting debuts or big moments that do ratings, and the people don't stay. That means they're seeing something else in the program other than what they came to see that turns them off instead of more on. So you need to address that. And whether anybody wants to believe it or not, the base audience that AEW has that wants and accepts comedy and parody of wrestling, they've already got all of them, and they're welcome to them. But if they want any more, the occasional few 100,000 people or more, the occasional few 100,000 that have already come and sampled and didn't stay, and the more that haven't come and sampled, they need to present a professional, serious product with mainstream talent. And they need to stop burning through everything in every program to the point where, this again? They're beheading someone else? Well, they just did that 3 segments ago. If everything is chaos, then there is no chaos because chaos is the norm. Multiple angles on the same show do not register, and it just confuses people and runs them off. The next segment of this program, are you ready, Bryan?
I think.
Like Mussolini!
No,
and applesauce.
I wasn't ready. No, I wasn't.
Here comes CM Punk live. And the chants and the signs and the singing. JR leads in with, nobody in pro wrestling is hotter than CM Punk. And then Excrement jumps in and does the t-shirt sell. And I know the producer had told him, yeah, get the t-shirt sell in there, but somebody wasn't thinking the Punk's entrance was not the place to sell the t-shirts. But anyway, he's in a serious mood, and he set the stage and led with Moxley to get the chant going. we're going to say this again later on when we talk about what he did on the Friday night show, but he is so fucking real. He sounds real. He appears real. He's not just articulate. He puts emotion and or meaning and or inflection and or a naturalness into what he's speaking about.
He speaks like a real guy.
Yeah, like a real regular person, and like somebody that's coming up with what he's saying as he's saying it, like most people do when they speak, and not reciting something that he's memorized. And nobody else in the business, I don't think, could have done this particular promo. And in talking about Jon Moxley, in that 3 minutes, he made Moxley a bigger babyface than Moxley ever made himself. But you believe what Punk is saying, and this is what the WWE can't do. They can't have somebody go out and speak from the heart about a real moment or a real happening or a real situation, because not only is most of their talent can't, I mean, Heyman could do it, obviously, a few of the guys, but nobody believes, the fans don't believe any of their WWE people are real. And they can't do this type of segment. Whether it's a work shoot or a shoot, WWE can't do this type of stuff. And then Punk did a seamless transition to Kingston and into his story. The Kingston had interrupted him and offended him or disrespected him. And again, the Jerry Jarrett principle that he learned from Roy Welch, who learned wrestling in 1920. If you're going to be a worker, verbally, physically, or whatever, you tell them what they know to be true and what they can believe to be true as far as you can, because then when you take that right turn and start working them, they don't know where one ended and the other began, and it's seamless. So he starts talking about the story with Kingston. He shot down the heckler in the crowd. He told Eddie that he would be in St. Louis on Friday night to accept his apology for interrupting him. And also covered up the loophole he was going to offer to fill in the tournament, because that's obviously what people are calling for, but now not. Don't be boo me, boo Eddie, because it's his fault that I'm not doing it. It just, he's at a different level verbally and everything's logical. And it's not slapping you in the face with why in the world would somebody say that, or that wouldn't be something that somebody would say or do in that situation. What'd you think?
I think he may be the most effective promo in the entire business. This probably sounds a little weird, but I think you'll get it. He reminds me of Bruno in 1980, the way he could do a promo and just talk to the people. And like you said, you don't know where the line is, what's real and what's not real. And I think it's the same thing with Punk. He was the guy to come out there and talk about the Moxley thing. There was no one else, including Tony Khan, on that roster that would have done a better job. And he had the crowd in the palm of his hands. He's been there. And look, I know people have talked about the numbers for the shows. One thing that's undeniable, since Punk arrived, he's been the most over guy in every show. And the people go nuts for him. As soon as that music hits, and he has the ability to calm them down and get them to listen. Getting a wrestling audience to shut up and listen is a real talent. And I love, like an MJF, who is just a classic wrestling star doing classic, amazing wrestling promos with a modern tinge to it. But I think Punk is at a whole nother level because of the genuineness that he exudes. I mean, it would be crazy to think of CM Punk saying stuff and you're like, oh, that guy's a fucking liar. You never see that. Even if you disagree with the fucking guy. He says things that you believe he really believes. And I think he's the best promo in the business. And even when he was at his peak in WWE or even Ring of Honor, I always liked this stuff. And it was stuff I really liked. But then, it was like, okay, there are other guys I like too. He's one of the most special people in the whole fucking business right now. He's one of my favorite wrestlers in the whole business right now. Every time he's on TV, it's captivating. Whether it's a promo or a match where you can't figure out exactly what's going on, why is it so competitive, what's the story here? He's still paying dividends to AEW. Signing him was the greatest thing they ever could have done, and this promo was fantastic. He's the best promo in the business, period. Better than Heyman right now.
Oh boy, I tell you
it's
what,
different.
now.
It's different. Heyman's more like, like an MJF.
There's where you get into Beatles or Stones. It's taste at that point. But yeah, and that's the thing, is that it's so different now because there's nobody else that's real or even allowed to try to be. And so he shines through. And also the matches. Nobody is having logical, sensible matches. So when it's more refreshing. It's all he's doing is just doing everything right. And it works because nobody else does it anymore.
And he takes his time with the promos. If you notice, he's never rushing. There's never the feeling like, he's trying to get everything out as fast as he can. He takes his time.
It's sometimes what MJF needs to watch out for. He needs to let some things breathe and percolate and be a little more of a smartass in between, because he just hits them with, it's great material, but it's like you're being bombarded with fucking filet mignon to the point where you can't fucking see it.
I will never complain about being bombarded with filet mignon, for the record. But, I mean, those are two examples of two of the best promos in the business, but Punk is at a very special level right now, and the relationship he has with the fans is extraordinary, and there's nothing bad. You can't say anything bad about any of this. This was perfect.
The next contest, the one we've all been waiting for, the one that made me want to see, if anything, made me want to see this show, it was this match. Eddie Kingston and CM Punk. Like Mussolini and Grenadine. Yeah, you take me where I... Again. What?
Were you improvising there? You never go past that line.
Yeah,
what was that?
You take me where I want to be, or whatever the fuck it is.
Is that what they say?
I don't know.
You take me where I want to be.
I'm a cult of personality.
Look
at me. What do you see? Like Mussolini.
All right, please.
And Ethel Mertz. All right. Again, serious entrance. Now he's wearing the fight shorts. Did you notice that? These are subtle, subliminal things. He didn't do the clobber in time because he got his game face on because he's pissed. This isn't even a professional match that he's had like he had with some of the other guys. This is a personal situation. He's coming to fight. And they're facing off, and the people are ready for it, and the referees try to get him settled, and all of a sudden Kingston comes out with a back fist and just knocks him goofy and dropped him before the bell, and it brought the house down. That, I hate jump starts because they all happen so often these days, but in this case, it wasn't a jump start. Because he KO'd him, and Kingston's taking the fucking glory from the people, and Punk's on his face. And they're like, shit, are we going to be able to have this match? And then Punk gets his shit back together and say, yeah, go ring the bell or whatever, and Kingston's all over him. And they had these people from the start. They had the dueling chants. Let's go, Eddie, CM Punk, whatever. Punk started firing back. We had a fight on our hands. And honestly, and I was happy to see this, and I think it works better for these personalities. The people were on Eddie's side. They didn't hate Punk, but they were more overwhelmingly positive for Eddie Kingston. And when Punk got up on the mount and started fucking pickling him, they actually booed a bit. And then Kingston eye pokes him and gets cheers. But both these guys, if they're going to blur the lines between babyface and heels, this is the way you do it. Because both these guys are nominally babyfaces, but you've got Kingston, who has been a heel in the past, and who the only reason he's a babyface is because they cheer for him. He doesn't change his style that much. He's a fighter. He's a tough guy. You got Punk, who they know can be an abrasive prick, but he's also the biggest star in the company and set their record. So they like both these guys, but both these guys fell into a personal issue. And now they're having a fight, and neither one of them is doing anything that CM Punk or Eddie Kingston, as the people that they're presented to be, wouldn't do. And then fucking At one point, Punk would take over and get a Punk chant. Eddie'd take over and get an Eddie chant. Then Kingston posts Punk, and Punk gets a little color, just enough to give him those eyes and that face. And they have a big fight on the floor, but it fits here. It wasn't just like the Moxley match. What's number 3? Oh, we go to the floor. Can't be number 4 or number 2. Has to be number 3 because we do the same thing every time. It fit here that they would go out and fight on the floor and, milk the crowd and flip each other off and blah, blah, blah. Punk did the Three Amigos and got a big pop. Second match of the night that had been tried because it's Minneapolis and Eddie and the anniversary, etc. They fought on the top rope, which normally I don't like, but it wasn't like we're going to stand here motionless and try to help each other keep our balance while we set up some big move. It was they're fighting, and then Kingston gets a superplex. They have a hockey fight in the middle that JR did not utter the word slobber knocker, told me that he was distracted and not feeling good with his health issues. And then at one point, Punk hit the GTS but couldn't capitalize. They were selling like they were almost exhausted, and this fight wore both of them down. And I saw some remark before I watched the match. I saw something on Twitter that somebody said, but we didn't like it. Was so short. It was too short. What the fuck? This was perfect. They started at a high rate of speed because they were mad and they were fighting. And over the period of time, attrition and fatigue set in, and now they're almost exhausted. And you can have a wrestling match as a shoot for 30 minutes or 45 minutes or an hour or whatever, but you don't have a 30-minute fucking fight. Anyway, Punk gave Kingston, the elbows, and as he had him in the middle of the ring and he's giving him the elbows, he hears the people booing because he had started to hook him up for something else, and then he heard those boos, and he said, you know what, fuck it, and he gave him some knee lifts then, like, here, give me some more boos. He knows what he's doing. And then he hit the fucking GTS, and boom, 1, 2, 3. Fantastic piece of business. And Jim Ross, that was his best line of the night. All he had to say was, what a goddamn fist fight. That worked. If MJF and Darby was the best match of the show, which it was, this was the best fight. You can't say this was secondary to MJF or MJF and Darby were secondary to this because it was two completely different things. Theirs was the best match. This was the best fight. Your thoughts?
I liked it. Good move, not going long with everyone else going long. Remember in the old programs after Backlund became champion, they started proclaiming Bruno as the people's champion?
Yes.
Eddie Kingston is the people's champion right now in AEW.
There you go.
And similar to Austin against Brett, again, I hate to use the Austin comparisons again, but Eddie could lose and it takes nothing away from him. They'll cheer him just as loud leaving as they did coming in. He has the most unique and special relationship with the fan base right now of any wrestler in the business.
And again, it's real. They didn't make anything up to make the fans like him. They told the true story of what he's been through. So that, again, that not only gets you over better, but it also lasts longer, and it creates a more special connection with the fans. They'll think not only did they have something to do with this, which they did, their reactions to him they had that to do with his success, but also they know that they're not being fed some kind of fucking who shot John bullshit. It's real. Everything he said in that article on the what was it, Players Tribune, everything he said was true. They know who he is. He's in a business where you work. It's a worked business, but he's a real guy. And that goes a long way. So that's a lot of Punk's appeal because he comes off as real and legitimate, saying what he would say, even when he's in a working situation. That was it was the same way with anybody who's ever drawn money practically over a long period of time, you've got your, the gimmicks that draw for, a fad or short period or whatever, but anybody who's ever been over for a long period of time and or drawn big money from Bruno on down is people they believe, and it's not horse shit. And they're starting to actually get some of this in AEW now. Who could you really believe in AEW except the ones that were just sniveling little fucking childish simpletons? You could believe a bunch of that, but who could you believe before we got Punk, Danielson, fucking Kingston now, some of these other guys?
See, that's what killed Cody. Cody was the guy that people wanted to believe in, and then the people they could actually believe in showed up.
They saw through him like a goddamn unfrosted window.
At this point in Full Gear, what did you think of the show? Did you think it was a positive? Did you enjoy it? We're not done yet.
At this point, because I didn't watch the Hardly Boys match, it was one of the better pay-per-views I've seen in a while. With the screwiness of Cody's whole situation didn't take down the fact that Miro and Daniel, as a matter of fact, again, MJF and Darby, best match. Punk and Kingston, best fight. Second best match of the night, Miro and Danielson. We got a pretty good string going. We're not going to keep it at that quality, but let's move on. Speaking of shutting up, they were chanting at people to shut up here in a minute. MJF, we get him twice. We get him on tape and we get him live. Here comes MJF with Spears and Wardlow. I don't mind Sean Spears now. Now that he is a flunky to MJF, he's got a flunky, he's got a bodyguard, you've got people in the periphery to do MJF's bidding. That's not bad. And MJF cuts another promo. And again, great. Did he mention, by the way, did you hear him say, I'm the man that's going to start a bidding war in 2024?
Great line.
He said, I could take a big old cowboy shit on Adam Page's title reign. And he deserves to be the next champion because nobody in the locker room is on his level. Now, of course, as we know from previously, whenever you say a provocative statement like that, some music is going to play. But as soon as MJF said it, like Mussolini with extra cheese, pickles, onions, if you please, put on the bun, the mayo there. I'll eat it and all right. Anyway, I don't know. I'm like Mussolini, but there he can. The people lost their shit, and so did I. MJF and CM Punk. And here comes Punk to the ring, and MJF's got the face like, oh shit, what the fuck? I don't know whether this was an error. The music dropped abruptly when Punk was stepping in the ring, and it seemed like it shocked us, threw the mood off a little bit, but they got right back into it. They're face to face, but Punk's standing there with his arms crossed. He doesn't have a microphone. He's just looking at MJF. And MJF, nobody says a word. They're already getting a holy shit chant. And then nobody says a word. They get the shut the fuck up chant. And then finally, I thought MJF was great here. This is all he needed to say because he just did the cheesy thing where he kind of got the fake smile and sticks his hand out and introduces himself, says Maxwell. And Punk just has his arms crossed, looks at the hand, looks at MJF, looks at the scene, and just scoff laughs and turns and walks out on him and left MJF with shit on his face. That's the way that you start a program, by insulting or offending or embarrassing a heel. You don't grab him and shove his head in the fucking toilet and flush it and give him a swirly. You don't beat him bloody. You don't beat him out of something, some gold championship or some amount of money. You insult him in a personal way like that. And now, of course, the ball is in MJF's court to be a snot about the whole thing, but that's the way you start a program, by embarrassing a heel. So now he wants to do something about it. But Punk has not by any means, gotten his revenge for something that hadn't even been done yet. But he's not beaten MJF up. He's not fucking taking heat off of him by just treating him like a fucking, flunky. So the personal insult, that was, and Punk didn't have to say a goddamn word. That was great. What a segment. Again, they vacillate. How's that for a word? From positive to negative at polar opposites. Your thoughts?
I thought this was excellent. MJF was delivering a great promo, and then the moment. It's really all about that moment when the music hits and the people pop, and it was the pop for Punk. And I felt it was also the pop for, okay, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Here's two guys
it's the pop for they like who is going to interact in the ring with each other.
Yeah. And I thought Punk played it perfectly. Punk has a 1,000 batting average so far in AEW. He has been spectacular in everything he's done. Spectacular by being simple.
Yes.
I mean, this whole thing was so simple and so compelling, and very little was said. And I have a hard time thinking anyone saw this and can't wait to see what's going to happen next, because they didn't give anything away. We don't know what the hell's going to happen. And it was so simple. I hope they don't rush this, because this has the potential to be something special, because these are two top-tier personalities in AEW. Punk's the biggest star they have, and MJF's the biggest star they have for the future. I'm really looking forward to this.
And not only can they not rush it, I hope, but also this is what the benefit was to MJF getting involved with Brian Pillman Jr. It did elevate temporarily Brian Pillman Jr. to be involved in something like that, to have spotlight on him as a single, to be involved with a guy like MJF that people do take as an upper card guy. If they'd have followed up on that momentum with then giving Bryan a few wins after the program was over with and involving him in something he could come out on top of, that would have been great. But that's unfortunately too advanced booking for our amateur booker of the year. So he dropped the ball on Pillman, but at the same time, you needed MJ, because MJF had been swirled and flushed down the toilet, literally, and he needed to beat Brian Pillman Jr., then go to Darby Allin, and he obviously needed to come out on top of Darby, but Darby looks better, and there's still an issue between them that you can revisit. But now that MJF has come out on top of two guys, clearly, I mean, obviously he cheated, but he's clearly beat him by cheating because he's a heel. And now he's ready for a top guy. If they'd have started with this and Punk before Pillman and Darby, then yes, the promos would have been great, but not a lot of anticipation maybe for the match, because MJF would have still been seen as the fucking dipshit that was treated like a goof by Chris Jericho. Now he's got some momentum going. I hope they don't rush it. And also, for fuck's sake, if any match they've ever had calls for a rematch to be envisioned before the first match even happens, it's this. Because, I mean, we could sit here and think about it and go up and down the pros and the cons, but I don't see MJF bumping his head on the ceiling that is CM Punk and then getting, knocked back down. But at the same time, I don't see MJF getting the last word on CM Punk and CM Punk not getting a comeback. So I think there ought to be some way here where they can split wins on a series of two matches. I don't know who comes first, who comes at whatever. I mean,
he still doesn't have a pinfall loss, right, MJF?
Well, I don't know what they've counted in those lights out matches, or if they
pinfall. Actually,
yeah,
pinfall.
that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's been pinned, and I don't know what his exact record is or whatever. But defeat wise, especially cleanly and clearly, no, he's still pretty untainted. So that's what I'm saying is that there ought to be some way that they can orchestrate this where you could get each guy to win one and lose one and then leave it open, see what happens. Because that way you've established that neither guy is dominant, but neither guy is also worse, is lesser. So that automatically brings MJF up a notch. I mean, I don't know that Punk's going to be able to get any more over in his fucking lifetime unless he cures cancer. But anyway, that's something to think about. And next, of course, and I knew this had happened the very next morning when I got up and looked at the Twitter machine. Tony interviewed CM Punk about his match coming up on Wednesday Dynamite with QT Marshall that QT had referred to earlier in the program. And Punk did the promo, and again is very glib and very good. And he obviously, he treats the opponent with the level of concern that they deserve. He's not out there shaking in his boots about QT Marshall. But then he said, this is what we heard about on Twitter, and we got the emails and everything. QT Marshall, go ahead and bring your stooges. Bring Solo, Comarato, and a go-go. And the look on Tony Schiavone's face was like either, I don't know what he's saying and why he's chanting this incantation, or he knew what he was saying and wasn't sure he was going to get away with it and looked at the camera to see if anybody behind it was going to go, cut! But apparently, Punk is conversant in the ancient Druid language that the incantation comes from, that if you say Solo, Comarato, a go-go 3 times, then you'll be transported to the 4th dimension. Obviously, Punk listens to the program, but so many people do. We can't, it's not like that's a surprise. We know that people are listening out there because we do hear some things every once in a while or see some things that are taken up and acted on, but we appreciate Punk's mention there. But it is a catchy tune, a catchy little chant, an incantation, a spell, if you will, to conjure things up. Every time that you say Solo, Comarato, a go-go, you conjure up the spirit of all the job guys that have been departed in the business over the last 100 years. That's how they're remembered.
Remember Cody Rhodes' star-making program with Anthony Ogogo?
Right before he went?
Right before he disappeared and went...
Well, no, we know where he had to get surgery on his eye, had to go back to the UK. I think the last word we heard was that he intended, hopefully, to continue his wrestling or training or whatever, but since Ogogo went, we haven't seen Solo or Comarato.
Someone told me he'll be back sooner rather than later.
Well, good. Because then we can miss him because he went away.
Do you miss him?
Not yet, but he hadn't been gone long.
He's been gone like 8 months.
Well, by the time he comes back, I'm sure we'll miss him. But Punk's go-home line on this one was basically QT's bit off more than he can chew, and we're going to find out on Wednesday night who's the turkey. And as they see the Thanksgiving theme. So that's... Punk references Thanksgiving with a glib line to get out of the promo. Shitstain books people to wear turkey suits on Thanksgiving.
No, that'll be the Bucks segment.
Well, I know they're going to steal it from him because that's probably the only thing they figured out when they were in TNA. Remember every year in TNA, the Thanksgiving show, somebody had to wear that fucking turkey suit. I tried to steal it one time. Anyway,
what?
I was going to take it and hide it, but I couldn't get it out of the room.
Are you serious? You were going to do that?
Yeah, just to fuck around.
Oh, okay.
But somebody saw it. So I was just moving this over. I was going to sit in the chair. Wednesday night, the night before Thanksgiving, they're in Chicago, Illinois. Where do you got to start? Where do you got to start, Bryan?
I'm not going to sing it.
Like Mussolini and extra cheese. Pickles, onions, if you please. Put it on the bun, the mayo there. I'll eat it in my underwear.
Oh, come on, enough.
I'm the cult of meat with extra cheese. The cult of meat with extra cheese. The cult of meat with extra cheese. Now with tomato.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
How? There comes Punk. And I'm thinking, okay, they're leading with Punk and QT Marshall. Yeah, Punk's a safe shot in Chicago every time, but suddenly the music of MJF, not QT Marshall. And I'm saying, well, it's Christmas come early. And by the time he gets to the ring, he doesn't even, the people are ready to hear this. They've wanted to hear this just like everybody else has, because Punk's noted for his promos, MJF's noted for his promos. And also, they're two of the most interesting personalities in the company. And MJF, before he barely even had to speak, they had the asshole chance, the CM Punk chance, the shut the fuck up chance. And then they started. And the way they did this, if you notice when they started out, they were all the way across the ring from each other in opposite corners, and Punk is just humoring this little prick, like, what the fuck is this guy come out here to say? And let him say it. And I don't want to jump ahead, but over the course of the thing, as the comments got more heated and there got to be more back and forth, that's when they got up closer together to each other. So they didn't start up. They knew they were going a while. So they didn't start face to face, because then where are you going to go? Remember, I mentioned that before, especially with MJF and the way he's so sharp with some of this stuff. Before he gets to his go home line, he's already emasculated the babyface if he's right there up in front of him where he could reach him. This time they started and they gradually came together. But Punk let MJF build it, and he just sat back and had the facials and the reactions to it. But MJF brought the only straight edge guy I've ever seen looks like a meth addict. And I'm going to verbally finish you quicker than your UFC career.
That was the one. That was the one where as soon as you heard that, it took it to another level, because you didn't know if they were ever going to bring that up in AEW. You figured it would be a sore spot. And who's going to bring it up? The one guy who wants to really annoy CM Punk. It was great.
And then just for Punk going to get a microphone and somebody handing him a microphone, the people popped on that because they were, okay, here we go. MJF, my jealous fan, the poster of me on your wall, but then he hit him with a less famous Miz. Oh my, what a burn, as the kids say.
And great reactions.
Yes.
From both guys throughout the whole thing. Very different reactions, but the camera was on their faces and you got to see the reactions and it was perfect.
And it was like, obviously, both these guys, it wasn't obvious that you couldn't see a mile away that somebody had written this down, or even that they had written it down and practiced it. It seemed off the cuff, spontaneous, two guys trying to blister each other as best they could and keep up their respective reputations with that. MJF, your breath smells like shit because you've been kissing so much ass. It's PG Punk. And then he starts comparing him to John Cena. But I did think that it was, ironic, funny, preposterous, whatever, that in front of this crowd, being compared to the biggest star that the wrestling business has made in the last 15 years is bad.
It's the representation.
But it's what
he represents.
It's just where everybody was in the scheme of things. But anyway, as they wound up and got worked up and got closer to each other, and MJF says, you're nothing more than second best. That's all you've ever been. And, I'm better than you and you know it. And then Punk comes back, instead of being mad and yelling at him and pissed off, he said, you're right. You're right. At first, I didn't know if they'd still give a shit. I didn't know if I still had it. I might have been, but I'm not scared anymore, and I'm not unsure anymore, whatever, and I'm not scared of you. And I'll let you make the New York Times again, this time in the obituaries. And then he told him off and escalated it again. Replaced as one of the four pillars by Britt Baker. And then the only way that you'll ever be number one is if Tony has a daughter and you marry her. And I even saw somebody complaining that they spent too much time talking about the other company.
I saw a lot of that, and I think in a lot of cases in wrestling, it's a real thing. Like an Impact, don't talk about WWE, it makes you look small, but that wasn't what this was.
No.
These guys didn't ignore the obvious, the things that everyone in that audience knew about. And by bringing all that stuff up, it made it all seem more real.
Yeah.
You believed what they were saying. These are things you may not necessarily think you would ever hear on a wrestling show, which is why you got some of those reactions. I think anyone who had a problem with them talking about, I mean, they didn't just go out there and yell WWF, WWE, excuse me. But they referenced things that everyone knows about. It made perfect sense.
Yes. And they reference a place that he's been, and they referenced a fucking... all those fans know what's going on, and they know the relationships, and they know the track records, and it was good stuff. And like you said, it made it seem real. And then after if you marry Tony's daughter, that's, well, here now, the laundry starts coming off, and Punk offered to punch MJF in his needle dick. And so they start doing here comes the scarf, and here comes the jacket, and here comes the blah, blah, blah. And then MJF rolls out and takes off like a heel. Fuck. We ain't going to get to see it now, but we want to see it. It's pro wrestling without any physicality whatsoever. The first step of pro wrestling is get people interested in the personalities. The second step in pro wrestling is get the personalities in conflict with each other, where the people want to see them fight before they actually fight. And then the third step in pro wrestling is let them have the fight and sell tickets to it. Or pay-per-views or draw ratings or whatever the scale is these days. And that's what they're fucking doing. And I was gobsmacked that, again, you don't see anything that real or legitimate or just well done on anything the WWE does, because even if they had anybody that could talk like this, they don't let them. And those fucking pea-brained little fucking minutia dick fucking comedy writers hand them shit and say, no, you'll say this word for word, and it sounds like it. So this is where AEW can easily blow the WWE television programs out of the water, is with real interesting promos, because it's the only place that guys are allowed to do them. And honestly, how many places have guys that can talk like MJF and Punk? So there you have that.
I can't rave enough about this segment. I watched it more than once. I tweeted it out. I never tweet out AEW shit. I tweeted this out because you know what?
Because you're on the payroll.
Because I'm on the payroll. Tony, I need a raise. But, I tweeted it out because it represents what I want out of wrestling in 2021. We can't go backwards. I don't ever want to go backwards. Everyone's like, go back to 1985. I don't want to go to 1985. I want to live now. But there are things you can apply that worked in 1985 that you shouldn't just reject because they're from 1985. What I like about this is it's diametrically opposed to a Young Bucks segment, where I think even if you like them, you have to admit there's goofiness, there's silliness, beyond a natural goofiness and silliness. There are wrestlers. Jim Duggan was naturally goofy on promos in Mid-South. I'm not talking about WWF Jim Duggan. But the Young Bucks stuff, and I'm using them to encapsulate a lot of the bad shit, the Orange Cassidy stuff, the Matt Hardy stuff, a lot of this crap that I think doesn't belong on a national broadcast in 2021, it makes me embarrassed to be a wrestling fan, and it makes me not like what I'm watching. But when I see stuff like this, when I see stuff like Danielson right now, stuff that treats it like it's real, stuff that doesn't insult your intelligence, stuff that's logical, that makes sense, that doesn't seem ridiculous, this is my argument for what wrestling should be right now. This stuff right here, that's captivating, that goes 20 minutes, and you can't fucking turn away from it. I couldn't leave the room. I was getting called downstairs. Said, I'll be down in a few minutes. I usually pause the shit and go downstairs.
Well, and part of that was because Suzanne forgot to leave you the keys to the handcuffs.
Well, maybe so. But this was a phenomenal segment. I didn't want it to end. It went a couple different directions that I didn't expect. And this is 2 weeks in a row now where I can't wait to see what's going to happen next with these two. Nothing physical. Right now, it's just mocking each other and getting under each other's skin. Draw this out. We said last time, don't rush it. You got something special here. You got the biggest star in that company. I would argue the biggest star in the entire wrestling business right now. Versus the next biggest star in AEW, quite frankly. This is a special moment and a special feud. And so far, 2 weeks in, it's been great. And to me, it perfectly shows what I think wrestling in 2021, in terms of the angles and interviews and segments outside of the matches, this is what I think it should be. Everything can't be this, but everything can have the tone of this.
Well, yeah, and you mentioned it's real, so it would work in any time period. In the 80s, they would have been yelling at each other about, well, I beat so-and-so, and I beat so-and-so, and well, you cheated to beat me. And they would have been talking about the finish of something or their record like that was completely legitimate. The people would have been with it because they thought it was. Now, they were still making comments that the people could believe were legitimate. They're just personal. They're not coming out and saying the wrestling business is 100% real. And they're not coming out and saying that the wrestling business is 100% work or anything in between. They are making it personal. And each one of them is, well, not each one of them. Punk isn't jealous of MJF, but MJF, the heel, is jealous of Punk and trying to get over him. So it's instead of, in the storyline context, instead of fighting over a championship or being screwed in a finish or whatever and treating the business that way, they treat the business still seriously as a competition amongst who's going to be the biggest star and who can get over. And they don't mention anything that would buzzkill you and take you out of the moment and remind you that wrestling is a work. So it's just a little different way of approaching two guys having a problem with each other. And they're doing it in a worked environment where you can still believe there's some animosity. And because one thing that fans know is that there actually is legitimate animosity in a lot of cases amongst guys who want to occupy the same spot, whether the endeavor that they're participating in is work or not. So, yeah, this could be modern wrestling.
We've heard from so many people, from interviews, from different things, from wrestlers who work there, that Tony loves Mid-South Wrestling. Early on, remember we heard that this is going to be like a modern version of Mid-South Wrestling.
Yes, which was why I was so particularly offended after hearing that when I saw the legless boy and whatever.
This and Danielson the last few weeks, this is Mid-South Wrestling in 2021.
Yes. Yep.
So I think it's important to note that because there's still a lot of other really bad shit. There's a lot of other shit that's improving. There's a lot of other people who may right now be doing something to hold them over until the next thing, but there's still bad shit. But the good shit in AEW right now is the best shit in years. And this Punk MJF feud, this is very promising. I mean, 2 weeks in, everyone's been buzzing about this segment. A 20-minute talking segment. People are sick of talking segments. It didn't feel like the normal talking segment.
No, as a matter of fact, and we're not over with Punk's business yet, but when I speed searched through the commercial, which that's really the only time I used the speed search this week, when I went through the commercial and came back, that's when I realized, my God, we're almost half an hour into this show and it's flown by. And then they had the Punk. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, and this goes into the next thing, but what I was going to say is, it's really an interesting dynamic right now because AEW, Tony Khan's from Illinois, and they go to Chicago a lot. And it creates a really cool dynamic you don't get any more in wrestling because everything's a national touring company. You get a home field advantage for Punk. You got a local audience cheering a local guy multiple times a year on national TV. We haven't had that in a while. You know, I mean, I know it sounds like a silly thing, but we never get that. We never get a hometown flavor on a national wrestling show, and we're getting it all the time now with Punk in Chicago. It's kind of cool.
And if the WWE guys do happen to visit their hometown, if anybody knows that they're from that town, they generally get bent over and pissed on and have mud slung in their faces.
Kiss my egg.
Gobbledygook. Anyway, so then Punk had his match. And now, like I said, we were 20 minutes in. We went to the break. We come back. There's Punk in the ring, and he's against QT Marshall with Solo and Comoroto. And they had exactly the match they should have. Maybe a little bit long, but they had to go through a break. I understand formatting, but Punk gets pops on scoop slams now. Just because because he's smart enough to have built it up to be a thing. And the Stooges interfered and it got kicked out of ringside. And at one point, right before they went to the break, Punk gave QT a beautiful shoot off so he could take his upside down bump into the turnbuckle. And QT does that well, he does it better than Michaels, because it doesn't look like a guy doing a smooth, controlled flip up and then back to his feet. It looks like Ray Stevens when he got flung into the fucking turnbuckle and went upside down. So QT does that well, but did you notice Punk actually grabbed his arm, pulled him, put some oomph behind it, shoved him on the way by, and fucking went down with his momentum to get the guy to go upside down. Just a little fucking thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then on the other side of the break, QT got some heat. And then Punk finally hit him with a kick, knocked him goofy, made a comeback, hit the elbow drop off the top, called for the go to sleep, hit the go to sleep, and covered him 1, 2, 3. Serious match. Good win for Punk. Exactly what the finish should have been. No ifs, ands, or buts. There was no jump start. There was no afterbirth. This was what was supposed to happen. And it was perfect. And now we're 35 minutes into the show plus, and I still haven't fast forwarded anything. And every match does not have to be the main event at Starrcade. And apparently, again, the only one maybe who realizes this is CM Punk. He went out and he got a win in his hometown and on national television after doing a brilliant promo and looked like a wrestling show. I don't know what else you can ask.
You know, you kind of said my only negative was maybe a little too long. I'm not a QT Marshall fan, so I think the less time you see him on TV, the better. And I think Punk he hasn't had any quick, easy wins. And I guess that's part of the story. It is part of the story. I shouldn't say I guess it's part of the story. But I don't know. Maybe just a tad too long.
But he's getting his wind back. He's improving his cardio all the time, and pretty soon now he's going to start kicking these guys' asses in record time. But Bryan, next on the program in the Parade of Champions was the other match that I referred to momentarily. Lee Moriarty, the arch nemesis of Sherlock Holmes and his faithful companion Dr. Watson, grappled with CM Punk. Bryan, you want to do it with me?
Nope. I don't want you to do it, actually.
Look on my plate. What do you see? The cult of meat with extra cheese. Oh, I want a burger, American cheese, pickles, onions, if you please, 'cause I'm the cult of meat with extra cheese. Like it good and greasy, fresh out the pan. I'm the cult of meat with extra cheese. The cult of meat with extra cheese. The cult of meat with extra cheese. Fried or broiled, the cow must die. The meat is done, the toppings fly. You won't have to ask me if I want some extra cheese. Now with tomato and bacon too. Not a drop of mustard there, you fool. 'Cause I'm the cult of meat with extra cheese. On the bun, the mayo there, I'll eat it in my underwear.
Oh, come on.
Add a fried egg, that'll make it fine. You can tell that burger's mine. I need that burger, hand it to me, 'cause that's the one with meat and extra cheese. It's the one with meat and extra cheese.
I always wonder what you do with your spare time, and now I have a better idea. I think the best line is the cow must die.
The cow must die. Broiled or fried? All right, anyway, so what we had here... what we had here was a babyface match. And they even did a little fucking clip, a package, etc., to show that Lee Moriarty is just a babyface, just a nice guy. You don't want to see anything bad happen to him. So this isn't going to be as fun, I wrote at the top, as most Punk matches, because he's so brilliant when he has a heel. If he's working with an underneath guy and it's a heel, then he's got stooges at ringside or they can cheat or whatever. Before the match starts, MJF's music plays. He does come out and goes to the desk for color. And that was, again, he's effortless on color. He has a vocabulary, imagine that, and a great delivery. But the longer I watched the match, the string is broken. I have to be honest. They started with mat wrestling, the counters, the reversals, the arm drags. It was even, if not advantage, Moriarty, so that MJF can knock Punk. Well, look at him. He can't even, fucking handle Moriarty. How's he going to handle me, etc.? And that was fine, especially early in the match. And then Punk got a little more aggressive and took over clearly going into the break. But when they came back from the break, Moriarty's the one that had just hit a false finish. And then Punk missed a knee to the buckle, and he was getting the shit kicked out of him. And at that point, I'm saying I'm not enjoying Moriarty getting this much offense. There's a difference in telling the story so that, MJF can mock him a little bit, and then Punk comes back and cleans things up when he gets the opening. Moriarty gets a crossface on him, and Punk has to get a rope break. And Punk gives Moriarty a Frankensteiner off the top rope. Moriarty rolls through for a sunset flip. And finally, Punk hit a roundhouse kick and dropped Moriarty. And I thought, okay, boom, there it is. And now he's taken over. And MJF, even at that point, why has this lasted this long? And that was my comment as well. And then as soon as he knocked him out with a roundhouse kick, Moriarty had taken back over and got a 2 count. And then they went for something, and Punk reversed it, picked him up, hit the GTS boom 1, 2, 3. But it was, as Aunt Lola used to say, by the skin of his teeth. This is the first one I haven't liked. I think it's because it was a babyface match. And I think it's because it went on too long. You can tell the story that Punk is either a slow starter or he's still getting back in shape or whatever, or you can, because there's no animosity here, he's not really turning it on and trying to hurt this guy, and MJF can make fun of that. But and I'm not even indicting Lee Moriarty as a talent, but he has not been portrayed at anywhere near the level of his opponent here. And it was too close for too long. And I wonder, in trying to tell this story that MJF is telling, to whether Punk is in shape or whether he still got it or whatever the case, that they aren't giving people evidence, whether true or not, that Punk doesn't still have it anymore. What do you think?
Maybe that's part of the story, is what I think. Because there's no other excuse for it. It's been too often. It's been every match. He's not finishing anyone off. At the same time, Danielson's kicking people's heads in the earlier segment, or sometimes the segment after this. It has to be part of a story. And if that's the case, I guess we have to see where it goes, because right now, that part of it doesn't make too much sense while he's feuding with a MJF, or while he's having a series with, or a little program, wasn't a series, it was one match with Darby Allin, that he can't finish anyone quickly. He's not finishing anyone quickly. I got no problem with him having these competitive matches. I like the Daniel Garcia one, a few of the other ones. But I feel like with Lee Moriarty, here's a guy who we just never saw. He showed up on TV, at least I hadn't on TV. Showed up with showed up with Matt Sydal a few weeks ago. We haven't seen Matt Sydal since, and then all of a sudden he's here in this match. It was good. I thought MJF was really good on commentary, and I'm intrigued by the MJF Punk stuff, but on one hand, should have been quicker, probably. On the other hand, considering what else was on this show, I could see why they were drawing some of these things out.
But then don't make him wrestle a babyface where he just has to get out wrestled. Let him show vulnerability to a heel who cheats somewhat. It's a different context, and I understand it's a story. And I'm not even saying I'm hating the story. I'm saying they're doing a good enough job telling the story that people may end up buying that Punk doesn't have it anymore if they don't be careful. Because, again, when he has an excuse, the other guy cheated to get an advantage or whatever, he's got stooges at ringside or etc., rather than just being out-wrestled by an underneath guy, at least if he's going to be out-wrestled by somebody, let him be out-wrestled by Bobby Fish, whose gimmick is that he's a fucking fighter. Anyway, after that match, MJF started coming down the entrance aisle and cutting a promo on Punk and talking about him struggling to beat QT Marshall and Lee Moriarty. And what are the jokes about him going after Britt Baker? Is this something from YouTube or something on their auxiliary programming that I'm not?
I don't think so, only because I don't think Punk's really doing a lot of the bullshit stuff. I could be wrong, but I thought it was just alluding to Punk making comments in various promos on TV. You make a guy feel like Britt Baker, and I think it was another Britt Baker line, so it was public and it was on TV. At least that's the way I took it.
Yeah, well, there was another Britt Baker line, because she was one of the four pillars instead of MJF.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But anyway, Punk responded, I love Larry David's pajamas MJF was wearing. And then basically, well, bring your needle dick in the ring. And they very closely had two segments in a row where the heel's saying the same thing, or basically the same thing, in that, well, no, we're not going to do it this week. We'll do it next week in my hometown. And MJF was building up the big homecoming, and that he'll probably be showered with accolades in a real place like Long Island. But then he went too far, Brian. He insulted Larry the dog. He threatened to put Larry the dog to sleep. And that was too much. And here comes Punk up the aisle.
That was the first time I ever heard of Larry the dog, so I didn't know what it was referring to.
Punk's Larry the dog. Larry the dog's been on Twitter and things over the years. And I loved, because I know how I would feel. I don't care about most people, but mess with my dog and you're fucked. So here comes Punk up the aisle, but Wardlow comes out to get in front of MJF. They don't argue anymore. Maybe somebody had told him, well, you're doing this too haphazardly, too start and stop, and also it's not the right time because there's something else going on. Maybe somebody said that. I don't know. But anyway, the referees were there to get in between. They didn't have any physicality. It was a good promo segment. I'm even more want to see the match between MJF and CM Punk, except, like I said, I wasn't a fan of the match. And maybe if their object is to get the fans worried about Punk's welfare at the hands of MJF, maybe this match helped that, but just a little much for me, dog.
Can't add too much to that. We said that we hope they didn't rush everything, and so far they aren't. This was, I think, week 3 or week 4 of their program. We'll see where it goes next week. But they're keeping them physically apart from each other for a while, and I think that's smart.
Oh boy. So this past week, AEW was in Long Island, New York. And this was December the 8th, folks, the Wednesday night that we get to stay up late. And again, this started off like a classic wrestling program from the days when people used to watch this stuff. And after the first 30 minutes, I'm thinking, they're going to do it again. Long Island, New York City, they're bringing out the big guns. Oh, God. That rest of that show fell in a toilet faster than a turd out of a guy's ass when he's just drunk a gallon of castor oil. Straight down. But we started off hot. We're in Long Island. We got Sockface on play-by-play. We got twin color guys, Tony Schiavone and Taz. I don't mean they're twins. I mean there's two color guys.
Taz is a Long Island guy.
Taz is a Long Island guy. Got a lot of hometown flavor here tonight. Here comes MJF's music. And the people are up because it's the hometown boy. And then out walks CM Punk. Like Punk is healing on Long Island Sound.
No, Long Island Sound. There's
He
nowhere
threw
near
them
Long
in
Island
the water
Sound.
and they drowned. So Punk is it's Bret Hart in the United States or Canada all over again. It's the dueling hometowns. Is it Tennessee versus Texas? No, it's Chicago versus Long Island. The rivalry that we didn't know we needed until right now. And Punk comes out in this environment, in this atmosphere, to a cacophony of boos. Because he's been fucking with the hometown boy. There were some Punk chants, yes, obviously. But he gets in the ring and you can tell he's having a ball. Because this is perfect for what he does. All of Punk's promos are so based in reality, so peppered with genuine comments, so conversational and then declarative. It's natural, and he didn't have to change his attitude or his personality or even his material. Because when somebody is a smart ass to him, he has no problem being a smart ass back. Maybe it was one of the things I like about him. So you expect him when he's getting booed, the whole bit of the promo, oh, so this is your boy. This is the guy you're going to support, the guy that did this to me and that to me and the other. Okay, if that's the guy, okay. That's on you, not me. It was brilliant. And I mean, the little things. He said, oh, Chicago was so much louder. And he just ripped the Islanders to shreds. You're closer than I am, and I don't follow the hockey, Bryan, but they pretty much, I guess, have to suck from what he was alluding to, don't they?
They were once the very best. They were once the pride of Long Island. There was once a drive for 5, and they have been pretty much garbage ever since.
And now just 4 on the floor.
But hey, now we got a building that won't be going away, so I think the Islanders, I say we like I'm part of the team, I think the Islanders have a bright future for the first time in a very long time.
Well, but not after this promo, they didn't, because now everybody thinks they fucking suck. He took off his jacket and he's got the 4 pillars of AEW shirt, but MJF is replaced with Britt Baker. And again, you know, MJF, he drew the comparison to Dennis Rodman when he finally started playing for Chicago. He said, MJF is your worm. This worked. This worked, and nobody had to do anything out of character or say anything that it didn't sound like they would say in real life. And that's why it was brilliant. And when he said he's got his eyes on next week's Page and Bryan Danielson title match, of course, because he's CM Punk. He's a big star. He should be looking to see who's going to win the world title match. But then he segues right there to, but MJF and I've got something going on, and we need to get that settled first. Prioritize your involvement. And then, you know, I mean, his dog Larry, he said Larry has more balls than MJF and he's neutered. Don't run like folks in Long Island, MJF. Stand and fight like they do in Chicago. And finally, he finishes up with, now that he's worked himself up, and I can identify with this too, after he's talked about all the things MJF has done to him and done in general, the spineless, weak-willed chicken shit that he is. Then finally, Punk works himself up and says, okay, this is your guy. Well, if that's who you back, then you're all chicken shit. Then leaves the ring. Brilliant. There has not been a segment of wrestling television on anything the WWE has produced that has been as good as the Punk segments and a few of these others that we have praised to the heavens, because it looks like it belongs on a wrestling show and somebody didn't script it and lay it out and and somebody means something. That's what they need. That's why the WWE's boring and losing all their viewers, because they're so contrived and choreographed and manipulated and orchestrated and overproduced and overwritten and lacking any kind of passion and legitimacy. And then guy comes out with a microphone like this and blows them all away. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, I say. That's what they ought to be. What'd you think of this segment?
Really good. I think maybe a tad too long, if I had to make any criticism at all.
Well, if it had been maybe the last couple of weeks' shows, I might agree with you. But on this show, I could have taken another hour and 40 minutes. Go ahead.
I didn't know what was coming next.
That's a good point.
It was an interesting dynamic, and it was what I expected. Of course, CM Punk's the biggest star in AEW by far, but I would argue maybe even the whole business. The whole building's not going to boo him. He's a babyface just by being himself.
Right.
But he took it and he ran with it, and someone like Cody should look at someone like CM Punk and how he handled this and realize there's a way to get these things done. And you look at the look in his face, he had everything under control. This is really good. And I think the thing I like the most is they're keeping these two away from each other. They're promoing even at each other, but each week there's another escalation of this feud and nothing has gotten. It's not like week 1 promo, week 2 promo, week 3 car accident, week 4 he's back. Like, there's not that. It's been laid out fairly coherently. And like you said, the Punk segments have been the best. Punk and Kingston was fantastic. The Punk and MJF stuff has been really good. Punk and Darby was good. This is not one of the parts of the show that's a problem at all.
Well, and we're getting to those, but we still had some good stuff. Kind of. The main event of the evening, a 6-man tag with half an hour left in the show. It's a Christmas present. The big entrances, everybody got their big entrances. FTR and MJF against Sting, Darby Allin, and like Mussolini on LSD, CM Punk. A couple of observations. Great sign, MJF stole Christmas. But again, as we've established, they bring signs because they remember the Attitude Era and everybody wanted to be part of the show. FTR's AAA belts look like license plates for a 36 Packard. And I enjoyed, even though obviously we just did a segment here on how I thought face paint was overdone in wrestling 30 years ago, Punk comes out last with the Sting tights and his face painted in solidarity with Sting and Darby Allin, and does the Sting howl instead of it's clobbering time. Straight out of the Dusty Rhodes playbook. If he was in a 6-man with the Road Warriors, he'd wear the spiked shoulder pads and the face paint. If he was in a 6-man with the Rock and Roll Express, he'd wear the bandanas and blah, blah, blah. So that's, and in Greensboro. Because obviously the people there are going to be even more, what's the word I'm searching for, more sympathetic and warm towards Sting, because that was his coming out party and he's been there so many times over so many years, blah, blah, blah. And it had to be a thrill for FTR to work with Sting in Greensboro because they're North Carolina boys. But besides that, Was this the best 6-man tag that AEW has yet ever presented? I can't think of another one better. I hear you going through your mental Rolodex now.
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. This was really good, though.
I can't. Every other 6-man tag that I could think of had the cosplayers and the gymnasts in it. This is the first time they've actually had main event guys in a real wrestling 6-man tag team match. And there was stories through the whole thing. MJF started out the first thing by ducking Punk. And that's what was going to be the recurring theme, as it should have been. It's free television. You're teasing the pay-per-view, or you're teasing the big event. You're teasing the match down the road. Punk and Dax started out the match by working, which was incredible. And then Cash and Darby got in and did more. There was more wrestling in this match than in any normal AEW match. I was amazed at the start that everybody was pitching in, and there wasn't a turd in the punch bowl. They finally did a setup to tag Sting in. He got a big pop. And then Punk chases MJF out of the arena. They come back in from the other end. The people wanted to see Punk get his hands on MJF. But at that point, that spot was to end up with all the heels on the floor there to set up Darby coming. You can't even call it a dive. He did a flying body block through the ropes on all 3 heels and bounced off of them. You heard the smack of the meat and the flesh. And it looked like a pinball going into fucking, the heels. Boom. It was great. And that was a break spot. And I'll buy that. That was fucking great. And by the time they'd come back from the break, they had stopped Darby Allin for a set of heat on him. And they were kicking the shit out of him. And MJF would only get in whenever, everybody was in control, and he would want to fuck a little bit with Punk. But the heels were working like heels here. And they even built body slams. They slammed Darby Allin numerous times, just regular slams. And then Cash goes to do it, and Darby small packages him and makes a bit of a false comeback because he got a big pop with just one body slam. And then he tags Sting for the real comeback. So they actually not only got a nice little false comeback, and he gets a pop with a body slam from an AEW crowd, but then hot tag Sting, and Sting makes a real comeback. And then the heels fed for it perfectly, and it was an extended comeback. Then he gets the Scorpion, and MJF comes and stops him from behind, and they go to the break again. It was fucking brilliant. They come back. Now they've got Sting down there getting some heat on him. But then they do the deal, which it's a little comedic for me, but it works because it's Sting. And in Greensboro, even though he had to position himself because he didn't really get it the first time, but he did the thing where they have the double knockout and he's woozy and he falls over and headbutts MJF in the nuts. And then kind of gave a tag to Punk. It could have been hotter, but poor Punk leaped up. I think he was going to springboard off the top rope, but his foot slipped. So he recovered and just landed on his feet in the ring and made a double comeback on FTR. So great save. Couple of false finishes. And then FTR stops him on the turnbuckle and they hit their superplex and big splash off the top for a 2 count, which was close. MJF had disappeared by this point. He's hiding. Cash and Darby took a great bump over the top rope. And then they did something off camera that popped the people like crazy and put both of them under the timekeeper's table, but there was absolutely no camera shot of it. Bryan, remember when I've said that one of the producer's jobs is you have to go over the match that besides the fact of giving them the finish and making sure they're not doing anything stupid, once they've got their match, then you have to hear it because you got to be in the truck to tell the director what's coming up if it's something crazy. And the reason why that camera shots are missed on these things is because one of 2 things. Either the guys don't bother to tell the producer or the producer forgets and doesn't tell the director. And that's why you get no shot of this off-brand shit, because nobody expects it to be coming up. So they need to tighten that shit up. But Dax and Punk are in the ring trading. And then FTR hit their finish on Punk, but Sting made the save. And then MJF is back, and he DDTs Sting, but Sting no-sells it and nuts MJF on the ropes. And then, I know they're trying to give Sting all these big spots, but Sting ran MJF across the ring and hip-tossed him over the top rope where FTR was waiting to catch him. But you can't... If you're going to hip-toss somebody over the top rope, you have to hip-toss them over the top rope, because that turns them. If they dive on their own and they're still trying to be hip-tossed, if you don't put any oomph behind the hip-toss, they're just going over head first, which is what happened. He went head first over MJF or over FTR and almost landed head first on the floor. They broke his fall enough that it didn't break his neck. But do you see what I'm saying with the turn? Sting should have been underneath MJF's left arm with his right hand, and he should have been around MJF's neck with his left hand, and he should have got under him good, so that when MJF jumped, he could have both pushed and turned MJF's head. But as it was, MJF just dove straight over the top rope, and that was a dangerous thing. But having said that, as soon as they determined that MJF was not paralyzed and might walk again someday, Sting comes off the top with a crossbody onto the floor on all three heels, and that got a big pop because, fuck, he's 62 and it's Greensboro. And then that was all we got, because Punk was lining up MJF for the GTS, but Dax came in and shoved MJF to the floor, and then all three baby faces gave Dax their finishes and beat him 1, 2, 3. A great match. And again, FTR lose again. This time it was the right finish and the perfect result. It's just all those times that they beat FTR with lesser talent in places they shouldn't have been beat that has now made it, instead of this being a big impactful thing, is like, okay, well, we know FTR loses again. Which is why you should give guys credibility before you start having them do jobs to everybody in sight, so that when they do start doing some, it means something. Nobody believes FTR is going to win anything these days, because they never do, simply because the Hardy Boys are jealous of them and have to prove by a self-fulfilling prophecy that they're not the best tag team in wrestling, even though they are. Your thoughts?
I like MJF and FTR together. Although I hate them being called MJFTR. I think that's stupid. I hope that doesn't stick. I wasn't crazy about Punk coming out with the face paint, and I get the reference to Dusty doing it when he teamed with the Road Warriors or teamed with Sting. But I don't know, it didn't feel right to me. But, you know, it's a minor thing to kind of pick on here. With the MJF moment where I was scared, I thought he broke his neck there for a second. I looked at it like he was overcompensating for an older wrestler who may or may not be able to do what he was trying to get him to do. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I see it.
Well, then don't do the spot, because then it's a rib on yourself. Oh, I'll do this big spot with Sting, and he'll still be walking tomorrow, but I'll be paralyzed.
It was good to see MJF do a promo afterwards, because it showed that he was alive. So that was good to see. But MJF has heat, and he's great. If he does more with FTR, away from the spears and away from the Tullys, Wardlow if you need to, just because you're building to something eventually. They all wore matching colors. Like, it looked good. It looked right. They aren't that far apart in height. It just looked really good.
Everybody looked professional. Everybody looked in shape. Everybody could work. Everybody seemed serious. It was a level above the rest of the flock there in that company.
You had three of the best in-ring workers in the whole business on that heel side. And that'll get some people mad, because some people say, oh, MJF's not that good or FTR aren't that good. Talk to anyone in the business. In the ring, those guys know what they're doing. And Punk is having just a great 2021. I'm sure he'll have a great 2022. Darby's I love Darby's dives. I wait for him now because he lays them in, and now I'm seeing him bounce off people. It's even cooler. And I'll give AEW credit, although it hasn't always been perfect, and he's gotten some wins over guys like FTR that show in Queens and different things. It hasn't been perfect. But when you see the way Tony Khan has used Sting for now the last year, and you compare it to all the ways WWE used Sting.
Oh, good Lord.
Or any other way you could have used Sting right now, and I actually think they've done all right.
I will agree with that. I think they could have put a couple of things that he did on pay-per-view instead of free television, because in hindsight, it didn't matter for the ratings that much, but what he has done, for the most part, has been nothing wrong with.
And it was a good main event, and, you know, they did a good rating, and I believe the main event ended up pulling similar ratings to the opening of the show, which is a good sign. Usually the viewers are just tuning away, not coming back. But it was a good main event, and it went a while. It went like a half hour. And I've said it before, the serious stuff on these shows work. And if you have more stuff with Punk and MJF and their aligned wrestlers and Bryan Danielson and Adam Page and what they got going on and different things, this is the shit that works and that's really good and that feels like a modern take on the things that worked in classic wrestling. The Bucks and the Best Friends and Adam Cole and all that other shit. It just feels like... I can understand why some people thought that was cute a few years ago, but it feels like everything else is kind of passing that stuff by right now.
Hey, the rest of the kids are growing up, and the problem class is being left behind. And I think we're going to see more behind the scenes drama probably as they figure out that, oh shit, this company now has real talent coming in and it's showing us up. How can we stop that? How can we bury these people? We'll find out who comes in and has the cachet and the pull in the industry not to get buried on purpose, like a lot of the other people have been that didn't have that same pull. They followed this up. What was this? The first 30, 35 minutes of the show. They followed it up with MJF versus, by the way, Captain Sean Dean is the illegitimate brother-in-law of Captain Ed George, apparently.
What? Just because he's a captain?
Well, you know these captains, they like to stick together. There's Captain Bly, Captain Queeg. They're all in a club.
Captain Ivan, Captain Lenny. There's been a lot of captains.
Captain Lou. But anyway, MJF is going to wrestle, Tits McGee. And you know what's going to happen. But suddenly, before the match even starts, Punk runs down. No music. Which was definitely the right thing to do, because that, again, if he's coming up with this Punk in his mind as he sees it, I doubt he'd have time to go over and tell the music guy, "Oh, play my music." Anyway, MJF bails to the floor. Punk stands there for a minute and then turns around and hits the go to sleep on old Captain Sean Dean, and MJF is disqualified. Perfect. That's an old as the hills fucking wrestling angle that the goddamn babyface causes the heel to get beat or to lose in some fashion. If they had more actual disqualifications and actual rules so the people would recognize them instantly like the fans did in the old days, then it would have registered quicker. But once the announcement, the people got it. And that's basically Punk's. Then they had a long promo battle. MJF in the entranceway and Punk in the ring. And Punk's thing is, this is what's going to happen every time until you get in the ring with me, you little bitch. And then they knock each other back and forth, drumming up interest in them having a match. And, MJF says, unlike you, Roddy Piper was talented enough to main event WrestleMania, and if I don't get proper respect here, I may be main eventing too, or whatever the fuck. And then Punk said, yeah, you can main event night 4 of a buy one, get one free extravaganza. And again, they're not referencing putting over another company as much as they are taking inside digs at each other like guys in the business would, saying shit like that to each other. And then finally MJF says, well, you want the goddamn match? Well, next week it's CM Punk versus Wardlow. Oh boy, here we go. And Punk accepts, of course, because eventually MJF is going to run out of people to hide behind and he's going to put him to sleep. But next week, I can't wait to see what Punk does with Wardlow. This will be another different style match. Punk's matches have been different styles, even if they did dilute the level of his opposition here several weeks ago. And they're milking Punk getting to MJF. And why do it next week? Why give them what they want when this is interesting? And again, 45 minutes into this show, you've had one of the best matches they've ever had and two guys that can promo like that, and it makes the program seem major league and much more exciting and much more interesting than anything the WWE does. And I wrote right here, I guarantee you that they're going to ruin this by the end of the show. And that prophecy came true. What'd you think about Punk and Maxwell?
I really liked it. And to your overall point, and this has happened a few times lately, the first 45 minutes of this show were a great wrestling show. Nothing insulted me. Good action. Good promos. It was a great show up to this point. And nothing else in the remainder of the show really referenced anything from this portion of the show or went back to it. We never heard more from Danielson or Punk or MJF.
Take a peek in the back for 30 seconds of both the guys in the world title match getting sewn up or patched up.
It's just the show moves on and the universe of AEW moves on. This was good. Everything they've done with MJF and Punk has been good. Some of it's been exceptionally good. They're getting from the beginning to whenever we get to this match, and it hasn't been boring. They keep mixing things up. Even when they use classic wrestling stuff, they put a little bit of a modern edge on it to keep it fresh. This has been great stuff. Whoever's booking fucking Punk and MJF should book the rest of the fucking show. I mean, what? It's like two different universes. Why is this good? And then everything else happens. Like, one thing is serious and well thought out. And Danielson, too. I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from everything with Danielson lately. But what happens? The show just goes right off a cliff. And it happened again. And big time this week.
The one sure thing, Bryan. The one sure thing. The one person we know ain't going to disappoint us. The one person that we know is always going to deliver. The one person that we know everything is going to make sense. Wardlow with MJF versus like Mussolini. I got to sneeze. CM Punk and Wardlow. Wardlow looks fantastic. He looks even better physically, and he's got new gear. He looks like a star. He had clean new gear. He's got a great physique. He has facial expressions. He's a good-looking guy. He's got the size. I think he's trained down a little bit. I think he's a little lighter and leaner than he was when he first showed up. And, you know, I got to be honest, I didn't know exactly what was going to happen in this match, but I figured that obviously Punk needs to win somehow, and it would probably further not only the issue between Punk and MJF, but also between MJF and Wardlow, who he's been treating like a flunky. And I thought maybe somebody's going to miss something, whatever the fuck. I never envisioned what they did, which we'll talk about it in a second. And this is another thing you said to me. You said to me, when you see this, you're probably not going to like it, and there's reasons why you wouldn't. But at the same time, when the entire program is over with, you're going to have to look back and admit that this is the only thing on the show that made any kind of point. And you are right on both accounts. The first one that I didn't like of Punk's little efforts here. And it wasn't a bad match. Nobody did anything wrong in terms of the execution of thing. It wasn't very long. Punk was putting Wardlow's size over. He's bigger and stronger, so Punk would sell for him. And when Wardlow would go to the power bomb, Punk would roll out or get away. And they went through a break. And he got some heat on Punk, and Punk was trying to fight back, but the guy's too strong. Finally, Punk makes a comeback with the clotheslines. And again, I see the point. I see the goal here, what they were trying to do. I think there was too many clotheslines that Wardlow wouldn't go down for. He'd rock, and finally Punk came off the top with a clothesline, and he took the bump. Wardlow took the bump. There was a lot of them to get to that point, but still nothing to be upset over. And then Punk gives Wardlow the running knee in the corner, boom, and he stops there and he flips MJF off because MJF has been a pain in his ass at ringside. And Wardlow catches him and comes out of the corner and powerbombs him. And then picks him up and gives him another one. And now we're into the deal where Wardlow's been doing that every week. He'll give somebody 4 or 5 power bombs and beat him with the foot on the chest. Well, in this case, they start picking up on it and they start getting into it, but he gives CM Punk 5 power bombs. And then MJF jumps up on the apron and says, "Don't pin him, give him some more." So then he gives him another one and another one. Now we're up to 7. And MJF is going wild on the floor and Punk is selling. And then MJF clears off the dreaded ringside table with the black tablecloth on it and tells Wardlow to powerbomb Punk through the table. And he does. So there's 8 power bombs, the last one through the table. Referee Aubrey does the slowest count ever. Remember the first 2 months of AEW, Bryan? We said, well, that Aubrey, all the other referees are dish rags. But Aubrey looks like she's trying. She's trying to have authority. She's got a good game face. She looks active. That went away quickly when all the matches degenerated into fucking indie spot fests and all the referees were buried. But she gave a slow count. Punk is crawling towards the ring. And he makes it in and beats the count at 9. And let's stop here. 8 power bombs with the last one through a table, and you get back in the ring. I'm sorry. I don't care who it is. I would have even been on the train with him. I'd have been riding in his back seat if he did 3 in the ring and 1 through the table. But we went so far. And Punk beats the count, and MJF is telling Wardlow, powerbomb him again. And now Wardlow is fucking looking at MJF like, oh, Jesus Christ. All right, he goes to pick Pump up. He goes to pick Punk up, and Punk small packages him 1, 2, 3. And Punk sells, and Wardlow's pissed, and MJF is frustrated and yells at Wardlow. And Wardlow bows up at MJF, and Spears comes in and calls him down. And Spears and Wardlow leave. Besides the fact that this was too much, now the issue seems to be Wardlow versus MJF, not MJF versus Punk. And it didn't hit right with me. What'd you think?
And I kind of knew that was going to be a reaction. That's why I said what I said to you before you watched it. Let me do positives first. Regardless of layout or the fact that Aubrey Edwards takes 5 minutes to count to 9, I think Wardlow did really well in this.
Yeah.
And I'm not just talking about what he did. Look at his face. Look at the way he's moving. The frustration he shows. I think MJF at ringside, how did you watch that not want to smack him? And Punk, as far as selling that he's a veteran wrestler getting his ass kicked, I believed it. I thought he was about to get pinned. I didn't realize where they were going to go. I said, oh my God, he's really getting the shit kicked out of him.
It was almost like the Vader destruction of Inoki in Japan when they debuted Vader, to where people are just like, shit.
That was quicker. That was quicker, and it started a riot. So, I mean, not exactly the same, but I think it went on too long. I also think I had the same reaction or a similar reaction to you. I wouldn't have done the table spot only because you're doing way too many table spots on every show. If you hadn't seen one in a
why
month,
risk your top guy when everybody else is getting hurt doing them?
Yeah, I'm against doing things when they've been done nonstop. I mean, we'll talk about how they did the same match in 2 segments in some ways, back to back. But it took a long time, and it seems like they're certainly setting up. I'm going to guess Wardlow Spears and then Wardlow MJF once they finish MJF Punk, because we don't get rematches in AEW. It looks like they're going there. I don't know how imminent it'll be because they've done the thing with Wardlow and him, and then they've stopped it and they've started it. It's been a long-term tease.
Wardlow has a slow fuse.
It's sped up since they put him with Spears. It seems like he's getting more and more frustrated by the week.
If you had to hang around with Spears, wouldn't you be getting frustrated real quick?
But look, to the overall point, not perfect. The layman and me would have done it a little differently, but I liked it. I enjoyed it because at least it told a story and it was coherent. And the rest of the show is the problem. And we've said it before jokingly. Why can't the booking of this segment be the booking of the whole show? What's going wrong? What's the hitch in the system?
And that's with this segment, you can argue or discuss the psychology of it and, well, would I have done how many power bombs would I have done, or would I have done the table or whatever, but you see it makes a point, even if it might have been the wrong point, even if it might have got people too into MJF versus Wardlow before we've had MJF versus Punk, but at least you can discuss it rationally. Most of the rest of the segments on these programs, there's no positive spin you can put on them. They just suck. So, like you said, at the end of the program, I realized, even if I didn't like it, it made a point.
And you said something earlier. By the way, no one insulted you. Everyone treated this the way it should be treated, despite Spears' outfit. But Wardlow looked like a star. I mean, this was like something that would have worked. These people would have worked on Raw when Raw worked. MJF, Wardlow, CM Punk, they seemed like main event wrestling personalities. Wardlow really impressed me here. Like we said, it's the rest of the show typically. And we didn't even have Bryan Danielson this week. So that really sucked. And it really took anywhere from 20 minutes to 45 minutes of good wrestling out of the show. But I can't complain too much. And from week to week, this is the one thing that's coherent on that show, MJF and Punk. And we'll see if that goes into MJF and Wardlow.
Do you think that they were watching the Terry Gordy, Ted DiBiase Georgia tape when they came up with the
pile
concept
drivers
of this, the pile drivers?
I don't know. I mean, I would think, based on stuff I've read, it seems like MJF may like wrestling history. I think I've read stuff with Punk where he says in the past that I'm sure he likes wrestling history more than a lot of the current stuff, I had to guess, actually. But who knows? I mean, there's a lot of different things. I saw someone point out, Bret Hart, the way he was selling the power bombs from Wardlow was very reminiscent of Bret Hart, the way he would sell being defeated and beaten down.
Well, here's what I was going to say. The reason for that is because I remember, and what was it, 1981 or was it 1980?
I believe it was 81, I want to say.
81.
Yeah.
Freebirds in Georgia, they were the reason why people would drive 30 or 40 miles, me being one of them, each way to see cable before everybody had cable, because the Freebirds were on TBS, Georgia Championship Wrestling. And that show where you had Ted DiBiase, you had all the fucking major NWA stars, you had Ric Flair, whatever. Got to see this show. So who was DiBiase's partner in that match?
In that match?
It wasn't when he was teamed with Frazier, was it?
I was going to say, I don't think it was Frazier. I got to double check because you know what? They did bring the JYD in. Let me double check who his partner was.
It might have been Dog, but the point is, what everybody was up in arms at the time was they did an angle where Gordy in this match, Freebirds versus DiBiase and, well, it was Freebirds, Gordy, and Roberts, and Michael Hayes was on the floor against DiBiase, and I think it might have been Dog. But while the referee is distracted, Gordy gives Ted DiBiase a pile driver in the ring, and he's selling like crazy. And then they're getting heat on DiBiase, and they distract the referee again, and 2 pile drivers. Holy shit. And then they boom, 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 and then they distract and 3 pile drivers. And now the girls in the TBS studio are screaming at the top of their lungs to break glass because they think that DiBiase is about to die. And then that's when it happened. They chuck him out on the concrete floor in the studio, and they draw the referee's attention, and Gordy gives DiBiase the 4th pile driver on the concrete floor. And that's when he goes into twitching convulsions, and he's laying there, and he can't get up. And then some of the other baby faces, I can't remember what, because they kept saying, Gordon Soley kept saying, the referee is not aware of what's happened to DiBiase. The referee would stop this match if he had seen what they had done to DiBiase. And finally, a bunch of the baby faces just ran out and fucking stopped the match after that pile driver on the floor. And they went to break. They came back. They'd called an ambulance. They had a real ambulance, and they called a real EMT crew into the studio. And you saw him putting DiBiase on the goddamn wheelie stretcher and taking him out. And that was not only one of the most memorable TV wrestling angles on any show of the era and had everybody talking about it, but there was also consternation among the very small amount of smart fans in the country at that time and guys in the business going, what the fuck were they doing? 4 pile drivers. It's bullshit. It's unbelievable. And they were well done pile drivers. Gordy had a great pile driver. DiBiase knew how to sell them. They looked good. They looked like something you didn't want to take. But at that point in time in the wrestling business, people were conditioned that if you were pile driven once, maybe twice, you're going to the hospital. This was 4, and one of them on the concrete. And of course, he did go to the hospital, but there were people in the business saying, that's bullshit. They're going too far. They're going to set up unrealistic expectations amongst the fans and or, cause us to have to fucking kill ourselves by going too far. It was a debate. It was a well-done angle that put heat on the issue and got the Freebirds over even more, but it was also controversial in the business. Here is double that amount of a move, including one not just on the concrete floor, but through a table first. But the guy, instead of riding an ambulance to the hospital, he crawls back in the ring and does a small package. Other
than the small package, he was selling nonstop. There was no point that CM Punk jumped up. And I hate that we have to give a disclaimer, but so many guys don't sell anything. He at least sold it like he was dead.
Yes.
Except for the roll-up.
And that's why I'm saying DiBiase did the same thing. And it was great to watch on TV, and people traded that tape like crazy. And oh my God, I've seen 15th generation copies of that fucking tape. People were so anxious to get it, but it did provoke the same amount of conversation that this is. Was it too much? And was it unnecessary? And you can see it either one of both ways. So it was well done. A little too far. The Surefire segment came up, Bryan, that I thought we can always rely on. In this case, Shawn Spears, the chairman, versus like Mussolini. I can't breathe. I saw what they were going to do. I saw what they were trying to do. It was actually standing alone, a nice tease. But almost an hour into a rotten television program, this was a letdown. Spears and Punk are in the ring for their challenge match. MJF goes to color, says this is going to be awesome. The bell rings. They go to lock up. They duck and dodge, and Punk lifts Spears up and gives him the GTS boom 1, 2, 3 in 10 seconds. And and then MJF's, oh shit, and he goes to the ring, but Punk sees him and grabs him by the scarf. And as he draws back to punch him, MJF ducks out of the scarf and bails out. Again, standing alone in a good program, a good TV show, this wouldn't have been bad because it was a nice little tease, and he still hadn't got his hands on MJF again, and we're still want to see the match. But as rotten as the rest of this show had been and was about to get worse, didn't you feel just kind of a little let down?
I don't know, because Spears is someone who I've never really liked, and I don't even like him really in this role, and I'm happy this kind of ended quick, and I think it kind of told an interesting story. The biggest complaint from you seems not to be anything about this match or angle.
Not what they did, but they did where they did it. They did it in the middle of this show where I just want to see Punk out there for 10 minutes just so I could fucking relax instead of, oh my God, what car wreck is going to happen next?
I didn't have a major problem with this, though, and of course, it wasn't the only time we saw MJF, and I did get a kick out of the idea MJF was brought out to do commentary and the match lasted 2 seconds.
Well, following that, Billy Gunn, apparently, they even said this, Billy Gunn has commandeered a cameraman, and he's in the parking lot. So Billy Gunn kidnapped a cameraman and brought him to the parking lot where it just happened. An hour into this program, Christian Cage was just showing up. Even though he didn't actually do anything, nor did Jungle Boy nor Dino douche on this whole program. So Christian was just about going on to 9 o'clock at night, walking in the back of the arena when Billy Gunn accosts him and says, hey, what about a tag team title match for my sons? And Cage blows him off, and he says, you're going to have to make a statement or prove yourself, whatever. So then immediately the Sons attack Christian Cage in the parking lot in front of the cameraman and bash him off the garage door a couple of times. And so now we're going to have a tag team title match, obviously, because every week, every show, somebody gets beat up and there'll be more than one. This was not the last one tonight. But at this point, is it not just an inside rib? Are they not just let's see how many backstage beat ups and beat downs can we put in a single program to where nobody will ever care again? Can't wait for that tag match. And then speaking of meaning the things you say, like Mussolini, no Coke, Pepsi. Here comes CM Punk. About time. Takes over the room. Takes his time on the entrance, but it's not interminable like the WWE entrances. He's keeping busy. He's moving around. He's looking at people. And he starts talking to them. And he's talking conversationally and naturally. And he stirs the people up to want to see him fight MJF. He's got MJF's scarf on that he stole last week. It's under his jacket. When he takes the jacket off, he does promo on the cheap scarf and on Long Island. A lot of disreputable people come from that part of the country. And he wants MJF tonight. MJF comes out with the music, comes out in his suit and the same scarf. Apparently now we've seen there's a lot of these scarves around. And, of course, he turns down the challenge and won't waste it on Cleveland, and the fans are chanting asshole. And MJF finally agrees, okay, next week in Chicago, and we've heard this before, it's going to be CM Punk against MJF. He announced it next week in Chicago, Punk's hometown. Imagine that. And then I know it's my boy, MJF. It's my hero, Mussolini. Bryan, if I said they went too long here, would you agree with me?
I would this week, yes.
Yeah. Because I didn't want to paint you in a corner there, but I got to be truthful. I wrote at the point that he had announced the match, I wrote MJF is teetering on going long here. And he meandered. And the point that he was trying to make after he wins next week, you're going to see the real CM Punk. If he doesn't get his way, he'll sue, or he'll complain, or he'll quit like he did in 2014 when he quit here in Cleveland, and blah, blah, blah. MJF spoke too long continuously here. I'm not saying that it was bad delivery. I'm not saying it was bad material. I think it probably could have been said in a more economic number of words, to quote something that Jim Ross said to me one time. Could have been more economical with the number of words, Corny. I also think he spoke too long continuously without Punk. There was no back and forth jousting. This was MJF doing a soliloquy, and it started dragging. Not because he didn't drop his energy level. It was a little much. Too many words to say things that could have been said more like I'm doing now. Too many words. Could have been shorter. Punk started to respond and told, Eddie had a good line. The best thing I ever did was leave, and the best thing I ever did was come back. Okay, we get it. He told MJF off and he fired the people up, but now Punk was going a little bit long. Because this whole thing had gotten a little long. And then all of a sudden, here comes FTR and Wardlow. It's nice to see FTR can come out and do flunky business. We ought to call them the Piss Boys.
Let's not do that to FTR.
Well, that's all they get to do is come out and carry the fucking bucket, collect the piss, and walk off. But anyway, Spears tackles Punk in the ring from behind while FTR and Wardlow are coming out, and the heels all glom him. And they gut-shotted him with a chair, and they choked him with a scarf. Wardlow was standing there, not really excited about this or wanting to be involved because of that subplot that we've had going on for 2 years now. And MJF taunted Punk, and then MJF ordered Wardlow to powerbomb him, and Wardlow powerbombed him on a chair that was laying in the ring. The powerbomb's not bad enough. It has to be on a chair. But we went into sports entertainment land, which is what we have stayed away from with Punk. They're doing this. There was no bell ringing. There were no referees coming down. There was no security. There was no help. There was no urgency. It's the biggest star in the company, CM Punk. And I know, some people bouncing on their trampoline was, oh no, it's Kenny. No, the biggest star in this fucking company, if it's not named Bryan Danielson, is CM Punk. One of those two has the fucking spot locked down. And you can't tell me if a gang of people is beating up the biggest star in the company and it's not supposed to happen that somebody wouldn't be trying to do something. It's distracting from the angle when they're not trying to do something. That's why when you set these things up, you explain to the people that are supposed to be trying to do something what they're supposed to be doing or trying to do and to not succeed. But no bell, no referees, no help. They beat him up, and then MJF sits cross-legged, Indian style, as they called it when I was a kid, on him, on his chest, and says, see you in Chicago. This had to last 20 minutes. And, I mean, hey, Babe Ruth struck out every now and then. But I could have done with half this long, and I could have done with a little more urgent, chaotic physicality and believable violence at the end instead of a sports entertainment angle where nobody was trying to stop the crime from taking place. Your thoughts?
I did think it went too long. I thought that what they were setting up was good, but it could have been done a little quicker. I agree with just about everything you said. I didn't mind the beatdown and specifically the powerbomb onto the chair spot as much. Was it superfluous? Maybe. But it didn't, out of all the things we see on this show, that was the least of the things that bothers me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm picking at nits here on this was by far the best thing on the show and the best talent on the show, but still they can achieve better than this. This was a rare swing and maybe a single or whatever.
And it may not be the best usage of them, but we got FTR out there interacting with CM Punk. It's a little better than them not on TV for weeks at a time or doing feuds with Arn Anderson's little friends or whatever they're doing. I'm happy to see them doing something with a main eventer. And hopefully FTR will be used a little better in the future. But we're getting ready for the match. It's been, 3 months or so they've been building up MJF and Punk. I am really curious to see them in the ring finally.
I definitely want to see the match next week. And in Chicago, the fucking response will be off the charts. Again, when it's top talent and they're capable of doing such good work and it's a main event match and it's something that people want to see, if you're going to shoot an angle, I want an angle with heat. I want an angle with chaos. I want an angle where the guy getting the shit kicked out of him is in jeopardy and the heels are riding high. I want to see if we can induce in somebody's fucking mind out in that crowd the thought that that's what we used to go for. That's what every time I set up a fucking heat angle, that's what I was going for. I had in my mind, there's somebody in this crowd that we can fucking take on this ride that will lose control of themselves and think if I don't do something to stop this, nobody's going to, and at least try to start over that rail. That's the idea of a fucking heat angle. course, when 20 or 30 or 40 of them get the same idea at the same time, then you've gone too far. But I've never done one without wanting to create that environment. And, you know, it goes down to you have to get everybody involved. You have to tell each referee or each underneath guy running in or each security guy. Sometimes I would tell guys specifically how many bumps to take off the apron when they were playing King of the Hill in the ring before they finally fucking laid there and sold one. Just to make sure that we had enough people trying to come in. I would make sure I told the guy ringing the bell that if I'm not on the fucking headset queuing you, just count to fucking 15 and start ringing it again. I would give everybody cues, places to be, times to run in, stagger it so it looks like more help is needed. Go back and find the WCW Saturday Night Show where the Midnight Express did the angle with Pillman and Zink. And we did the fucking Vegematic on Pillman's throat with the racket over the top of it. You see referees being tossed out. Then you see other people coming in, try to save. It's a staggered run-in. We're playing King of the Hill. We're keeping people out. It's urgent. That's happened I saw these angles when I was a fucking kid, and I saw people coming over the rail to respond to them. And sometimes you have to go a while before it fucking clicks in. And it's not going a while of shitty-looking phony stuff. It's going a while of chaos and jeopardy, and you build that fucking environment, and that's what makes people want to see the guy that just got the shit kicked out of him or whatever happened to him come back later and get even. Elsewise, it's just meaningless motion. If they don't believe it, they can't get into it, they can't lose themselves in it, or they can't even say, well, now say what you want, this shit's all set up, but goddamn, leave him alone. Whatever. This is I'm getting grumpier. Then, Bryan, the moment we were all waiting for finally came after we sat through the rest of this suffering to get to the meat of the matter. MJF comes out, makes his entrance. They go to the break. On the other side of the break, you hear it like Mussolini. And Al's #1 Chicago Italian beef. See, I had to throw that in. It was hometown favorite.
Nice little loose mention there, yeah.
Remember, Al's #1 Chicago Italian beef is the favorite of Moose Cholak. MJF versus Punk, and I looked and I said, they've got 45 minutes on the air, but they're calling it the main event. This could be good. And with all that time, they took their time and they built the anticipation. And MJF opened up with a cheap shot because he's the heel, and Punk turned it around and started taking it to him. MJF got tied up in the ropes, did the Terry Funk up and down. And if you notice, they had to be watching tapes for this match because they brought out all kinds of tricks and little ebbs and flows and little ways to pay homage to the stars of yesteryear. They had a fucking match. Not only they had a grudge match. MJF tried to powder. Punk chased him out of the ring, up the bleachers, and beat him up. The referee went with him. The announcers are covering it. The referee not wanting to count him out this early. This is when you play with the rules. A match that people want to see between two main event guys that's been built. And now in the babyface's hometown, you're giving them the payoff to what they've been wanting to see. This is when you let some things go. You have guys running around fighting in the arena, or you have the referee being lax on the count out or whatever, because that makes it stand out even more. If it's every match, it means nothing. So anyway, Punk even did the series of body slams. They were chanting one more time for a body slam. They were having a pro wrestling match, and it was so refreshing because we don't see them very often. And then just a simple thing to go to the break. Punk charges, MJF moves, Punk hits the post, goes to the floor, and MJF starts heat on the arm, the left arm that he fucking ran into the post with. And they went to the break. Nice and easy to understand. They come back. Imagine that. MJF's getting heat on the arm. But Punk fights back. Gets a little bit of a comeback. Went for the elbow off the top. MJF crotched him on the top rope before he could come off. Starts heat on the arm again. Every time that Punk would come back or get an opening, the people would get with it, but MJF would shut him down because it wasn't time for the big blow up yet, the big comeback. And again, they got creative with different ways to do it. Then, the one spot that I didn't like, and it wasn't either one of their fault, actually maybe partially a little bit Punk, but Bryce Remsburg, the referee, this is where you need a Tommy Young, because all of his mannerisms were so natural to what he would do. A lot of the other referees, they're not asked to get into the middle of a bunch of spots, therefore they don't have a lot of practice, whatever, but you saw where MJF goes in the corner, pulls the referee in front of him, hiding behind the referee. Punk pulls the referee out, puts his arm around him to walk him out in the middle, like, let me take care of this, and turns around, and MJF actually didn't turn around. As he's walking the referee out, MJF took tape from around his wrist and slipped it over Punk's neck. That's fine. But the referee kept walking after Punk got grabbed all the way to the opposite corner without turning around, messing with his shirt collar. It was so unnatural. It killed the spot. All Punk had to do was grab the referee and pull him out with the referee facing away from MJF and step by the referee, go like, get out of here. And MJF could have got the thing around, but the referee could have turned around within 2 seconds and wouldn't have seen it. That was awkward. Should have been quicker. However, once that he wraps the tape around Punk's neck, MJF covers it with a sleeper. And he's got the sleeper on with the tape around his neck that he's already choked him. The referee can't see him. He puts him to sleep. The referee checks the hand and rings the bell. And the people are bullshit. And they start playing the music, because if that's the finish, that's what they do. And then I swear to God, the referee walks over. As soon as I saw how MJF was standing, MJF had shoved the tape that he'd used to cheat with underneath his armpit, and so nobody would see it, and had his other arm up, and the referee comes over and raises the arm he had down. The tape falls out, and the referee sees it. Again, that was Jerry Lawler and Jack Briscoe in the Mid-South Coliseum in 1974. Only it was a chain, not tape. Again, the poor referee had wooden face. He pulled MJF's arm up and didn't look down at the tape falling out because he knew it was falling, so he knew he saw it. Instead, he just looked straight at MJF like, oh. So it wasn't a real reaction, but it was a good spot. And he restarts it. And the place blows, and Punk starts making a comeback, and MJF is bumping. And Punk takes him in 20 punches in the corner, not 10, 20. Straight to the head. Looking good, with MJF not covering up. He's open for him. And not fucking Punk windmilling the area of his head, but throwing him to his fucking face. And the people counting. We went back in time to when this shit was actually watchable. So, again, Punk goes for the Scorpion. MJF kicks him off, and he takes a bump to the floor and re-injures his arm, and they go to the break. And they come back, and MJF's getting heat on him again. But Punk foiled the heat seeker pile driver gimmick, hits a springboard clothesline, but he's still selling his left arm. And then Punk hits the dive to the floor on MJF, but comes down on his knee and hurts his knee. And they're both selling. Punk tosses MJF in, but he's limping. So MJF takes back over. Punk comes out and gets an STF, but he can't hold it with his bad arm. And then they got the double bridge this deep in the match. And Punk went for the go to sleep, but when he picked him up, the bad leg gave out. So MJF got an ankle lock. And the people are chanting, "This is awesome." Because as we've mentioned, when you give them a wrestling match, they like it. They just don't see a lot of them. And then Punk rolls through and throws MJF to the buckle. They stood and traded. Punk hit that reverse Hurricane Rana. I hate those things. I don't know how people don't break their necks. But they were selling. Both were exhausted. Punk can't stand up. MJF is selling his neck now. They almost wiped the referee out, but he ducked out of the way on a roll-up. He ducked out of the way, and MJF mule kicks Punk in the nuts and gets a 2 count. And they go to the break again. Holy shit. And they're coming back. Punk is selling but fighting from underneath. MJF foils a bulldog attempt by biting Punk's finger. And then Punk turns around and bites MJF's head and hit the pedigree, which he calls the Pepsi plunge, off the turnbuckles. But he can't cover because he's selling his bad knee. And then they both reverse tombstones, one backwards and the other backwards. And then Punk drops MJF with a kick, hits the elbow off the top. 2 count, huge pop. This thing is cooking. And then, finally, Punk calls for the go to sleep, but he's still limping. MJF rolls to the floor. Here comes Wardlow. Steps over MJF and gets face to face with Punk, and then steps back like, do whatever the fuck you want. Punk tosses MJF back in, gets in, turns to look at Wardlow, turns back. MJF nails Punk with the Dynamite Diamond Ring, boom, and falls on him 1, 2, 3. Punk's first defeat, and because MJF had won the match that was restarted, nobody expected him to win again. So everybody was calling mentally in their minds that Punk was going to win the thing, and they swerved him there. The only bad thing, they showed a replay, which I get was set up, obviously. This is what they wanted to do, which showed Wardlow passing the ring while he was face-to-face with Punk. He passed the ring to MJF on the floor behind his back. The original camera shot didn't see it. Probably by design, it looked like. And this so that they could catch it in the replay. But while that was good, the people in the arena didn't catch it. And when MJF rolled in, he already had the ring on. When he throws the punch, he falls on his stomach and he put the ring back in his tights under his belly. So the people in the arena, I don't think they ever saw the ring. I think it would have been better if when he was thrown in, he already had the ring. When Punk gets in and looks back at Wardlow, either MJF could have come up with the motion like he's setting the ring good, or after he threw the punch, he could have taken the ring off where they could have seen it and put it in his trunks before he went face down to hide it from the referee. Then the people in the arena would have got it instantly. Otherwise than that, they went 45 minutes with this thing, and I could have watched plenty more because it was fresh. It made sense. They kept things moving. Nothing was out of place. They gave us a little bit of everything. And, what a fucking little roller coaster ride there. So, again, they gave a handful of people that can do marvelous work with any amount of time that they're given. And then the rest of the show, you got to sit through to watch what you want to see. What'd you think?
I thought it was really good. Took a while to get there, though. I hated the stuff on the floor at the beginning. I'm not a big fan of that in general, but especially when you start the match with it, not a big fan of that.
And I can see that. And that's why I said, if they didn't do it all the time, this is where you're supposed to do it. But the reason why that it looks so normal is because everybody does it.
But good match. And like you said, I was surprised that MJF got the victory because you were certainly taught through watching wrestling for years that he was about to get screwed over, or he's about to lose to CM Punk. I shouldn't say screwed over after that, but it didn't happen.
You would have thought conventional wisdom was his out was winning the illegal one that was restarted. That was his excuse, his out, his bitch, his gripe. Which is why this was better the way they did it like that.
Yeah, I thought it was good. The only, again, the biggest problem for me may have been I didn't like the beginning of the match. And everything before the match on the show was really bad, or almost everything, to the point where it made me not really in the mood for the match. And that's a shame because this is one of the biggest matches they've had on free TV in a while.
That's why, to be honest with you, I don't know why Punk, Danielson, and a couple of other guys don't get together and go to Tony and just say, Tony, Jesus H. Christ, we are literally hurting ourselves on purpose to get your company over. And we can't do it on a show where you've got all this fucking foolishness with all the various executive vice presidents living out their own mental masturbatory fantasies and or have, a bunch of indie talent doing not very good shit on the program to either make people tune out before they see us or like you were just not in the mood to see it because you've had to sit through so much other horse shit. Somebody at some point is going to have to explain to him, look, these people have been wanting to love your show since day one. They hate the evil empire. They hate Vince McMahon. They hate the WWE. And the WWE is the most boring wrestling show we've ever seen on television. Now is the time. But you can't do it with these goofy fucking little pet projects of yours. And you need to get somebody to write a television program that knows how to write a television program. These are your faults, Tony. Thank you for starting this company and giving us all a place to work and giving the fans hope that there'll be some other kind of wrestling besides the WWE. But you're shooting yourself in the foot by not having people that know what the fuck they're doing in positions to be able to do it. And that's why, again, we've said it for every week. The WWE gives them every advantage, hands them loaded weapons, hands them all the stars they want, and they say, God damn it, we don't care how bad you want us to kick your ass. We're still going to do television shows that are rotten to the average wrestling fan. If you are not convinced and committed to watching and liking AEW television to the extent of all, you've just decided to forego all reason and all logic and your eyesight and everything, and this fake, stupid stuff isn't happening. That's the only way that you can possibly excuse this. So we're 2 years in now, and even if somebody can make the case that, oh, there wasn't enough available talent, even the guy's a fucking billionaire, he could have found the available talent 2 years ago, that it's different now. And still the one joke guy with his hands in his pockets. And still, I won't say thankfully the one is injured, but still we have an ongoing invasion of Japanese schoolgirls because of one of the EVPs. The other one can't keep his wife out of the goddamn ring, even though people would rather give a kidney up than see Brandy again. It's chaos because nobody's in charge, and there's no one view here. There's no one vision. There's no one person dictating the logic of this universe. It's like if the biggest movie studio in history decided we're going to sign 40 movie stars and we're going to let them decide what kind of movie they want to make, and we're going to give them 10 or 15 directors just to see if we can keep them from walking off the set accidentally. What would it turn out like? be a fucking mess. That's what this show is. It's a mess. There's elements of greatness with the people that are capable of doing it. And then it's insulting, embarrassing, or just plain rotten for the people who aren't. And we all know who all those people are. It's disheartening, Bryan, to see somebody this close to, if not putting the WWE out of business, obviously, certainly that's not going to happen, at least just having a better, consistent product. But whereas the WWE is just kind of flatlined, and it is what it is for the most part, AEW can soar with the Eagles, and the next segment they can scratch with the chickens. And it's even more frustrating when parts of the show are good and the rest sucks than when it all sucks. There's hope. They can't see how to do it. I don't know. Anything else you want to say about this program?
Not really. I guess I'm glad also they didn't go with an easy or lazy way of paying off the MJF Wardlow thing. They're still prolonging that, and everyone probably expected him to turn on MJF there. It's also not the end of Punk and MJF, I wouldn't think, so we'll still get to see more chapters in this story, and that's at least good, because the one segment on this show, it's either 1 and 2 with Danielson and Punk and MJF, or just Punk and MJF. It's the one segment that's always good. I hope it continues for a while.
The opening segment, they try to do the big thing for MJF. Wardlow to the ring, setting up the cardboard cutouts of MJF beating Punk last week. And they had old George Hamilton Roberts intro FTR and Tully and Spears. Spears comes out looking silly, and it makes it funny. He's got a jacket on with no shirt and the skull cap on, carrying the chair, and I don't know. But anyway, finally they wind up the big intro for MJF, and they have Justin Roberts read that whole thing, and it was some good stuff in there. And he comes out being carried on a throne like Lawler in Memphis coming into the Coliseum. And did you see the guys carrying him were trying real hard not to fucking trip and fall? And they did that with Lawler in the WWF as a spot one time. It wasn't real, but these guys had to go down a ramp. So it looked like they were suffering. And do we have was that just a random throne girl that he was making out with like 2 anteaters, or is that somebody that he's involved with? Or did she just decide to go for it?
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone talk about that or any confirmation, but I have to figure it may be someone he knows at a minimum.
But anyway, it was 7 minutes into the show before MJF finally spoke, but it's better than some of the matches. So they're still teasing the thing with Wardlow. He went to thank the person who made his victory over Punk possible, and it was Spears, not Wardlow. And then they showed a video of MJF's new shirt on the screen, and I get they're missing Keith Mitchell already, because once they got the video up on the screen, then they couldn't fucking get the camera shot back. But finally, MJF's cutting the promo. He's bragging, and out comes Punk. No music. He's serious. He's on the stage. Tony Schiavone goes over to him. And I got to be honest, and you know how much I like MJF. But Punk picked this up when he started talking, because it wasn't really headed anywhere. There was a lot of... They put the production over the content. We were 10 minutes into the show or better, and all we'd seen is the glorious entrances and the heels being cocky. And it just, did you feel like that it wasn't really kicking in until Punk came in and started picking up the pace a bit?
You needed Punk to come in, and I thought it certainly picked up the pace, and he has a real intensity that's great, and it took a while. And I agree with you 100% about Spears. We'll get into Tully in a little bit. And the other thing is Justin Roberts. I've heard him announce wrestlers' deaths, I think. And it wasn't as painful as it was for him to do this. It was a little over the top, I think, in some of those elements.
So Punk brings out Darby and Sting. And they've all three got the black baseball bats. And Punk wants a rematch with MJF because he won illegally, of course. But then basically they come out with this is again back and forth, and it took a while. Punk is daring Wardlow to drop the group. You need to subsist on your own. They're just taking advantage of you. And, Punk wants MJF, but Punk also wants Wardlow, a rematch with him. And then Dax steps in and he wants a rematch because they're still pissed that they got beaten by Darby and Sting. I think he just wants a rematch because he wants to wrestle on TV once in a blue moon. And then Punk pitches the idea of the three of them against FTR and MJF, and MJF won't do that. And he offers FTR versus Punk and any partner except for Sting and Darby. And if the Punk and his partner besides Sting and Darby win over FTR, then he gets a rematch with. The best thing about this was that the opening segment sets up a match later on, and we've been bitching about that, right?
Exactly.
So they did that. But it was confusing to get there because everybody wants something else. And is anybody going to be sitting there taking notes like I am? Or were they just a little confused?
And at the end, we'll talk about the ratings. But I believe the ratings were up this week. And again,
yes,
you show Punk in the opening segment. What have we always said? Then he goes away. Then you never see Punk again. Showed him in the opening segment. It ran a little long, but they had a lot of things that they clearly were trying to get into this one segment, including the Wardlow tease, but it made you realize that Punk and FTR were going to be on later in the show, and who's his partner going to be? So in that sense, they did something right.
Well, and also, and we'll talk about the ratings afterwards. Remind me of that. Don't let me cut that off. But also, they had the big reveal that they had teased, and there was curiosity about that because there's so many people it could be because the WWE keeps fucking up and giving their opposition every bit of talent that they need. So all these things, that's why this segment was not bad. And we could have been looking at the Puddin' Gang. So that's definitely a plus. I would have loved to have this 15-minute segment done in 8 or 9, I think, is the only thing that I had a problem with. But anyway, so they've set up what I thought was the main event. Then I realized, oh, wait, they got the Texas Death Match. So at least that match is later on in the program. We get to see FTR, we get to see Punk, and we get whoever. So now Tony Schiavone is in the back again. They've either got 16 interviewers or poor Tony is everywhere. And he's never looks out of breath or disheveled. He's in the back with Andre Olio, or AKA Mushmouth. I've been binging that Cosby documentary, too, now that you put me onto that. And I loved Fat Albert when I was a kid, but Mushmouth was my favorite. Anyway, why are they portraying Andre as a complete blithering simpleton? I understand he can't speak English or apparently Spanish, because nobody can understand what the fuck he's saying. But we haven't established that he has the IQ of a fucking baked potato, and he's still talking about the kid that works for Sting, and they've told him, and listening to Andre try to talk is like enduring a root canal, and he's still wanting to buy Darby from Sting or something like that. And then we come to Wardlow's match, and this time the opposition has stepped up a little bit. He gets the Baker, formerly the partner of the Butcher. We never see the Butcher anymore, so now the Baker had to go it alone. And this was a little bit longer match, went through a break, and the Baker got him a little offense in, and then he got powerbombed 4 times. And then Spears comes in. And do you think they planned it like this, or do you think they stole our first review? Remember the first time Wardlow beat somebody with the power bombs, put his foot on him, and then I said, and then Spears came in and wore the guy out with a chair and stole all the spotlight. They didn't say that then, but then ever since he's done it, the announcers say, he's stealing his spotlight. So is that the way they meant it to be, or are they stealing our review of what it actually looked like?
Well, they're certainly listening. I'll put it that way.
Well, they're listening. They're just not heeding. Alrighty then. Next on the AEW parade was the match that we had been waiting for. FTR against Punk and a mystery partner. And I wrote, it's not the main event. And I forgot the Texas Death Match is the main event. But at least we're going to see who the partner is, and they're doing it at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. So that was smart for the ratings. That's probably why they kept people. So anyway, we find out who Punk's partner is. Like Mussolini with Moxley. It's Moxley. So, all right, I said, okay, this is going to be the ultimate challenge. Can FTR and CM Punk make this guy have a wrestling match? That was the challenge. And they gave this one time, and I'm not going to go through every single high point and spot and twist and turn and change in momentum. But Dax and Punk started, and they wrestled. One tackle, drop down, reverse hip toss, kickoff, headlock, takeover, head scissors, kick out. Wrestling. And then Cash comes in. One tackle, drop down, hip toss, arm drag, more wrestling. I'm loving it. And then Moxley comes in, and he does that weird shoulder dipping, swerving body language. He looks like he's twisting in the wind.
Bez from Happy Mondays, yes.
I don't know that one. But he locked up with Dax, and they actually did some wrestling. It was headlock, takeover, one tackle, drop down, scoop slam, and then big kick, and then another big kick, and another big kick. He's sitting Dax there, and he's just hitting the ropes and kicking him in the chest. I guess he's trying. And the Punk and Moxley worked well together, except Punk did a backslap tag. Now I know what it's like when a child of mine brings home a bad report card. The disappointment. FTR did a little heat spot on Punk's leg and started heat, and they work like heels, and Punk's selling his ass off, but it was just a false set of heat because they wanted to give Moxley a comeback and then get the heat on him so Punk could have the last comeback. But as a result, they only got like 1 minute of heat on Punk's leg. And then when he tagged Moxley, Moxley made a comeback, but there wasn't that much reaction because the heat was so short. And then they go into a four-way, and both the baby faces did dives, and they all fell down. They went to the break. Somehow, during the break, well, I don't say somehow, they got out there, but during the break, they replayed it on the other side. FTR picks Moxley up and double belly-to-back suplexes him through a table at ringside onto the concrete floor as a heat spot. The referee is counting, and he pops up at 9 and rolls in. He beats the count back in, but they start the heat on this fucking guy in a regular tag match by double suplexing him through a table on the concrete. So now he can sell. Moxley is hopeless. If it was FTR's idea, say, hey, we'll start the heat on you by giving you a double back suplex through a table onto the fucking floor. If he had any idea of what the wrestling business was, he would have said, are you out of your mind? Cut me off with a knee to the back and let me fucking sell. But it's all got to be the garbage, indie, modern, outlaw, goofy wrestling. Anyway, at one point, I thought they were going to do, and they still may come back to it, I thought they were going to do some kind of turn with Moxley and Punk because Moxley atomic dropped Dax, but Dax reached back. I think that's where he blind tagged, right? And then, but he suplexed Cash and went to the corner for a tag, but Punk wasn't there because he'd been distracted and then nailed off the apron by Dax. So I thought, oh, Moxley's going for the tag. Punk's not there. There's going to be, but they never mentioned it again. Did you see FTR give Moxley the Vegematic?
Yes.
Just barely. I love you, boys, Dax and Cash. I know you watch the tapes, but there's a reason why that it looked so good when the Midnight Express did it, and one of those reasons was Stan Lane's incredibly deep squat. His legs were fucking powerful, and limber, and he could do a deep squat. Also, Moxley's legs were in the wrong place, guys. If you want to go back and look at the tape while I'm saying this is all the listeners out there, just talk amongst yourselves for a second. I'm talking to FTR. When you pick Moxley up for the bear hug to squat down and lean him out, his legs went around your back. I've mentioned this before. That's the wrong place. You need to have the guy up in a bear hug like you're going to hold him there for a while, the old spot where you hold the guy there, and he puts his shins, folds them up and puts them on your thighs. Once you got the guy in the bear hug and his shins are folded up on your thighs, then you squat down as low as you can and lean the guy straight out. And that's why Stan's deep squat came in handy, because then when Dax would come off with the leg drop, all Cash has to do is let go and Moxley lands flat, falls right out of his arms, because Moxley's legs were around Cash's back. And then Cash didn't just drop him flat, but stumbled forward onto his knees because he doesn't have that deep squat. It kind of kerflucked up there. And Cash should have been a couple of feet farther out and toward his back about a foot. So when Dax comes straight off, he's going straight with the leg drop toward the opposite turnbuckle, because that's that straight line. That's when you know if you try to jump off with a leg drop a little bit toward the left side, you're getting off and the momentum's changing. Does this make any sense verbally to you, Brian Last?
Absolutely. This is great stuff. I love when you give advice.
So, well, it's not advice. I invented the goddamn thing. It's not advice. It's just telling you. This is not a fucking debatable thing. This is how you do the fucking thing, and that's how it works out. Instead, like I said, legs around the back. It brought both of them forward. Cash stumbled, positioning, whatever, but they were trying. Then Dax missed the elbow off the top rope, and Moxley clotheslined Cash and hit a shitty hot tag because the heels were tagging too almost simultaneously. He didn't lay there and sell and let the fucking heels tag, so the fresh heel comes in and tries to go after him, and then he evades that guy. And then both the heels are in when he dives and tags Punk so that Punk can come in, and both the heels are ready to feed. But it was a simultaneous tag, and I give up on hot tags. The people popped anyway because it was Punk, and this set of heat had lasted a while, but I'm tired of trying to advise people on how to do a hot tag when nobody is getting it anymore. And it's fucking ridiculous. Having said that, Punk made a comeback while still selling his leg from the brief heat from earlier, and it was great. Because now we know why the guy's not just 100% now. And then they even did a doomsday device, Punk and Moxley, which it was a 2 count, but they got it in. Here's another thing. Cash gives Moxley a spinning DDT on the floor. And he's going to be back up in a second. You can't kill Moxley. They hit Punk with the bell and a brainbuster and got a 2 count. Then they got more heat on Punk and hit the big rig on him, but Moxley saved. Then everybody's selling. And we got the double 1-2 in the ring with all 4 guys. This has been a good tag match, except for the picadillos that I've just picked out. This is far and away one of Moxley's best matches he's ever had, because they weren't fighting on the floor. There wasn't all the goddamn plunder in the ring. He was actually wrestling. And they gave him time so that they could do what they needed to do without rushing through it. And there was no trampoline business going on. I'm picking at nits because if it was the grade schoolers and the pudding gang out there, I wouldn't give a shit because they're hopeless. But since these guys, except for Moxley, are all top fucking guys and some of the best in the world at what they do, I'm giving constructive criticism. So it was a great match up to that point, especially for AEW, because there was more professionalism than normal. And then everything started going sideways when poor Tully got in the ring.
Ooh.
Because Punk gets a submission on Cash, and the referee, Aubrey, is with the other 2 guys. And Tully rolls in, takes his suit jacket off, and starts swinging and swatting Punk with his suit jacket. He didn't just do it once to distract him. He does it several times. And I'm at a loss. If Punk has a submission hold on my guy, the referee's back is turned and the referee's busy with the other people in the match, and I'm the manager, wouldn't I come in and haul off and football kick Punk straight in the face to get him to let go of my fucking guy? Or would I take off my jacket and swat him in the head with it? I don't know what this was supposed to be, because, yes, Punk let go of the hold and stood up, and there Aubrey turns around, and there's Aubrey is standing there staring at Tully in the ring, staring at Punk. So why did they distract the referee for her to just turn around and see the manager still in the ring? And then Punk goes to pick Tully up Tully swings, Punk blocks a punch, and goes to pick him up in the fireman's carry for the GTS. But did you see what went wrong?
I'm sure you could pick it apart from what actually went wrong, but I saw what happened, where he shouldn't have, they shouldn't have done this to begin with, but whatever.
Well, what happened was, when Punk blocked the punch and went to fireman's carry Tully and pick him up for the go to sleep, Tully has not been picked up in a while, and he was and you guys, you can all go back and watch the video. This is exactly what it was. Tully hadn't been picked up in a while. I'm sure he was eager to show that he still got it. When Punk bent over, Tully jumped before Punk was lifting. So what the effect that has, and you can see this on the video, is that, and I don't care how strong you are, when you're off balance, this is going to happen. I've seen this happen to the Road Warriors before. When I bend over to pick the guy up over my shoulder in a fireman's carry, if I've just bent over and he jumps up without me starting to lift first, then he's jumping in the air before I'm standing up. That means when I start standing up, he's coming down. Now I'm bent over. That means 200 plus pounds, whatever the fuck Tully weighs, is coming downwards on the back of my head before I've had a chance to get my legs under me and stand up, and it almost took Punk face first to the mat instead of him being able to pick Tully up. Well, then he realizes what has happened, and he's staggering, but he's trying to get under Tully because he's got to get his legs under him to pick him up because they're still off balance, and now Tully is holding on like a monkey fucking a football. And finally, he got up under him and gave Tully the go to sleep. But this is why I'm not managing either. Tully's almost 70. I'm 60. We don't need to be doing that shit. I mean, everybody wanted to see, a legend when he's 40 or a legend when he's 50. But there comes a point, we talked about the Sheik earlier. We talk about what Vince McMahon looks like. It's not doing the memories that people have any favors when they see guys going out and being involved in these things. But anyway, so go to sleep on Tully. But right at that point, Cash rolls Punk up a 2 count. That was a nice little false finish there, but then suddenly Punk and Moxley both just spun FTR up and hit both their finishes on both Dax and Cash at the same time. Covers simultaneously, 1, 2, 3. They beat both of them right in the middle of the ring. So again, if FTR had come in and got the Keith Lee treatment and got win after win on television a year and a half ago and established themselves as what they are, the best tag team in the business, and then won the championship, which they did, and then defeated the Young Bucks the first time around and made the Bucks chase for it, then they would have been established. But instead, they come in, they get a couple of wins, they get the belts, they're mostly on YouTube, they get beat by the Young Bucks, the EVPs, then they turn heel, the Hardy Boys do, to take FTR's place, and FTR never gets in the ring with them again because they were so jealous. I'm talking about the Hardy Boys now. They were so jealous that a lot of people were saying FTR were the best in the world. They brought them in specifically to beat and bury them and then switch heel and take their spot. And then a year later, Every 3 months or so, we get to see FTR have a tag team match on television. In this case, the babyfaces beat up their manager and pin both of them cleanly in the middle of the ring at the same time. Why didn't you piss in their mouths while they were down there? It's not Punk and Moxley's fault. FTR should already be over because they should have been booked properly. And then they're a joy to work with. I'm sure everybody in the company wants to work with FTR because they know that they'll be taken care of and not get hurt and not have to go through foolish, silly cartoon bullshit. But it was a great tag team match, and Moxley was even bearable, and the finish would have been great if FTR had come in and gotten over or been pushed a year ago and now could do this and still keep their heat. But they didn't, and they weren't, so they can't. Closing thoughts on this match.
I liked it. Good way to use Moxley. Keep him out of a singles match. Put him in there with Punk. Also, a minor thing, but I like the fact that they established that Punk isn't Mr. Popularity in the dressing room. Who's he going to get to be his partner? He's getting along with Sting and Darby. We know that relationship. It's played out on TV. He has put over Moxley. He did that promo when Moxley went to rehab talking about Moxley. So it's established that he at least thinks about him and cares about him. So it makes sense that they would team up. I know it's a minor thing, but I like that when you stop and you think about it, Bill Watts style. How did these two get here? Why are they teaming up? It makes some sense. Tully shouldn't be. We've been saying it for months now. Tully shouldn't be a manager. He can't do a good promo anymore. He can't do anything physical anymore. It's almost like Jim Herd knew. The abilities are gone.
No, I was 33 years ago.
I know, I'm joking. I know. Other than that, and with FTR, I'm happy we get to see them have matches. It is no coincidence that the guys who work with them end up having really well thought out matches that are good. I could do without the table spot in the middle of the match or even the ring bell, to be honest with you. But everyone knows what it is. They got Hogan'd. They got brought in by the guys looking to beat them just to shut internet fans up. Everyone knows what's up. And look, the only person that could change things is Tony Khan. And Tony Khan has, for whatever reason, been happy with the way FTR is booked. Go figure. Who knows?
Well, no, but also he can't tell anybody what to do. He has no authority because he has no balls because he's not in charge. He's the boss. He pays everybody, but he's not in charge. If he was in charge, well, if he was in charge, it wouldn't probably be any better because he doesn't know what to do. But fortunately, he's not in charge. He can't tell anybody what to do because they won't listen to him because he's a fucking mark. That's why they need a fucking authority figure that knows what to do and that gives a shit enough to tell them. The program started off differently. No Mussolini. Just Punk sitting cross-legged in the ring. What they used to call it Indian style when we were in grade school. Everybody sit around the desk Indian style. We're going to have cookies.
They don't call it that anymore. Now
what style is it now? Doggy style?
Crisscross applesauce.
Crisscross applesauce.
Because of the way your legs crisscross.
Yeah, but where does the applesauce come from?
It just makes it all rhyme.
I think in that case, the child may need to be sent home if he's producing applesauce by crisscrossing his legs. Possibly a medical fucking issue there. I don't know, though. Who am I to decide? I'm not a pediatrician. Start one of these fine Sprite Zeros.
If it was Dr. Pepper, you'd be a pediatrician.
So anyway, Punk started this show out. He looks directly into the camera. He speaks to the people. He sounds like it's coming off the top of his head. It's conversational. Gets to the point. He's talking about old shitty little Max from shitty little Long Island. Thought you might get offended there.
He's just doing a promo. He doesn't mean it.
Well, he does, but nevertheless. It's a rematch is what he's talking about. He wants that rematch with MJF. Wouldn't you know who won the pony and when this rematch is going to come up? March 6th at the Revolution pay-per-view. Well, that is convenient. And he was sitting there with a little gift box in front of him. And he again, a good promo. And then he unwraps the gift box because he's been saying that MJF, and this is this tied together perfectly. he's been saying that, or MJF has been saying that he's better than Brett in Calgary, better than Punk in Chicago, better than Piper in Portland. So Punk unwraps the gift box that's sitting there in front of him and pulls out a dog collar and chain. Okay, you want to be better than Piper in Portland? Well, and I mean, he didn't even need to explain it for this crowd because they're the smartest of the smart. And I jotted down, hopefully history will be recounted. And then, yes, Tony Schiavone started to, that reminds me of Piper and Valentine, and then gave no details whatsoever. But later on in the program, they covered it a little bit with the announcers talking about it. But Greg Valentine, I would imagine, is available.
Yeah, remember he was there when they had the last dog collar match, wasn't he?
Oh, that's right, he was. So instead of bringing him to sit at ringside and look like a fucking bump on a log, why don't they just take a camera and let him do a couple minutes talking about how that, they were never the same after he and Piper, and, Piper's eardrum and it was so dangerous and blah, blah, blah. They can't show the footage. That's owned under the auspices of the WWE now. But for the sake of people who either weren't born or haven't seen the match from 1983? Well, I was going to say 82, 83. They haven't seen the match 40 years ago. Just tell people. Fill them in. But anyway, so he calls MJF out to the stage to answer. And when MJF comes out there, Punk shows him the picture of a 14-year-old or 12-year-old, whatever age he was then, meeting a 14-year-old MJF meeting CM Punk, which was a great touch. It's a legitimate picture. And the people start chanting Punk, and MJF goes to fire back at him and is rattled and can't think of anything to say. For the first time in history, MJF can't speak and throws the microphone down and leaves. And now we get like Mussolini with extra chain. But that was a good segment. It didn't go too long. It was good at this point for MJF to be speechless because he never has been. Punk set the fucking stipulation up, and it makes sense. You understand where it came from. Not like a Texas death match that's not really a Texas death match to start a rivalry that's not really a rivalry for a world title from a champion that's not really a champion, blah, blah, blah. This worked. It made sense. Now we want to see Punk and MJF dog collar match. And he, where he's going to leave MJF's blood all over the ring on the pay-per-view. It's wrestling. Imagine that. What'd you think?
Thought it was good. Thought it was really good. Maybe a little too long, especially considering how many other long promo segments would end up happening on this show, including right after this. I liked it. I'm intrigued by, we've never seen MJF just walk away. What's the reaction going to be next week? They're running out of time. Not running out of time, but there's only a few more episodes before the pay-per-view. There's going to be some sort of reaction.
He's got to get some heat.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to just leave it at that. So this has been the one feud that week to week has made sense since the beginning. So they're going to do something next week. I'm intrigued to see what it is. And I wasn't sure he had a gift box. You said he had a gift box. I was looking at it like, what is that?
It looked like a fucking birthday present to me.
I don't know. I guess I didn't see it that way. I thought he was maybe hiding something he was looking at.
They got these new things called a high-def television.
Oh, shush. I saw what it was. I didn't recognize
rabbit ears. It was the picture was snowy because you had to turn the fucking antenna.
If I could find someone to fix tube TVs, I'd be in heaven right now because I got some good stuff here. But anyway, my point was going to be, there were a few points where, because it went a while and he was talking more than yelling a promo, you did hear some fans acting up in the background, but then he would pull them back in. And when he finally pulled out that dog collar and you heard the crowd reaction, and then just the little shit he was doing, like putting it in his own mouth to show what's going to happen. I thought it was really strong, and I am looking forward to this match. AEW has done a rematch that I want to see. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what this dog collar match, because I don't think these two guys are going to let us down. I think it means something to them too.
Yeah, and it's not going to be ridiculous, diamond cutters off the top of the ladder with the dog collar. It's going to be shit that makes sense, one would imagine. I will say you did mention that this was long for a talking segment with so much other talking on the show. That's why they should have cut down some of the other talking, because none of it was as important as this.
I agree.
So Tony Schiavone quickly in the back with Christian Cage, Jungle Boy, and Dino Douche. The information they imparted to us in like a 1-minute backstage pre-tape was that there will be a triple threat tag team title match at the pay-per-view where two teams are challenging Jungle Boy and Dino. But next week, there's going to be a tag team battle royal on TV to see who, I guess, those two teams are. And in 2 weeks, there's going to be some other kind of battle royal on TV to determine something else. Is that what you remember?
You got more out of that than I did, because at this point, all three of those guys, every time they talk, it's like Charlie Brown's teachers talking. I just don't hear anything else.
Peanuts parents.
I have no idea what they're involved with or what they're doing, and I don't really care.
There's going to be battle royals next 2 weeks on TV and a multi-team tag team title match on the pay-per-view. So this is going to be a goddamn clusterfuck. I said that the match of the week between Raw, NXT, and Dynamite was Ciampa and Ziggler, right? That was the best match of the three programs. The best interview, the best segment was on AEW and came up next. Imagine that. And imagine this, it involved MJF and CM Punk. But mostly MJF. And I've seen a lot of people are talking about this on Twitter and they're raving about it, et cetera, et cetera. But this, it's an example of... Miz wouldn't have done this because Miz couldn't do this because it would have required him being somewhat real. And Miz just is the celebrity type. But MJF now finally, he didn't even break character. He didn't get away from his gimmick. It actually more explained his gimmick of why he's an insufferable prick. Because he was mentally mistreated in his past or whatever. And he's got a specific grudge against Punk because of not anything Punk really did to him, but because of what he believes Punk did. And the whole thing, he ended up, and I think I know, obviously, I don't know for sure, but I think I know where this is going, and it's even better, that some people said, well, MJF, he switched babyface, and he showed us he wasn't really that mean of a guy. Right then and there he may have, but I don't know if it's going to happen over the long term, but he told the story about the picture of him meeting CM Punk when he was 11. He had ADD and school was hell, but he was good at football. He was one of the only two Jewish kids to, go out for the football team. Are there Jews in the house? Were you in the house, Bryan?
I was not in the house, but I was watching live, obviously.
Well, there you go. He started as middle linebacker, and his teammates threw quarters at him as hard as he could because he was Jewish. Is that a thing that people do?
I can't speak specifically to that, but I will say, despite people recognizing that there are a lot of Jewish people on Long Island, we still do deal with anti-Semitism, and some of what he dealt with, according to this promo, this heel origin story, are very similar things to what a lot of us, despite growing up in either Jewish communities or communities that have a large Jewish population or just outright large Jewish communities, you still deal with this even on Long Island.
But I don't get the idea of throwing money at somebody that you don't like. That's like an Arena Mexico thing, right? Well, you had a great match. We're going to throw the money. I would have been there with the catcher's mitt catching the money going, fuck you guys, throw some more.
Well, usually bigots aren't smart.
Well, I know what he's doing, but nevertheless. The point is he had a tough time in school. He found something he was good at, football, but his teammates didn't accept him. He cried all day, but he'd get to meet his hero that night. And that meant everything to him. And he promised himself he was going to be the best wrestler in the world. And he wanted to be like CM Punk. And he found out it was just another Friday for CM Punk, but it meant a lot to him. And then in January 2014, Punk left him when he needed him most. It was your fault, you no good bastard. So anyway, MJF went to college, but he quit to become the best wrestler in the world. And he's not going to quit like Punk at Revolution because I'm better than you and you know it. But he laid this whole thing out, and you got to see it. And the emotion, and he was quivering, and he was kind of tearing up a little bit. And it's obviously, I don't know if, he made tons of money getting money thrown at him, but there was a lot of real in this, and he was drawing on, some of that and that emotion, and people started kind of getting with him a little bit as far as, just feeling sorry for him. And all of a sudden when he's done, here comes Punk, no music, just coming out with a concerned look on his face. And Tony Schiavone, he's trying to help, but did you hear him say, I've got 5 kids. ADD is no joke. Fuck, he's got 5 kids. Fucking sexual addiction may be no joke either, Tony, for heaven's sake. As Arn Anderson said, you got enough cum in you, Schiavone, to shampoo a buffalo. But anyway, Punk comes in the ring with no microphone and just looking at MJF and says, is that true? Is that real? And MJF walked off on him. And Punk's sitting there going, maybe, is this guy for real? It creates questions. It was fucking good. And now it's more intriguing. Now does Punk believe that maybe he had something to do with making this guy act this way toward him? Whatever. Was it me? And of course, I can see, I don't think I'm ruining anybody. No spoiler here. The best way for MJ, and of course, what I predict may not necessarily happen because I can just see it making the most sense, but MJF at some point when he beats Punk, which he probably will, then he revealed, yeah, you fucking idiot, you fell for that whole fucking line of shit. I was the one running the goddamn football locker room when I was in college. Fuck you, or whatever. But I like this, and it was different, and it wasn't the same shit we see over and over again, and MJF did a great job. What'd you think?
I thought it was one of the greatest promos I've ever seen on wrestling. It was one of the most unique promos I've ever seen on wrestling. You have a guy that the fans love booing, not in the Cody way, but in the right way, and he was able to get them to shut up and listen and start believing him and going with him. He did have tears. This fucking guy was able to make himself cry in the middle of this. And like you said, a lot of this was probably based on reality. I believe that just, based on how I grew up on Long Island. But this was an incredibly strong promo. This did a great job of laying out, like I said before, the heel origin story, but where exactly this comes from with MJF and Punk. And I'm going to say it again because I've been saying it for a while, but it's noticeable that for the last several months, the one segment that is almost always must see on AEW TV has been anything with CM Punk or MJF and this feud in this program.
Yeah.
It's been months now. Not everything's what you would do and not everything's what I would do, but they're not messing up. They're telling a story.
The worst thing that we said one week, we said it started going a little long. It was good, but it was a little long. That's the worst thing that we could say.
They're telling a story. They haven't rushed anything. They haven't done anything egregious or stupid. They haven't done anything to take away your ability to suspend disbelief. This, I would actually argue this may be the single greatest feud in the history of AEW. Just right now. Just based on the logic and the fact that it's connecting with fans. The dog collar match is going to be a big test, but I'm sad this feud's going to have to end at some point because the only thing that'll make it better is if each guy now goes to have another feud and those 2 segments become the good segments on the show. But this has been one of the greatest feuds in modern wrestling. This has easily, I think, been the best feud in AEW. Not feud amongst the executives, but actual feud on camera.
I think MJF has to win the dog collar, and I think they come up with a third match that, if not Punk's specialty, I don't know whether guys even have specialty matches anymore, but something that Punk deserves to get based on what happens in the dog collar. And then Punk can get his fucking win, but MJF has already beat him twice, first 2 times in a row, and has been elevated in somewhat of a moral victory, you might say. So, yes, Punk would win in the end, but it wouldn't be the Jericho one more match, kid. It would be, okay, I put you over and I put you over again, and now I'll get it, but you're more established. I think that, that hopefully they're looking towards something like that.
And this whole feud has done nothing but establish MJF in ways that Jericho feud completely missed the mark. You want to talk about Punk here? Punk was great. Like you said, no microphone, hit the ring. You look at his face. His face told the whole story. You could have watched that scene on mute. You would have known what was going on. You can't wait to see what's going to happen next. This has been the best. This has been the best thing they have there. And the only question I would have for you is, and someone's going to tell me I'm wrong, but I'm trying to think back in my head. I know he lost to Jericho, but that wasn't a pinfall. Do you give MJF his first ever pinfall loss at AEW to CM Punk?
I think he would, at the point that Punk has earned it, which if he puts him over one more time, he has. But see, the conventional wisdom or rule of thumb, or maybe even, just feeling like it's fair, would be, okay, if they're going to go 3 matches, well, MJF won the first one in Chicago, Punk wins the second, but MJF gets heat and then they have a third. I don't like that setup, because if Punk wins the second, especially in his own stipulation, then it kind of puts a period on it where, okay, MJF got the fluke, but now I've established I'm better. If MJF wins again in the stipulation that Punk came up with, whether fair means or foul, then it's like, wait a minute, shit. We didn't think it was going to go this way. Why should there be a third match? MJF's already beat him twice. That's what he's saying. But there would be extenuating circumstances to where Punk would deserve and receive a rematch, and then Punk could get his win back. I can see that as having a little bit more impact than, okay, I'll take the first one, you take second one, and then we'll have the rubber match.
The other intriguing thing is, going under the assumption this feud eventually will have to come to an end, and it seems like they've been teasing the MJF Wardlow thing. They're either going to pull that now, or they may wait a little longer. We're not even sure. But that's a possibility for MJF. What do you think they do with Punk next?
Hopefully anything Punk wants to do, because so far I would have bet that he's been picking most of this, and he's done a good job. I hope we don't see MJF versus Wardlow in any kind of series of things. I think MJF needs to introduce another stooge beholden to him to fight Wardlow, to get Wardlow over. Because if they went straight from Wardlow turning babyface to Wardlow versus MJF, you're either going to beat Wardlow, that's too soon, or you're going to beat MJF, and that shouldn't be done except rarely. So there's going to be a little issue there with what the fuck goes on. With Punk, I mean, I can't predict, because they just, like with Adam Cole and Adam Page, just pick shit out of the blue, except with Punk having more control. That is interesting, because he's worked with a variety of guys. I don't know. Who would be good to be next?
I don't know.
Well, maybe we'll find out. Here it came. Thank God. Even if there is a God, thank God for this. I had seen so much rotten wrestling from all these companies. I was about to give up, and it was redeemed in one segment. Like Mussolini! Being serious. He came out with a game face, a no-nonsense entrance. After MJF's promo last week, the question on CM Punk's mind was, am I the bad guy? Now, what I'm going to pick at one thing here at the start, and then I'm not going to pick about anything else about this, because it was fabulous. But we had to sit through 30 minutes of that goddamn stinky battle royal. They couldn't have taken 2 minutes off of that and done a package to refresh the comments that Maxwell Jacob Friedman made the previous week. For anybody that missed it, or anybody that just might need a little reinforcement, not the whole segment, just the pithy parts. They used to throw quarters at me. I believed in you. You left me. That type of thing. They could have done that and then brought Punk out, but again, inexperienced television formatters. So Punk says, until a week ago, I was sure that MJF was the bad guy. But what MJF did took courage. I didn't think he had it in him. But am I being gaslit? And he looked Punk. He looks at the camera. There's close-ups. You see sincerity, the eyes. This is not prearranged material given to him by someone you can believe he is saying this. It's a talent. The delivery of that. It's called being a good television personality. He believes what he's saying, and he makes you believe it too. And he said, I believe those things happened to MJF, but I'm not sure about his sincerity. There's a picture of me with Steve Austin. But when Stone Cold Steve Austin went home, it didn't make me do bad things. But MJF attacked Dean Malenko, who has Parkinson's disease, verbally buried Brian Pillman Sr. in his hometown in front of his son and family, said awful things about Darby Allin's dead uncle. And Punk says, I've found out one thing is true. Hurt people hurt people. That's fucking brilliant. All these idiots that and this fucking House of the Knights of the Thrones of the Black fucking whatevers trying to be all spooky and deep and mysterious. They get overly dramatic and gaga and you don't believe any shit and it's just written down stuff people are saying. But when you get a guy that can tell a story like this and then just break it down to hurt people hurt people. That's the motivation. That's the supervillain's backstory. That's what happened to Mr. Glass in Unbreakable, blah, blah, blah. This guy was hurt, so now he wants to hurt other people. Am I Dr. Frankenstein and he's the monster? So he calls MJF out. He said, I want to talk to you. But then he stopped talking and then he started pacing. And he paced on live television for a kind of an uncomfortable length of time, and there was no music. Because if it wasn't set up and everybody wasn't waiting for their cue, it would take MJF a while to get up from the monitor where he's listening to his fucking adversary and come out there to confront him. And they gave it enough time where it wasn't just next scene. And here comes MJF, no microphone, no music. And Punk says, I used to be you. I used to be full of hate. I poured alcohol down an alcoholic's throat, et cetera, all the things he done. But too much hate will burn you up. And now it's not about you or me. It's about an 11-year-old kid out there looking up to you like you looked up to me. And what effect are you going to have on him? And Punk ends up finished up. He says, am I the good guy? I sure am trying. And sticks his hand out to MJF. And there's the look and there's the pause and the milk. And MJF comes in with the hug. And Punk's face, and he won't hug him. He's like he's got his arms spread out there and looking like this fucking guy. What? And then finally, just long enough, he's okay, I'll go for it. And he gives him the hug and he pats him on the head. And MJF backs up with that lip quivering and kicks Punk square in the fucking nuts. And he drops like a rock. That was brilliant on everybody's part. The timing and the delivery and the whole 9 yards. Then MJF gets on Punk and gives him that heat seeker pile driver, and that got a pop. And he pulls off the jacket, and there's the picture of him and Punk on his T-shirt. Here comes Wardlow and Spears. And MJF gets the diamond ring and nails Punk. By the way, did you hear as soon as he nails him, what was happening, Bryan?
What do you mean?
What was happening as soon as he nailed him with that ring? The bell started ringing. Stop this. Ding, ding, ding. And then Punk comes up bleeding. FTR comes out. Here comes security. Security is running out and trying to stop it. They are attacking the biggest star in our company. We've got to do something. And the bell's ringing again. Ding, ding, ding. And FTR is knocking off security, blocking them off. Again, I will give a little bit of a tip. When you're sending the security or the minions to it's always better if they get to the ring, but not necessarily in it. Instead of stopping them at the entranceway, it creates a better picture of chaos around the ring if FTR and the other heels get right in the ring and are at the ropes, and as people try to come into and down to the ring, they're playing King of the Hill, knocking them off the apron, won't let them get in. It's easier to see all the action at one point at that time. I'm picking at nits here, but this was so good. A little fine-tuning. Then they get the dog collar. And they're hanging Punk with the dog collar, and he's drenched in blood, and they're ringing the bell, and security has been dispatched, and the heels are in charge. Here was some fucking chaos. And then MJF gets the microphone right in his face, and Punk can't see, and he's bleeding, and his eyes are bugged out, and he's coughing or whatever the fuck. You stupid old man. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing people he didn't exist. I'm the devil. Which I think, was that an old Punk promo from somewhere?
Oh, maybe, and I don't know. That would be an interesting
I think
callback.
It was.
Yeah.
Anyway, so at that point, then now string him up, and they start pulling the chain, and they're hanging Punk. And goddamn it, they should have widened back up. He's twisting on the apron, but if they could have got a wide shot, where there's a way you can do this without killing the man, where his feet could have been off the ground while he's hanging from the chain. That would have been great. But otherwise, here comes Darby Allin, Sammy Guevara, and Sting, the top baby faces. They hit the ring and make a save, and the heels powder, and the save got a big pop. When's the last time you heard a save get a pop? If they do one, it always happens after everything's over with, and they haven't built up the chaos, the urgency, the jeopardy. As soon as people saw Darby and the gang, yay! Now, as good as this was, just imagine for a second if you didn't see blood on TV all the time with AEW. If you didn't see angle after angle in every segment all the time with every company. If this was not only perfectly done like it was here, but unusual, and didn't happen multiple times in a segment where there's just these ridiculously long beat downs and heat segments and etc. just over and over. Imagine what kind of impact this would have had, and then realize that's the kind of impact that Angles had before we got to this point where everything has been so overdone. That's why people in the crowd would lose themselves and try to get over the rail to help. That's why tickets would be sold for the event, or pay-per-views would be bought for the event that this issue is going to culminate in, because it would register with people because they didn't see it all the time. And it was not only well done, but unusual. We have to imagine that now because we don't live in that world anymore. That's why most of the time, even these things, even the ones that are well done, they don't work because it's not different. But this was the best segment, again, of the entire week of any wrestling promotion. Your thoughts?
This has been the best feud in professional wrestling since it began. And whenever people hear us criticize some of the wrestling they may like, some of the younger stuff, some of the high-flying stuff, and they'll say, well, it just seems like you guys don't like anything. Wrestling's moved on from what you like. You just have to accept it. I point to something like this. This is exactly what I think wrestling should be now. And we're about to go to a pay-per-view, and I'm excited to see this match. They've built it up. There's meaning behind it. It's not a throwaway match. Every single thing they've done on TV has meant something and continued the build. This is the best feud in wrestling. This is the smartest feud in wrestling. This is an example, and I've said it a while back when it came to things when AEW does it right, and it's modern-day Mid-South wrestling like this.
Yeah.
It pisses me off more when I see some of the other stuff on the show. Because this is exactly the tone of what the competitor to WWE should have.
Yes. Not phony, not showbiz,
right.
Not predetermined, prearranged, not fixed, not a performance. That is because the WWE has that all locked up, and apparently a lot of people don't want to see that. Not like they ever did. It's just more apparent than ever before now. And this could be, as you said, modern-day Mid-South wrestling, a violent alternative. It doesn't always have to be violence. And I just said don't overdo it. Somebody's going to say, well, you can't do that all the time. You just said that. No, use this tone. Use this execution. Everything is logical. Everything's believable. The people that say things, what they say, they appear to mean. The matches appear to be important. They don't appear to be cooperating with each other and winking at their friends while they have fun doing cool moves.
Hey, do you remember how MJF turned on Cody?
Goddamn, it's been a long time, but basically Cody had taken MJF as his protege, even though he was a heel. Cody saw something in him, and everybody else was trying to warn him, but too late. MJF's true colors came out along those lines, something of that nature.
He threw in the towel, cost him the match with Jericho, which meant he could never get a AEW World Title match again, but he got in the ring. They embraced him and the Hurt Cody, and then he gave Cody a shot to the nuts. So I like that. It's a throwback to his last betrayal, and I think that's brilliant too.
Ain't that a kick in the nuts? There you go. That's MJF's thing.
This is the best feud in the history of AEW. And when it comes to this pay-per-view, you have a world title match. You have the three-way tag team title match. Make no mistake, this is the main event of that pay-per-view. This is the one match I can't wait to see.
Well, we're going to get to their world title match in a minute and the lack of promotion or interest or anything in it. But yeah, I can see people, especially the ex-WWE fans in the audience, want to see Moxley against Danielson. But, I mean, has there ever been a major world title match in a major company on pay-per-view that has any less interest than this one? And the tag team title match is just the interchangeable trampoline cowboy match that they always have. It's not going to be anything different, not appreciably better or worse, depending on whether you like that kind of thing, as all the other matches they do, because it'll be the same thing. So, yeah, Punk and MJF, they ought to have points in this pay-per-view, because if it does well, it's almost all them.
Yeah, and, there goes to my discussion before about the tone. Take personal feelings and everything aside. Just look at it objectively. The stuff with the Bucks and Red Dragon and the Bucks and Cole, which ties into Cole and Page. Look at that tone versus the tone of everything with Punk and MJF. Everything is serious. Everything at times is evil. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like one thing, and then on the other side, it's a bunch of guys just playing. I mean, that's really what it seems like. When, hey, Brandon, turn on the camera. Okay, so we're going back into the comedy portion of the show, where they're going to do a bunch of comedy routines that suck. That's the problem. Like I said, send half the people to Ring of Honor. Now that you have that option, that's like Australia. Send everyone to Ring of Honor right now. And just make one of the promotions the serious tone that wrestling needs. This angle, this feud, and I'm sure this match coming up are exactly what wrestling can be right now.
Like Mussolini! Instead, it's Friedman. That was great. I love that because you hear the opening strains, the guitar licks. You think it's Cult of Personality, and suddenly it's MJF yanking your chain. I like that. And off his music switches to his, and here he comes. So, you, Mr. Music Business Background, I know that the music that Punk came out to was what he used years ago in Ring of Honor, but what is the song and who is the artist?
I forget the song name. It's AFI. It was actually a great album. I have that album when it came out. I used to play it all the time. The girl I used to know who liked that album, and she got me into that album. It's a great album, and he used to come out to that song, which is, I think, the first song on the album. I just don't know the name of it.
Who is AFI?
They be a band that played music similar to the music you heard on the... I don't know how to describe them. They were a band, I guess you could say maybe emo-ish, goth-ish. They were going through a lot of issues, and they made a lot of good songs.
Well, anyway, he changed it up a little bit, and they mentioned it for the folks who didn't understand why it was different music. They mentioned what it was. So not the, again, I didn't hear the song title, but they said that it was Ring of Honor's or Punk's old Ring of Honor music. Anyway, from the time that they came out and they're standing in the ring, both guys' facials are great. Their attitude, their demeanor, as the Fink used to say. During the in-ring introductions, to give it a big match feel, like a sporting event, and not just this, here he comes down now the aisle to his custom-made music, doing his pre-choreographed routine, but they're in the ring, it's a fucking match, it's a fight, and both these guys know how to, especially Punk, obviously, just because of his experience, know how to command your attention while they're either not doing much or not doing anything. Because the way they walk around with attitude and expression on their face and the body language for the people in the big arena that can't see their expressions. And they took their time. That was the longest fucking chain I've ever seen in a chain match. And I thought that might give them troubles, but they seem to. I got to be honest, even guys who have had some chain matches have issues more often with the chain than what I saw them have in this match. A couple of times they were, if you step over the wrong rope, you got to go back in and back out because you're wound around and all that stuff, and that just happens. But they didn't have a lot of trouble as compared to some I've seen. But usually it's like an 8-foot chain or a 10-foot chain. This thing, when they each had their backs to the turnbuckle, it pretty much reached. So anyway, it just from the start of it, they took their time. Everything meant something. They didn't, the first time that MJF whipped Punk with the chain, he just did it once and Punk sold it. And you could see it left marks. It left link marks on his back. MJF wrapped the chain around his hand and punched Punk twice, just twice. And he was bleeding. And by the way, my new favorite magician is not Chris Angel, it's CM Punk. Chris Angel has nothing on Punk. He's got the magic touch. Did you see it? I ain't going to talk about it.
I didn't see it. Obviously, I saw Mr. Friedman, as you called him before, but I did not see Mr. Punk.
No, you didn't see Mr. Friedman because we didn't either. He disappeared for 45 seconds. But anyway, yes, Punk's got the magic touch. Did you hear when MJF got the microphone and told Punk to quit and Punk said, eat shit? JR came in and like it. That's the Vince line, right? Did you catch that?
I did catch that. And once again, I thought the commentators were a little over the top and took away from this match at times.
Well, but I liked that little callback too. Learn to eat shit and like the taste of it, pal. I liked when Punk jerked MJF off the buckle, headbutt in the nuts. Punk does the bulldog with the chain. And Punk's color was really coming. He was fucking great. And he's whipping MJF with the thing. Punk goes for the GTS, the go to sleep. MJF gets the sleeper with the chain around the neck. And Punk's fading and the people are chanting. And then the kick off the buckle, quick 2 count. This is wrestling. Again, they traded. MJF got the armbar. Punk rolled into the Anaconda Vice. Anaconda. Your Anaconda don't want none. MJF gets out by pulling hair. Imagine that. The knee lift to the chain, or with the chain, was where we were just talking about. MJF takes a bump to the floor. And I know he's young and inexperienced, and I felt the same way when I was doing it first time on TV. But I don't know what he was doing. The camera was on Punk in the ring for 30 seconds. And then finally MJF got in. I love him, but he's still working on that home magic kit for kids thing he used to order out of the back of the comic books. Who was it? Marshall Brodine's Magic Tricks. But anyway, then they go out to the floor. Now they're out on the floor. They're giving us a little bit of everything. It's not 100 miles an hour. It's not overkill of everything. It's not back and forth with no selling. They're having a fucking fight. And Punk bashes MJF not from pillar to post, but pillar to steps. And then goes for the knee lift into the steps and hurts his leg. That's going to play a part in this. This may be the first gimmick match in AEW history that has made sense. Punk calls for the go to sleep, but his leg is bad and he collapses. And then they fought on the apron. That's where they got tied up in the chain, where MJF had to bop in and out a time or two to get tied up out of the ropes. The reverse tombstone on the apron. I hate apron spots. And I don't want to downplay the danger of this one, but if you're going to do this, was a controlled situation. The guys that are jumping off the top rope or flinging each other on these aprons, that's not a controlled situation. This was controlled, and both of them sold it like death. So a lot of these things in a blow-off match, that's where you want to do them. And if we didn't see them every week, they would have even more impact. Then we get to the part, it couldn't be perfect. And I gotta, right now, I was vibrating. I was hopping up and down. I was even backing some stuff up to watch it again. And then MJF goes under the ring and pulls out a bag, and it's thumbtacks. And seriously, come on, guys, and I'm just talking to the two of you now. You're two of the best talents in the business currently. You're having a classic match on a major pay-per-view. This bullshit was completely unnecessary. It's just validates the goof and the garbage match participants, constituents, and it encourages every jack-off wannabe mud show fuck with a 1/100th of your talent that this is somehow a thing that actual real wrestlers and real stars do. And it's stupid. And it ain't going to win anybody anything. It's fucking stupid. Did I mention that word? And they teased falling the tacks, and then MJF superplexed Punk on the tacks. And this ran a risk of ruining this fucking classic for me, because why? It's like watching your children, take up doing fucking hard drugs. Why? It's so unnecessary. And now they've ruined a lot of the ring for bumps. I took the bump off the scaffold. I would do that again before I would just take a bump in thumbtacks. Not only for money, but just because it's stupid. Anyway, somehow MJF got unhooked there. I didn't see how it was, but he called for Wardlow several times. And finally, here comes Wardlow. And this is where the floor camera was behind Wardlow, and I could see, because I then later on went back and looked, he starts feeling, because MJF is screaming for the ring. Well, he starts feeling for the ring. The floor camera was behind him. You couldn't see it good. So the floor camera starts to truck around Wardlow's left side, and just as you can start seeing it, that's where, I think it was Tony, but it may have been excrement too. Oh, he can't find it. Great. If we'd have seen that for ourselves before you called it, he hadn't gotten the idea over yet that he couldn't really find it to anybody but the guys who had been in the finish meeting, apparently, and knew that it was going to take place. Anyway, couldn't find the ring. So Punk took that opportunity to hit the GTS on MJF, and then MJF fell into the tacks and did a funny, back arch type of thing. That wasn't the right reaction there. You don't want it funny. the tacks are screwing everything up. But then Punk looks at Wardlow, and Wardlow looks at Punk, and Wardlow finds the ring and leaves it on the apron to a huge pop and walks off. And Punk gets the ring and grabs MJF and gives him the finger. MJF spits in his face. Punk nails him with the ring one time, 1, 2, 3. If there had been a shortage of thumbtacks in the United States of America on the day of this match, this would have been the closest thing to a perfect gimmick match that I've seen in years. Your thoughts, Bryan?
I agree with some of your criticisms. Hated the thumbtacks. Hated the commentary. In terms of the two participants, I thought took me out of it for a second when Punk started using the chain. And just the way he was working it, it didn't look the greatest.
Well, I saw that also. And if you notice, here's the thing. They're using a real chain.
Right.
And if you go back and watch, Punk had pulled it for where he thought he was going. And MJF anticipated and bowed his back down a little bit. And the first one especially, it was like it didn't quite get there. But yeah, there was a couple of MJFs looked better on Punk, and we saw the marks on Punk, so for good reason. But yeah, I got you there.
But I thought it was great. I think this entire feud has been the example of what a lot of people like me want wrestling today to be like, and we don't understand why there isn't a full-time promotion that just treats things seriously. This feud was great. Give it to Punk. He got great color twice in 1 week. Who's the last guy in the business to do that? Used to be all the time, and then all of a sudden it went away.
Yeah.
Wednesday, and again on Sunday, great color. Hate to say it, but I hope you bleed a lot more. But really good. And, they did the 2 matches. Punk wins the second one. It almost feels like it's not the time to do a third match. It feels like it is the time maybe to move on with MJF and Wardlow. I don't know what you do with Punk.
Well, no, now I agree. I had said beforehand, if it was me, I would have had MJF win the first 2 and then Punk win the blow off. After this, they can't blow anything else off. This was so good. And it was an ultimate, fucking finisher. And they've got the right turn for Punk to make, or for MJF to make rather, so he doesn't just go out a loser. He'll say, I'll deal with Punk on my time, but Wardlow, and that gives him a graceful exit out of the thing. So in this, but I would have had another match of some description that didn't have the heavy, dog collar, end all be all, whatever. But no, I agree with you now. They must move on.
This feud has been so well done. It's been so intelligently done. And now we're going into whatever Punk's going to do. And I have a lot of faith in CM Punk's quality control. I have a lot of faith, maybe more than almost anyone in wrestling right now. And I have to say, since the Jericho feud, everything MJF has been a part of has made sense and been great. And this feud is the greatest in AEW's history and maybe the best in wrestling in years. It gives me a lot of faith going into MJF Wardlow. And that makes me want to ask you the question, seeing the crowd reactions he's starting to get, seeing what he could do in the ring on a limited basis as a heel, just killing people with the powerbomb. But seeing how the MJF Punk program was booked and how things made sense and how people react to MJF a certain way, you got to think Wardlow's about to come out of this a major star.
Oh, yeah, they're into him and they love him and they love the power bombs and they loved couldn't find the ring, and they've been wanting this for a while since they've juiced it up again. Remember, they were teasing this 2 years ago, and if they'd have did it then, Jesus, because they had only been together for 6 weeks. So thankfully they put it on the back burner, and then they've, established some history between these guys. And obviously we're not going to see Wardlow and MJF right off. We'll get Wardlow and Spears. So here comes the power bombs. And maybe MJF can, certainly not FTR. I hope that group is dissolved at this point. But maybe MJF can get a couple of other people to feed to Wardlow. And then, again, the first match with MJF and Wardlow, that's got to be Wardlow's first loss. Because if then he beats MJF, well, then why go any further? But that means that they have to just give Wardlow, put something in his bank account first, not just beating job guys, but actually beating people close to or doing the bidding of MJF and getting closer to him. And then, boom, MJF fucks him and sets him back, and then he's got to get on the comeback trail, blah, blah, blah.
And I guess what happened, because he won the ladder match, he gets the winner of Sammy versus Scorpio Sky for the TNT title.
Yeah, what did I say? The world title earlier. It's one of their many titles. and you know, does MJF somehow piss in his post toasties over that one? Do you want to put the belt on him right now? Or how he still actually hasn't come out of under MJF's contractual obligation, that contract. And here's something, somebody on Twitter said, Tony Khan can spend $40 million for Ring of Honor, but he can't buy poor Wardlow out of his contract with MJF.
That's true.
See, when you start doing this shit where all your loopholes aren't closed and your logic doesn't make sense from one segment or talent to another, this is where people start asking these questions. Having said that, why was CM Punk and MJF not the main event? Because I looked and I said, fucking hell, we've got half this show to go. How are they going to, any of them going to follow this, right? And most of them didn't. AEW Dynamite for March 23rd, as soon as they come on the air, like Mussolini with his dog Larry. Did you see that Larry was embroidered or emblazoned on Punk's warm-up jacket?
I actually didn't notice that, no.
You didn't notice that?
I didn't.
You thought Punk's real name was Larry?
I guess I just didn't pay attention to the placement of Larry, however it was placed.
Larry's a fine little puppy. But anyway, we had CM Punk versus Dax Harwood in a singles match. I wrote wrestling, ! Because it was so surprising. In a vacuum, if you didn't know anything else about the wrestling industry, what promotion was on top, what promotion was big or small, who was where, and you just watched this match, and then you turned and you watched any WWE program pretty much just about, even the good matches they have, you would think that this AEW was the major league promotion. Because even when the WWE lets the guys that they have that can go have a good match, it doesn't look, the people aren't into it as much because the WWE fans have been taught that matches are the meaningless breaks in between entrances and Zoom calls. This had two quality professionals, experienced veterans, one guy a major name. The other guy should be a major name, but the booking of him has been rotten. The people were into it. You had announcers that sounded like, that every once in a while they were calling a wrestling match, unlike on the other program. Just in a vacuum, just watch this match and watch anything from the WWF, and you would think AEW is the major league. And then you would watch another segment of AEW and go, what the fuck was I just thinking? Every time they make a good impression, they have to put shit on the same show that will negate that. So let's talk about the positive first. Obviously, again, Punk and Dax. I mean, I don't even need to recap the match. It was everything you would expect. Dax works like a heel. Punk had the fucking people behind him as a babyface. Everything made sense. It looked sharp and snug. It was a contest. There was no ridiculous tumbling. And the people got into it the more that they took them on the ride. If they did do a big move, it was sold. I mean, at the start, Punk shined a little. Then Dax got a little heat. Then there was the comeback. The big 1-2 in the ring. The beautiful superplex. Dax, after they fought for the superplex, instead of just standing up there or climbing up and gingerly assisting each other on the top rope to do a big move that everybody was cooperating on. They fight for the position on the top, block a couple of things, and finally Dax crotches Punk and then gives him a big superplex off the top. They both sell it. And then Dax hits a diving headbutt, gets a 2 count, just barely. Dax goes for a suplex. Punk reverses it. Both of them go over the top rope. Great bump. And they're selling. And that's what brings old Cash Wheeler down to ringside. He's starting to get concerned. Punk hit that crossbody off the top, got a 2 count, and goes into the Anaconda Vice. Dax pulled his hair to break the hold. Imagine that, a heel cheating to break a submission hold. Dax still sent a little nod to the exiled Tully Blanchard. He did the slingshot power bomb, 2 count. And the people are starting to chant, "This is awesome." And they were right for once. It wasn't just meaningless children's tumbling. It was 2 good pro wrestlers. Punk goes for the GTS. Dax blocks it into the sharpshooter. Punk rolls through into the Anaconda Vice, and Dax has to tap. Great match. I can't fault anybody involved in the match. The fault of anything, if FTR had been booked properly as a dominant heel tag team, then when you split them up into singles, it would have more impact, and it would allow the single star that beats one of the top heel tag guys to shine a little brighter because they'd be over more. But unfortunately, as we know, since FTR was not gifted with the same privilege that not only the major stars, but also the fucking worms of the roster that have their EVP titles and their indie darling status, they were all given the privilege to do whatever the fuck they wanted in their booking. FTR was following the rules and were buried when they came in and have never gotten a chance. So now, and actually, honestly, I think it's too late at this point. You see because the AEW fans have no idea what it takes to be an accomplished professional wrestler. They've seen, and most of the AEW fans, there are some wrestling fans in that group, but they've fallen in love with the fucking kids cosplay crowd, and they just want to see crash and burn bullshit for no reason. And that has kept a lot of the AEW fans from being able to recognize what FTR can do, because they don't know how to look at a good match. They just look at chaos. But if a focused booker that could actually put a roster together that didn't look like a mixture of Victorian antiques and shit from the Sharper Image because it's all over the page, had put something together for FTR with a plan from the start, they would be the most over tag team in the company right now. Because they wouldn't be doing the same goddamn shit every week like the Cucamonga Kids and the rest of their ilk. But anyway, so the only problem I found was that it's just another way to penalize Dax, because everybody wants to work with Dax or Cash in singles because they're the best workers on the roster. So to have a great match and get a good win, you go to FTR. They just never had the opportunity to get over strong before they started getting the shit kicked out of them, because the people in charge of the company didn't know how to book wrestlers. They only know how to book gymnasts and chaos. What'd you think of that match?
Oh, I love that match. It was fantastic. Just to touch on what you just said, I would actually like to see a Cash Wheeler singles match. I don't know if we've ever actually seen one. We've seen a few with Dax. I don't know if we've seen one with Cash. So we probably will after they beat Dax a few more times, and we'll see Cash doing some jobs also. This match was excellent, and it was made even better by the fact that they had a super hot crowd. And I thought that was part of the story for me watching it. Here were 2 guys working a classic wrestling match. A wrestling match that would have worked 20 years ago, 30 years ago. A wrestling match that works today. And the crowd was eating it up, and they were so into it, and they were so loud, and they didn't need to do those flips and everything. If the Young Bucks had opened the show, and I'm not even trying to pick on them, but using them as an example, they would have just gone out there and burned out the crowd with nonstop stuff. And if the crowd went with it, they couldn't have possibly reacted as loud as they did to the stuff in the Punk match.
No.
And they didn't need to do any of that. It says something about what still works. And I think that was one of my big takeaways. And it's the most frustrating thing to me. Tony Khan sits at a table with a headset and a monitor in front of him. And he's watching all of this. And he cares more about all this than any of us do. And he saw the Punk MJF program. And before that, the little brief things we got with, let's say, Punk and Kingston, MJF and Pillman Jr., MJF and Darby. And now Punk is doing this match with Dax. We'll see where this goes with Punk. He wants the belt. That's interesting. MJF has the thing with Wardlow. We'll talk about that later. They called back to Punk. But after seeing all that, a feud that everyone has talked about how good it is, it's not just people like us who are out of touch and hate anything, under the age of 25 or whatever the claim is. Everyone talked about how good it was, the matches, the feud, the logic, the promos, everything. Yet he still lets this other stuff get on the show, on the same show with stuff like this. A serious match that worked, that set a great tone, and then the tone changes. And I know it's kind of like this throw everything against the wall. It's the wrestling circus. We have the elephants. In a little while, we're going to have the clowns, and then we'll have this. But when something works so well, and it sets the tone so well, and it keeps working, every Punk segment, every MJF segment, some other guys are hit or miss, but there are at least two guys that are doing it. Why can't the whole show look like this? It works. Even their fans like it. But instead,
you missed one. Bryan Danielson.
Well, I didn't use Bryan Danielson because they have completely cooled him off to me, and I was as high on him as anyone.
That's the point I was making. You're talking sense there, Bryan. You're saying sensible things, but you're not dealing with sensible people. As we will talk about here in just a few minutes, this company had the absolute best in-ring heel in professional wrestling and have just figured out a way to fuck that up. So you can't mean to tell me that you think just because Tony is seeing shit going on in front of him that he's going to fucking realize what he's seeing in front of him. Because no, he can't. Because he's like the guy that wants to put the fucking antique Victorian vase next to the goddamn electronic fucking potato peeler from Sharper Image. He does it. He collects things. He's a collector that picks shit up without any rhyme or reason to how it's going to go together in his collection. He acquires things. He can't focus on getting his previous acquisition in place before he acquires something else, and then he just can't focus. I think that's what it comes down to. He thinks that everybody has a mind that is working at 500 miles an hour, bouncing off the walls and needs sedation like he does. And he thinks that everybody just wants to see every goddamn thing that they've ever seen before. It's like putting all the animals at the zoo in the same cage. Look at that. Where do you ever see that? You don't. For good fucking reason. Half of them are about to get eaten. It's just a mess. And the individual talents that are given some type of fucking leeway to do their own shit most often shine through, except when it's the comedy half of the program. Anyway,
and you brought
this match, go ahead.
And you brought up the commentary. I just want to say one other thing, because I've been really, really negative on Shivani being on commentary right now. I just don't think he adds anything. He's just saying things that are, I'm so excited to be here. He should be the interviewer. That should be his full-time role. He's fine in it. The fans love him in it. I think if Shivani was off commentary and just doing interviews, it would help a lot. Now, you still need someone. I'm not a fan of a three-man booth, but you definitely need someone to buffer between JR and Excalibur. But I don't think it should be Shivani. He's adding nothing to that role. He adds something to the interview role.
Well, I agree with you there. I wish the buffer between Jim Ross and excrement would be a large Ford pickup truck that Jim Ross was driving, and excrement was a jaywalker. Anyway, the program started off like Mussolini started off, with CM Punk against Max Caster. And I know he's another one of the young guys that Punk wants to help and give experience to and, try to spotlight. We're again in the position of lessening somewhat any impact the Punk has on wrestling on television when he makes random appearances against people like this. But Caster has personality and potential, and that's a fine point we're putting on that pencil at this point. So at least it was a babyface heel match. Caster, I think, obviously needs work because he's green and he's young, and I'm not knocking him. He's got personality and he's got the rap. He needs work on his punches and his overall flow. He's not, he reminds me physically and the way he moves and potentially a little bit facially expression wise of Chris Champion. He's a good looking athlete, but he's not a natural, the smoothest guy in the ring.
New breed Chris Champion.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who'd you think I
Well, no, I mean, Chris Champion, he changed throughout his career. He was Yoshi Kwan later on.
Oh, gee, no, I didn't mean after. I meant, when he was young and everybody actually saw him. Nobody really saw him too much at that point.
No, they have a very similar body type, and with this, I mean, he doesn't have exactly the same hairdo, but hair shape similar. There is a resemblance between him and new breed Chris Champion, yeah.
But anyway, they got a smidge of heat, nice little comeback, and then Punk missed a knee. Caster took back over. Bowens interfered a little bit for a little false finish. Caster missed an elbow off the top rope, and Punk spun him up and went for a pile driver. And bless it, Caster bent over and got happy feet and was trying to push himself forward to get into position, but what he did was he pushed Punk off balance kind of backwards. They were headed toward the ropes, and Punk put the brakes on, and then Caster kicks his feet straight out instead of up, but Punk saved it on the pile driver. But there was a bobble there. And he pile drives him and then gets the vice and the tap out. And again, a lot of the problem also is Caster has been he was in a tag team for some time, and then he's been working with some of these other guys. I think he still has potential, but he needs work. This did not come together probably the way everybody hoped it would. What'd you think?
I enjoyed it. It wasn't perfect. I'm not saying it was Punk versus Dax, but I enjoyed it. Caster needs to work on things, and with more steady work, hopefully, and with the right people, hopefully those things come together. But let's give credit where it's due. He's got the personality down.
Yeah.
And when you say he's got the rap, I mean, in general, when you say someone can talk on the mic, they got the rap. He's literally got the rap.
Yeah, he's literally got the
down.
Rap.
He's incredibly talented. I believe the tag team, the Acclaimed, are still together, but Bowens is injured, someone told me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's there at ringside with him, but he's been featured in more singles matches lately because, as you said, Bowens is hurt in some fashion.
I like the match. I like the fact that Punk is using the goodwill he has from the fans. And look at the reaction he's getting every week, no matter what town they're in. He's using that goodwill to try to have wrestling matches with either someone like Dax, who can deliver a great wrestling match, or someone like Max Caster, who really has to elevate his game in this situation where he's been buried on Friday nights for a while. Now he's in the opening match on Dynamite with the biggest star in AEW. I enjoyed it. Not every match could be 5 stars, but I like this kind of pace for Dynamite. And Punk has kind of set a really good pace the last couple of weeks for what that show could be.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's not trying to have the main event of WrestleMania or Starrcade or whatever your big show reference is. He's having a good match, but a suitable match for the opponent he has. It's not going to be a situation where everybody takes Punk as far as MJF did in the dog collar match. It can't be, or then everything's meaningless. And Punk understands the stair step of how to wrestle guys that are completely beneath him, kind of wants to elevate, really on his level, etc. There's proportion to it.
And I'll say one more thing. Caster should absolutely be a project for them to develop as much as they can. Because other than the fear that he's going to say something every now and then that's going to get him in a lot of trouble, I think he could always bounce back from that unless it's really heinous. He's got something that could cross over, I think. He may not be doing the flips like everyone else, and he shouldn't be. He's a bigger guy, too. But again, he's got a personality. You want that. I mean, usually you could train the guys to do some stuff in the ring. You can't train them to have natural personality. He has it.
Yeah, well, Denny Crum, the basketball coach at the University of Louisville, his motto was he didn't want guys that could play basketball. He wanted guys that could jump because he could teach them how to play basketball. You want guys with personality that you can't really teach. It has to come out. And if they're athletic, you can teach them to do moves. Anyway, so Punk was in the ring with Tony Schiavone, who actually interviewed him. And Punk put his arm around Tony to make sure Tony couldn't, out of force of habit, run off and scurry away somewhere. And Punk said he didn't know who was going to be the champion, either Cole or Page. Wink, wink. Does anybody think Adam Cole's going to be the champion at this point? But before his time in AEW is over, he will be the world's champion. And he ain't going to promise that unless he knows where it's going. It was brief and it was perfect. Now I just like to see when it's going to happen and how.
Or if it doesn't happen and how.
Well, Punk's smart enough to know a babyface never blatantly promises something that he cannot or will not or is not going to be delivering.
Yeah. Unless a heel's going to fuck him.
Nah, then you still leave some wiggle room. At least the old-time baby faces did.
I will say I think we can agree, and I think the amount of people who agree grows every week. It certainly shouldn't be Adam Page as the world champion right now.
Well, that's a foregone conclusion. They don't have glass breaking in AEW to signify that the people should scream and yell and jump up to their feet and throw the babies in the air. They hit the opening strains of Like Mussolini to keep the demo that Big Bang ratings really great. And so they got Punk out right at the top of the program to try to keep all those people wondering, we just watched this apparently highly popular sitcom and now we're going to go, what the is this? They were in New Orleans at the UNO Lakefront Arena, scene of some of my greatest triumphs.
Did you recognize it? Does it look, from a television point of view, does it look like the arena you remember?
Well, we never did TV there.
I know, but when you see it on TV,
yes,
okay.
Yeah, it's a nice place. It's probably, as I recall, seats about 8,000-ish or thereabouts. They call it the Lakefront Arena because it's on the UNO Lakefront Arena. It's right beside a big lake. And it's on the campus of the University of New Orleans, so a really creative name for it. But it's beautiful. And that's a building that Watts started running, I think, when we were there in 84, because the original building for wrestling for those many years, the Dog's House, the Downtown Municipal Auditorium in downtown New Orleans. And that was the primary location for the weekly wrestling matches from not only Mid-South, but before Mid-South when McGurk was the promoter, and then years before that, etc. It was an old building, historic. It was a double-sided type auditorium where you could open up one side, which they did usually for the matches that were weekly on Monday nights in New Orleans, and it seated about 4,000, 5,000 people. But if you opened up the other side, the curtain down the middle, there was a big stage and shit, but you could then double the size of the building. And they only opened up the whole thing once when we were there, and that was when my hair was at stake. And if they'd have just kept the half open, we'd have been fine. But they opened it up, and it didn't look too good because that was after Dog had left. Nothing was going to save it. Anyway, the Downtown Municipal Auditorium was the regular building, and in the old days, they would go over to the St. Bernard Civic Center, not named after a dog, but the actual saint. It was a St. Bernard Parish in Louisiana is right across not the causeway, but it's out east of regular New Orleans. And when the downtown auditorium wasn't available, they would go out there sometimes. That was a little building that seated 2,500 people. They didn't like to make a habit of going there. But the UNO Lakefront Arena, and I'm going to tell you why I'm going into so much detail in a minute. The Lakefront Arena was in a completely different area, whereas the downtown auditorium was obviously downtown. St. Bernard Civic Center was way out of town to the east side for the people that lived out in the suburbs. The Lakefront Arena drew a better class of people, better dressed, possibly from a more affluent part of New Orleans, because to get there, you really needed a car. The downtown auditorium, the buses, and you could walk. So the downtown building was heavily African-American, which is one of the reasons why dog was God there. The St. Bernard Civic Center was more the Cajuns and the more lower income fucking, how should we say this nicely? Lower income people out in that part of New Orleans. And then the UNO Lakefront got a completely different crowd, including college kids and younger people. And the only time that all those people would ever meet was at the Superdome 4 times a year. So you drew different crowds. But this was the Lakefront, and they better be glad, because I guarantee, I know the Bucks weren't on this show, but some of the guys on the AEW roster, if they'd have gone to the Municipal Auditorium in downtown New Orleans, the crowd would have stolen their wallets. So thankfully, they were out in a good part of town. I know I've said in the past that CM Punk is approaching a magician. And this was the ultimate test. I'm like, what? How is this going to work? CM Punk against, what is Penthouse's new name now instead of Penthouse 0 Calorie, whatever? He's Penthouse Obscure.
Obscuro.
Obscuro. He's dark. He's coming out behind a tombstone, or from behind a tombstone. His manager, Alex, has turned into a Sammy Terry cosplayer. For all of the WTTV Channel 4 fans from 30, 40 years ago, you'll remember Sammy Terry.
He was so good in his role, and now I thought it was a one-night thing, and now it's been a couple months of this, and it's not going away, and he's
terrible. Swinging a thing, bring out your dead! Bring out your dead! So I'm figuring this is going to be a clash of styles. Can Punk do it? Because, let's face it, Penthouse he's just not going to be very good at working with a worker. His gimmick is posing, it's gestures. There's no facials because of the mask. A lot of flips and things that don't make a lot of sense, but let's see what Punk can do here. And the crowd was so hot at the beginning that they could milk the dueling chants. And for some reason, Penthouse had his supporters there, but they did the shove, pie face, and then they got into the trading the chops, and at least it wasn't, we're going to see that later on, at least it wasn't Samoa Joe and Suzuki. They were chopping each other like they were trying to hit each other and knock each other down against the other's will. You know what I'm saying? And did you see Punk's body language when he's getting chopped? He's flying back all the way around with it. He's selling it. He's reacting to it. Instead of they just standing there trading on purpose. So they had a match. It made sense. There wasn't as much of the Lucha Brothers lucha as normal, which was a definite benefit. There was one thing, and actually, I don't even need to, I'm not trying to pull experience or veteranism on CM Punk, but he should have known, and it worked out. It didn't work, and maybe he won't do this anymore. But they went to a break. When they came back from the break, the one thing I didn't like about the match, and at least he saved it and it became a teaching moment, they're both fighting on the turnbuckles, and then both of them stand up together on the top rope. And I've said this a million times. I don't care who you are, how good you are, how you do it. It doesn't matter. There is no way to suspend disbelief, and it looks ridiculous in the context of a contest when both guys stand up with both feet on the top rope, and you can't tell me that they're not cooperating. And you can't tell me that the second guy to go up to the top is not just stepping up on purpose and being pulled somehow. It doesn't work. But they tried to do it so that Punk could give a Hurricane Rana off the top rope to Penthouse, but he slipped and they both fell. And like I said, I'm not trying to pull veteranness on CM Punk. Everybody makes mistakes. And I'm not talking about the bump. I'm talking about the idea of doing it to begin with. It wasn't going to look good to begin with because it was going to look obvious cooperation. And then it fucked up and it could have been bad. But hopefully he'll not do that anymore. Do you know how he saved this from being worse? Do you know how CM Punk, how he responded to this to save it from getting the "you fucked up" chant, which I think came out later on in the night?
I do, and let me just apologize for Swami going nuts at the UPS man in the background. I think I do. And to me, it was so good, it made me think that maybe it wasn't a flub, but CM Punk's selling of his leg.
Exactly. But it wasn't, he wasn't trying to sell to make you think it wasn't a flub. He knew it looked like a flub. It looked exactly like what it was. They both fell off the top rope. But if two green guys had done that, and then they jumped right back up and started trying to do something else, that would have given the perfect opportunity for the fans to start chanting, "You fucked up, you fucked up," because that's what they do, right? To almost anybody. Mother Teresa, "You fucked up." But as soon as Punk landed, he started selling his leg, not his back like he took a bump or his head like he took, but he started selling his knee. And then the people knew, well, that was a fuck up, and now he's holding his knee and he's keeping selling it. And he's selling it for a while. Now they're worried that their beloved CM Punk has fucked himself up. So they're not going to fucking put the boots to him by going, "You fucked up," while you're down there needing knee surgery. They started worrying about him instead of taking the opportunity to be wise asses. And then he kept selling the leg, even when Penthouse comes back to him. Then, boom, 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 he fights back. And by the time that he realizes, okay, we've got him out of that point where they're not going to do that, then he sets Penthouse up on the top rope and hits the quick Hurricane Rana just so he can do it, and then gives him a knee in the corner, goes for his finish, but the leg buckles. So now they're back into the match, and now the people are back into the match. If they had done anything else besides him selling like he had accidentally fucked himself up and they were worried, that would have left the opportunity open for the people to get on him and kill the thing even worse. On the spur of the moment, and then you see, because now Penthouse is confused. What are we doing? So there's a brief moment where there's a short conference where Punk gets him back on the page. And they're back into the match, and then boom, boom, boom. And then basically Punk comes back a little bit, calls for the go to sleep. Penthouse blocks it. Enziguri roll-ups back and forth. Punk comes out, hits his finish one time. Go to sleep. 1, 2, 3. It wasn't Punk's best match. I think he did all he could with the style limitations of his opponent, but it was a brilliant save on that flub, because that's the first major fuck-up he's really done on television. It was some that, if they hadn't tried to do that, the match would have been just as good and nobody would have missed it. So for people who say I never criticize Punk, there you go. What'd you think?
I really liked it. I didn't think it was a flub. I thought it was part of the story of the match for two reasons. One, Punk tells really good stories in his match, and that really became the story of the match, was the leg. And two, he worships Bret Hart like all of us smart people do. And Bret was the master of creating an injury during the match and selling it throughout the match. I really liked it. I didn't think the flub, if it was a flub, I didn't think it took away from the match because they went back to it. And if it created the knee injury story, I thought that was the best thing about the match, was Punk selling of the knee. Even when the referee was checking on him on the ground, I wasn't sure what was going on. I wasn't sure if he was hurt or not.
Well,
so I liked it.
Then I won't even spoil for you how you could go back and determine for yourself that knee was not injured. But that, again, that's how good a worker Punk is and how he thinks on the fly, because we had differing opinions on whether that was a flub or not.
CM Punk has been in AEW now for a while, and he still gets these monster pops. Did you hear that crowd when he came out?
Yes. And I mean, this crowd, they were hot. They haven't had wrestling down there in a while in New Orleans.
Well, we saw what could cool them down, but they were certainly hot for CM Punk.
Well, yes. Yeah. You know, they were hot at the start. As a matter of fact, think about the range. In 2 hours, they took this from one of the hottest wrestling crowds that you'll see on television, dueling chants before the opening match had locked up. And by the end, the same crowd is doing the boo, not boo, we hate you, a heel, boo, we don't like what we're seeing and we want you to stop it. In 2 hours. Interesting. AEW, Wednesday night, April the 20th. And of course, we're going to try to keep those Big Bang Theory ratings. Can you believe it has come to this, that a reruns of a not really the greatest situation comedy in the world is drawing 500,000 people more than the wrestling program? That would not have been the case back in the local television days, I assure you. Anyway, so immediately to keep those ratings, like Mussolini, the only star we got, he's coming out again and he's hot. They're loading the wagon. What was it they used to say? If you think of, a donkey can't pull the wagon, load it up or whatever, right? Well, they've loaded everything behind CM Punk. And he's the first. It's just like we've got to put him there to try to keep these people, right? But again, I wanted to see this because it's a single match with Dustin Rhodes. And the start of the show, the crowd, the building, Punk's entrance, he's a star. They're playing real music from a recognized artist. This show looks major league when they kick it off. And it Dustin comes. Did we say this before, or was I talking about Dustin or somebody else? But now he's in the conversation. Is he the best 53-year-old since Nick Bockwinkel?
You said that before, and if he isn't, he's certainly up on that list. Of course, he's not working a full-time schedule, but whenever we see him, it's always impressive.
I mean, and here, I can't remember how old Punk is. He's 40-something, right?
He's my age, 42, I think.
Okay. So the combined age in this match of the two participants was 95, and they're two of the best workers on the roster. And it's a babyface match. There's two clear baby faces. So the handshake at start works there. And there's no blood feud. There's no reason to start trying to break the guy's bones or throw him through tables within 2 or 3 minutes of this. They did some nice running spots, some, as the boys used to say, some tick tackles and flip flops. Worked head scissors. Punk couldn't get the bow and arrow on Dustin because he's too tall. And he couldn't get around both the ankles and the chin and get him up in the leverage. But they had a wrestling match. And they would sell shit that happened to him along the way. Punk at one point dropped down. Dustin went over him and out of control and bumped to the floor and sold his knee. And then once that Punk goes out and gets him and rolls him in, Punk is able to get a little rough with the leg because there has to be somebody to particularly to cheer for. So he lightly led the people to get behind Dustin, who's the underdog, and you want to be the sympathetic figure. And he gets heat on Dustin's leg. And then they go to the break, and apparently right before it came back, they did the deal where Punk is going to drop on Dustin's leg on the bottom rope like Flair used to do to set up the figure 4, but Dustin does the deal where he puts his foot in Punk's ass, kicks him over the top rope, and creates some space. So Punk goes back to the leg, but Dustin kicks him into the post and then drops him on the apron. And now they're going back and forth. Dustin started a comeback with a backdrop. I swear to God, you can watch 12 wrestling programs these days and you will not see one backdrop. They all want to take every dangerous bump in the world, but nobody wants to take a backdrop. I liked where Dustin gave him the 10 punches in the corner and then jumped down and sold his left knee. So Punk had an opening and he charged, but Dustin hit the code red thing, got a nice 2 count. And then Dustin still, Punk will try to go for his finish. Dustin will come out of it, power slam, 2 count. They got the figure 4 and started slapping each other because that's all you can reach in the figure 4. They're slapping each other and then punching each other in the face. Dustin turns him. Punk gets a rope break. And the AEW fans there in the building start chanting, "This is awesome," for a wrestling match. They can tell when people are doing something well. They don't have to be force-fed the fucking gaga. Dustin foiled a springboard and hit a crossroads and a kind of a wonky pile driver for a 2 count. I didn't mind the kick out there because it wasn't a great pile driver. But then Dustin goes into the dusty jabs. Punk hits the roundhouse kick, which missed Dustin's side of his head and tatered him in the back of his head with his heel as he went by, but went for the go to sleep. Dustin slips out. Punk catches his legs and kneels on him. Boom, 1, 2, 3. Clean finish. Nice match. The first 20 minutes of the show looks big time. And they can do hugs and shows of respect now because nothing they did in the match would preclude them from wanting to do that if it was real. It was a contest, but nobody hated the other guy. And then, Punk's leaving, and Adam Page's music plays, and they come out and have a face-to-face stare down, apparently just for that. They go to the break, and then Page leaves, because he's not there when we come back. But again, for the first 20 minutes, recognizable names, experienced professionals, a big crowd, names on the announce team, music, reaction. They look like a big-time deal. And then their content slowly goes down the porcelain throne. Your thoughts?
Really enjoyed it. I'm really enjoying everything with Punk right now. I actually was thinking the other day that by and large, may be enjoying his work now than I ever did before. There were matches I liked. There were promos I liked. But I don't know if there's ever been just an entire run, an entire period of time where I've enjoyed so much of it. It's because his matches have that feeling that I want.
The contrast between what we're seeing almost everywhere else with everybody else and what he's given us. And Danielson and a couple other people.
Yeah, but with Punk specifically, when you see his face during a match and his hair is covered in sweat and he looks like he's grinding and he's really working as hard as he can, it kind of can get you to lose yourself into what professional wrestling is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it. My only other comment would be hearing Dustin's promo the other day and, the way his voice, it's a lot more gravelly than it used to be. And seeing Dustin work, is it crazy to think that maybe they could do something with him as a heel so he doesn't have to do as much physically? Because, I don't know, to have him, someone recognized by just about everyone who knows anything as being one of the, like you said, one of the best workers of all time over the age of 50, but he's just a mid-card or lower babyface that appears every now and then and has a really great match and loses. But everyone knows who he is, and he's actually doing great work whenever he's out there. Is there something better that could be done with him? And I don't think it could be as a babyface, quite frankly.
Well, and to be honest with you, considering that he probably knows how to heel better than most of the people on the roster, also, you could do something with him. And I don't know whether Tony Khan just thinks, well, I want him to just be the elder statesman and have the good match with guys or whatever, but you could certainly get better television out of a heel-motivated Dustin Rhodes with a grudge against some. Maybe he's got a grudge because of the way the company treated his family on the way out. Something. And get people interested in that. And then, obviously, if he's taking an anti-AEW stance that most of the fans would probably disagree with that, yeah, you could do something with him because he's talented and he knows what he's doing. Maybe they just thought, oh, when the start of the thing, he'll be a coach and he'll be this and that. But no, considering what you've got up and down the rest of the roster, don't sleep on Dustin Rhodes. Obviously, Punk is still out there, so he took the opportunity to go down to ringside. And I liked this promo because he walked down to the ring and walked around the ring talking to sort of the entire crowd personally, but instead of doing it from the ring, he did it from around the ring, kept his train of thought and delivered the message, and it was different. And obviously they've announced Punk versus Page on May 29th on their next pay-per-view, which if they wanted a world title match that would potentially sell pay-per-views, I guess this is the one that they should have, because Page against anybody else ain't going to do it. But now how do they get out of this? If Punk puts Page over, it may hurt him.
Unless he's screwed over.
Well, but then do they switch Page heel?
I'm not saying by Page. I mean, there's plenty of people there that Punk has not had any interaction with. What if, just throw a name out there, what if Danielson decided to go out there and do something? I'm not saying it's going to be him, but that's one way to get so that Punk could lose and it wouldn't kill him. Anything that Danielson does away from the Blackpool Combat Club, I would be receptive to. But I think, are they still trying to get Page over, and they think, well, if Punk puts him over, and Punk will be a good soldier about it. But can anybody get Adam Page over at this point? Except to the base audience that's already there and accepts anything. Does anybody with a discerning eye or anybody that's just not, entranced by AEW think that Adam Page is a world champion the way that they've got him there or what he's been doing since he got there? Or are they just going to waste a Punk loss that could mean something for somebody else like it did for MJF on a lost cause project? We'll find out. But Punk's promo was good because he said when he came back, he wondered, can I still do this? And now he can honestly say he can. And he's warmed up and he's ready to give 100%. Without the fans, there would be no Punk. So that's why he's going to wrestle the fucking popular babyface world champion that needs all the help he can get. Great promo. I like the idea that because he had to get to the ring, they didn't waste any of the time. He got right on the mic and started talking as he went around the ring, created an interesting look. Also didn't kill any time or waste any time. And Punk's just a fantastic talker. And right here at the top of the show, we had a match that the fans were super into with wrestlers that they're into. And then Punk, who's the most over guy in every single show they do, every single week. It was a good way to start the show. This is from Rhonda Shane, by the way, a frequent contributor to the program. From Up All Night? That was Rhonda Shear. That was Rhonda Shear. No, completely different. This is Rhonda Shane. You know the drill. It's Rhonda Shane. I actually didn't know the drill. I thought it was Rhonda. No, it's Rhonda Shane. I thought it was Rhonda Shane. No, I just clearly said Rhonda Shane. The illegitimate daughter of Bobby Shane, Rhonda Shane. Well, and Ron would be extremely, I'm sure, thrilled if he was the illegitimate offspring of Bobby Shane. But nevertheless, and this is a topic we might need to discuss with some seriousness. So put your big boy pants on there, fella, because he makes a good point here. And I haven't seen anybody else bring this particular thing. And maybe I've missed it because I don't pay a lot of attention to what other people say. But Rhonda says, Jim and Bryan, and he even includes you in this. You guys covered Adam Page's random heel turn on the last Experience, but didn't really get into the content of what Adam Page said, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on my theory.
And that's not the theory on Raw. Remember, Page was it last week now, or it wasn't the last Wednesday night, that was a few days ago, but about a week and a half ago, where he just came out and just decided to become a completely different person. Fuck you, CM Punk. I'm going to embarrass you. You're a piece of shit. And fuck you, right? But Rhonda brings up something else as he continues. Why would you have your babyface champion, Adam Page, call CM Punk's matches, quote, masturbatory Bret Hart tributes on your national television show? One of the best parts of this fledgling promotion is CM Punk's matches. And now you want to plant the seed that they're a self-indulgent karaoke version of pro wrestling. Why would you steer the audience's attention to this when Punk is your top face? Who benefits from calling CM Punk's matches Bret Hart jerk-off sessions? Clearly not AEW. Where did this thought actually come from? Who was circulating the idea that CM Punk's matches are masturbatory in nature, and how did it get in Adam Page's ear? As I thought about those questions, it slowly occurred to me. He got that line from those no-good young bucks. They're the ones that would be jealous of losing their exposure to CM Punk and would stand to benefit by turning fans on him. They're Adam Page's buddies. Their Twitter is full of quote-unquote witty one-liners like this. They'd be the ones that would benefit from calling CM Punk's Bret Hart sequences, and by extension, that Dax versus Cash match last week, masturbatory, because a certain segment of the audience, i.e. us, appreciates the hell out of classic ring psychology, and it makes them look bad and feel bad. So he closes by saying, fuck Adam Page for saying it. Fuck the Young Bucks for planting it in his head as something to say, if indeed that was the case. And fuck Tony Khan for not handing this limp dink, he's called him a limp dink a script instead of letting him take a shit on the company, their top draw, and their product on national TV. Cordially yours, Rhonda Shane. So that's a good provocative thought, Bryan. Is this Adam Page's material, or is this somebody planting something in his ear? And why would you want to, if you were running a business and promoting a match, say that about your opponent?
Actually, it's a great email from Rhonda there. I think there's a few different things. One, the overall theme, and it's not exclusive to Adam Page. Jim Ross is someone who's guilty of this. Various people where things are said on the air that if you're trying to portray professional wrestling as legitimate, make no sense that you would say these things or certain terms.
You're talking about the Bret Hart turnbuckle from this past Wednesday, aren't you, JR?
Same thing, like I said, and that's not the only time, but it all happened in the same week. So we can compare the comments. Same thing. What's the point of the comment? Who's that comment for? Who's it to? And what's the point? If Bill Watts was there, what would Bill Watts have said to Jim Ross? I'll ask you that.
Well, and I guess we first should say, because I guess now we're expecting some segment of the population to read our minds, the Jim Ross comment that we're talking about is the other night on AEW when it was Dax, right?
I believe
Dax
so,
took
yeah.
A hard butt. When Dax took a hard forward buckle, chest first, into the turnbuckles, he was shot off by his opponent, of course, and JR made comments about, well, shades of Bret Hart, and I've never seen anybody do it like Bret Hart did, where the force that he would hit the buckle. He's taking an offensive move from the other guy. It shouldn't be up to Bret Hart. It shouldn't be up to Dax. It shouldn't be up to the person hitting the turnbuckle, how hard they hit it. That's what you're saying, Bryan, what I'm saying, and what everybody is so accustomed to, comfortable with, giving up on the fact that we're the only fans that modern wrestling is talking to now is the people that are with the program. And there's, as we can see, damn few of those. And we have just quit making sense in the context of what the program is supposed to be, while speaking to and trying to appeal to the only ones left to watch it, which are the ones that know what the fuck that everybody's talking about, but it doesn't make any sense. If Bret Hart was the one throwing the fucking guy in the turnbuckle, and he hits, then it should remind you of Bret Hart. Boy, nobody threw a guy in a turnbuckle as hard as Bret Hart. But if you're saying nobody was thrown into the turnbuckle as hard as Bret Hart, then you've just basically told everybody he was doing it on purpose to himself. Bryan, have I articulated why this makes not a goddamn lick of sense in the world to say?
So when Adam Page comes out there and calls CM Punk or says that CM Punk's wrestling in a masturbatory Bret Hart tribute kind of way, what thought does that put into the head of the viewer at home? What thought is it supposed to put into their head?
Well, it to the viewers that unfortunately, as I mentioned, we're talking to, it puts in their heads that CM Punk is just copying another guy, copying Bret Hart, that he's not is his own guy, that he's just out there doing fake shit in tribute to a guy he's a mark for. But here's the problem. The problem with that is Bret Hart didn't invent this shit. Bret Hart did it in high-profile matches. Bret Hart may have done the chest into the turnbuckle fucking better than anybody. He wasn't the first person to do it. He wasn't the first person to mat wrestle. He wasn't the first person to do certain high spots or have matches that made sense and looked halfway legitimate. But, and that's not knocking Bret Hart, but the point is, if when he had done it, everybody said, oh, goddamn, you know why Buddy Rogers was almost as good as Bret Hart or whatever the fuck. It doesn't make any sense either when you're telling the people that they're working. So it cheapens the whole thing, and it makes it look like that, because there's enough guys out there right now that are doing masturbatory tributes to their favorite wrestlers on the end of. Go ahead.
Every Young Bucks match is a masturbatory tribute to the Young Bucks.
Well, yeah, but I mean, on the indies and the outlaws, mud shows and etc., everybody's doing shit as Rip Rogers calls it, as seen on TV. Whether it makes any sense or not, if somebody on TV does it, guys think that it's right, and they start doing more of it, and then everybody's fucking doing it. And that's why we've ended up with a lot of this shit. But the point is, to be quite honest, when Punk is applying the standard classic wrestling psychology to his matches, make the shit mean something, makes people care about it, and make it look halfway, your conflict and or your offense look halfway legitimate, and do some cool shit that nobody else does these days because they're too busy jumping off the roof. And people are reacting to it as, yeah, because Punk's over. He's a lot more over than Adam fucking Page is. Let's face it, that's been a disaster, which is why we speculated, okay, did they just throw up their hands and say, switch this bland, boring little bitch heel? But it just happened. He's blurted out like he had Tourette's in one night. And then this is what he comes up with. Or somebody comes up with it for him. It's Marks talking to Marks. And everybody's falling into. You asked what Bill Watts would have said. Bill Watts would have fined everybody involved. But if Bill Watts had been the announcer and Dax took that hard buckle into the turnbuckle, and Jim Ross learned from Bill Watts, but he's been around these people for so long, he's in the fucking bubble with them. Watts would have been talking about the violence and the velocity and the fucking strength and the power that Dax's opponent used to fucking propel him into the turnbuckle, and how bad it probably hurt Dax, which is the point of Dax doing that, because it ain't comfortable. People are supposed to think it hurts. So he's running into that thing at 70 miles an hour to make his opponent look like Superman and make it look like that this is a punishing thing that hurts. And if everybody, including the announcer, tells him, yeah, he just did that on purpose, well, then that kind of negates he's trying to cave his sternum in for, doesn't it?
It completely negates it. It's saying, hey, look at this guy get hurt. It reminds me of someone else who used to get hurt. I mean, the whole point of it is stupid. And I think Jim Ross, unfortunately, because of the environment he's in, sometimes goes into some of the things he would say to you backstage as opposed to what he should be saying on the mic or not.
Yes, because when you're around those people, and they all almost think that way now, and the veterans that are there, I won't paint everybody with the same brush, but a lot of veterans that get into these environments, they somehow come out with I got to change with the kids. Instead of trying to teach the kids what the fuck they're doing wrong. Oh, it's a new day, it's a different day, or just give me my check, or I'm making so much money I'm not going to make waves or whatever. But a lot of it is just being and interacting with the younger group of wrestling talent and personalities these days. Even guys who would know get in the habit of speaking that way or doing these things. It goes by you. It just, when I'm sure when one of these producers, just hold that thought, when one of these producers hears, oh yeah, I'm going to superplex him, but then we're going to roll through and I'm going to pick him up and give him the Falcon Arrow. But when we land, he's going to hook my fucking head with his legs and fart in my face. Then the veteran just go, oh, wow, that's a different way of doing things. Instead of, stop at the superplex, you idiot. You both should be fucking groveling. So it just goes by him. What were you going to say?
To the bigger point from the second point from the question earlier, the motive behind it, all we could say is this. Here's what we could say that can't be denied. CM Punk came into a company where the Young Bucks were big shots. He moves more merch than they do. He moves, and when I say they do, them and their entire camp moves more merch than they do, including
now, Cutlet is a merchandise fucking maven, boy, I'll tell you.
And remember, the last time there was some kind of flippant remark was when he went off on Jim Ross on Twitter. He doesn't do that unless he has the Young Bucks backing him up on that. And CM Punk comes in there. His work is critically acclaimed. Even people that like the Young Bucks stuff are saying, wow, his stuff's great. And he doesn't have to do as much stupid shit, and he still gets the big pops. He's over every night. He actually moves the numbers. Everything they can't do, he's doing. On top of making more money than all of them, too. I can understand some of the resentment, and at the same time, and I've been saying it for a little while, the Young Bucks and their camp have never been cooler than ever before. Of course, Omega's not there, but the Young Bucks have completely cooled off. They had go-away heat, and they've done nothing in the last several weeks. The only thing they really have left is the Hardys match, and then a third match with FTR. Then you're going to really have to be creative to get people to really care about them again, or just throw them out there to do a bunch of tumble salts and flips until people pop at the tumble salts and flips.
Tumble salts!
But I think there is resentment because CM Punk has come in there, and he's not just making more money, he's not just moving numbers, he's not just moving merch, he's also doing better stuff than everyone, and everyone knows it, and it's recognized by everyone.
Well, there you have it. And meanwhile, the other pudding has cooled off. You got the hot pudding and the cold pudding. And then here comes Hangman Adam Page to the desk for color because the next match features like Mussolini in a hockey jersey. Because here comes Punk. And as soon as he comes out, he kneels down and he calls cut the music so he can yell, it's clobbering time, but also he knew that he was going to get booed out of the building. And I obviously didn't ask him. I wasn't on the premises at the time. But I have to think that he had him cut the music so he could walk down there even with the Islanders jersey. He's doing everything he can. He just saved a baby from a burning building.
He was wearing the jersey of a player who left the Islanders, one of the best players in hockey, left the Islanders. Some would say for greed. Others would say to return home to Canada, to Toronto.
Oh!
So it wasn't like an Islander great who's currently playing or one of their players who have their names in the rafters. It was someone who left voluntarily.
But he knew he was getting booed.
Oh,
and
yeah.
in that case, that's why he's wearing the shirt, because he wanted to lean into it. He cut the music so that you could hear it. It's because MJF is from Long Island, and they have created this now, and it works. It's the Bret Hart bizarro world Canada business, except it's Long Island instead of Canada. So Punk is the babyface everywhere but Long Island, like Michaels was the babyface in America, but MJF, as Brett was in Canada, is the babyface in Long Island because he's from there, and he still manages to play up. We'll get to this here in a little while. But MJF still manages to play up him being from Long Island and him being a heel at the same time. And plus, you can vouch for this. People from the New York metropolitan area are used to being known as real, just fucking uncircumcised dicks to the rest of the country, right?
No, a lot of us are circumcised. A lot of us are circumcised.
Well, but you're all dicks of some respect.
In some ways, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, and they're going to lean into the whole Punk being booed in Long Island thing, but it doesn't fit when the company, it fits when Punk leans into it and he's just being himself, but when the company assists him, they book him against another babyface, Little Brutus of the Dork Order, who's from Long Island. Okay, now we're getting a little, I know, and Page used to be with the Dork Order, but we should be able to forget about that by now, one would think. They haven't been darkening each other's doorsteps lately, Page and the Dork Order. But, so they're having the match with Punk against Little Brutus, Short John Silver, as I like to call him. And Page is doing color. Did Adam Page say anything, make any comment to either sell a ticket to the pay-per-view main event or entertain anyone in any way? Or did he just fucking mumble a bit and sit there to serve his time at the desk?
He's the dullest world champion we've ever seen.
And I was like, okay, is he going to be a asshole heel this week like he was last week, talking about Punk jerking off to Brett and I'm going to embarrass you and I'm going to fuck you up? Or is he going to be a baby face, or is he going to be whatever? I couldn't tell what attitude he's taking because he said nothing, and he said what he did say in such a disinteresting fashion. But the crowd was booing everything that Punk did, and he was loving it. So a Punk would give the little fucking fella openings to do shit, and he sold more than he should have because the crowd was liking it. I mean, the match, it was what it was. I'm not sure about, he's the biggest babyface, the most popular guy in AEW. And it's not that he's being booed out of the building because, again, it's understandable given the situation, but because he's competitive with a mid-card hometown babyface. That's why. But Page was a non-entity on color. The match went a bit long. Short John got a little sloppy, and then Punk hit a buckshot lariat. Boom, 1, 2, 3. And then here we go. Here comes Page to the ring. And I'm thinking, okay, now we're going to see something. We're going to have a blistering back and forth, some witty repartee, possibly a physical angle.
He's specifically mad about the buckshot lariat.
Yes. I'm thinking we're going to see something, right? And they get in the ring and they go face to face. And Punk says, hey, it's not personal. It's just business. He's trying to be the kind of asshole. And he did a good promo, which was neither babyface nor heel, but was plain spoken. And then Page just doesn't say anything. He just fucking gives Punk the finger and leaves. So my question is, unless somebody has suddenly come to their senses and decided, okay, Adam Page, blah, CM Punk, big star, let's put the belt on Punk. Unless they've decided that, how bad a mistake will it be to have CM Punk versus Adam Page and have Punk fail to win the title? Not even do a job, just somehow fail to win the title, much less do a job. They've damaged Danielson. He was the best in the business. They damaged him. Cole never got a chance with the booking, and now it's obvious, as we said, he's just thrown his hands up. He doesn't care. All the new signings have already been marginalized. And people have either seen their flaws and weaknesses, or they're not as over as they were when they started because the people were happy to see him there, but now they've seen him booked by AEW. So who else is going to be the next world champion in this fucking joint? I think Punk has to win this. I don't think he will, but I think he needs to.
There's only two options. Punk wins or Punk's screwed over by someone. And I'm not saying that's the right thing or the wrong thing. I'm saying those are the only two options.
Who would that someone be?
I don't know. Who does Punk want to work with? That's who it'll be.
Well, and more importantly, Adam Page better embrace that person and fucking try to sap some of that heat while he gets the chance, because he ain't going to get any on his own. And then, let's see if we can save this show. It was good at the start. It went sideways for a second, but now, like a Mussolini selling pay-per-view, here he comes. This was bizarre, to say the least. Tony Schiavone in the ring with the face-to-face with Adam Page and CM Punk. And half of this looked like a sports event, and half of it looked like sports entertainment with some cosplaying kid having a mental meltdown. Tony's in the ring, Punk's in the ring. Tony goes to interview Punk first. He actually conducts the interview, holds the microphone. Punk doesn't try to take it away from him. Punk, babyface is all hell, loves the fans, and he's looking forward to this weekend, and respectfully, he's going to walk out of that pay-per-view as the AEW champion. And then Tony goes to hang mad Adam Page, who's already getting booed because of things he's done last week or two. He starts the promo with a heelish attitude and doesn't say a lot. But then Punk asks him why he's taking it so personally, and he puts him over. And Punk sounds real and matter of fact. You know, you've accomplished a lot. You got a lot of fans. What's the fucking bee in your bonnet here? Who pissed in your post toasties? And then Page takes the microphone away from Tony Schiavone. And now it becomes sports entertainment. And now we're not having two fighters on a UFC show being interviewed. We're having a fucking wrestler who is still trying to talk himself into thinking he's over. And it shows. He had a verbal meltdown. He said he would destroy, annihilate, and embarrass Punk, not at Double or Nothing, but right now. And then he screamed at Punk about blowing him up with a pipe bomb. And I wrote, why is he screaming now for no reason at this calm guy that's standing in front of him? But then Page said he realizes he can't destroy Punk tonight. It's not right to destroy him, but he will tell him off. And I'm like, what is he fucking saying? And one of his quotes was, hey, Punk, small, quiet moments make a champion. What? And so then, I mean, you heard all this, right?
I heard it all.
It was all over the page. He was screaming like a guy having a temper tantrum, trying to talk everybody else and himself into believing what he was saying with no conviction in his voice, while Punk stood there and looked down his nose at him like, what's this guy's fucking issue? He was all over the place. First he was going to destroy him tonight, then he wasn't. Then it was the best thing if he gets him at the pay-per-view, because Page says, I care about AEW, it's my home, and I'll defend AEW from you. What, from the ratings you bring, from the publicity you brought, from the interest you brought, from the fact that you're over and I'm not? I'm going to protect AEW from all of that. And then when he was finished, I mean, maybe that, whatever he was supposed to say, if he'd have said it like he was supposed to say it, it might have made sense. Because I can't honestly imagine. I can imagine Tony Khan saying, go out there and say whatever you want to say. But I can't imagine Punk going out where he didn't know that the guy that he was going to be working with had some coherent statement to make, even if he wasn't able to make it. But finally, when Page was finished, he tried to give the microphone back to Punk, who let Tony take it because Tony's the announcer and the host of the program. And then Punk resumed speaking. Well, you're talking in circles and it's all a big riddle. I don't think that was a pre-planned line. I think that was Punk realizing I have to respond to shit that nobody understood. So I'm going to acknowledge that I didn't really pick up on all of it without just wiping my feet on this fucking guy and telling him he's a complete gibbering idiot. But Punk then said, hey, the road you traveled to get here, I paved. And the lumber you used to build this house, I planted those trees and blah, blah, blah. And we're going to have a great contest this weekend, but you're going to shake my hand right now. And he tries to shake Page's hand, and Page is telling him off, and Punk shoves him, and Page punches him right in the face, and Punk goes down and sells his jaw and laughs at him. I mean, if this was a shoot, you would assume that this smarter, experienced veteran just made this young, unproven champion have a complete nervous breakdown till he didn't even understand what he was saying himself. So he owned his head, as they say. If it was a shoot, since it's a work, I think that Page just got completely lost and couldn't say suey if the hogs had him because his tongue lopped over his eye teeth and he couldn't see what he was saying. What do you think?
Well, Page clearly the last few weeks has been trying to turn it up a notch and maybe even respond to the criticism that he's been a feckless world champion. But there has been growing chatter that maybe there is some legitimate hurt feelings here, that maybe there are some issues, whether CM Punk knows what they are or not, that there may be some issues. And let me just lay out a scenario to you, something to think about here. You know, at the very beginning, all these guys who, he was going to defend AEW against CM Punk or from CM Punk, whatever he said there. The very beginning, that first press conference and everything, it was the Bucks and Cody and Omega. And then it was like the second tier guys, like Adam Page. First time we saw MJF. At that time, they thought Jelly Nutella was going to be one of their stars. Britt Baker, I think. Like, it was a long time ago. And what I think all of those guys know, and I think it's caused resentment several times, because I also don't think it's been hidden, is that they were all there from the beginning, but their boss wanted a couple other people there from the very beginning, too. And that was CM Punk. And if we're going to tell the truth here, it was Jim Cornette. And both people didn't do it. We're, of course, doing great. You may not have listened to The Dodger, but we did things our own way, and we now have the two biggest fucking shows of all time. But those guys know. But those guys know CM Punk was someone who AEW was set up for, you could say, in a way, from the very beginning. He could have said yes, and he would have been there from the very beginning. And since he's been there, if you notice, Punk hasn't been messing too much with the pantload clique out of Southern California and their friends. He's been dealing with people who can have legitimate, good, serious wrestling segments. MJF, Darby Allin. He's done a few different things. The Kingston thing, which sadly only went on like a week. But Punk's doing serious stuff at the same time that Punk is doing segments that are pretty much universally acclaimed. That he's drawing ratings, outselling everyone with merch. And he's also helping drive these pay-per-view numbers. At the same time, we have a world champion who, despite his in-match capabilities in the ring, has not inspired anyone. And in fact, it's gone the other way to even where the most hardcore AEW fan is questioning the entire title run of Adam Page, how he's been booked, how he's been used, and the fact that they went with him instead of looking at what was happening with Danielson and Punk about to come in. So that's a scenario I'm laying out to you. What do you think of that? That there's resentment maybe because of some of these things.
I think Harley is upset at you. Did you hear that? She scoffed at you. I think, and honestly, yes, Page's booking was rotten. I mean, we talked about it for years. What are they doing with this fucking guy? And I'm not going to go over all the many wrong things they did. He is good in the ring, and he's athletic, and he's a good-looking kid. He would definitely be more over now if he had been booked as a singles top-level babyface champion-level attraction, all the way through instead of what they did. But I'm wondering now, verbally and mentally, I mean, I don't think he does the same shit in every match. He's not going to vary his matchup. The blind moonsault, all the stuff, etc. And it's almost, his wrestling style lends itself more to playing with the kids than to actually having the dramatic matches. He can be led, but he doesn't do it on his own. So I'm wondering if even if he had been booked right and was able to, as I said, utilize, he can work, he can do the moves, he's very athletic, he looks good. But I think verbally and his psychology of how he does things or puts things together, I don't know that he would have gotten over if they'd have booked him right. We'll never know because they didn't book him right for 3 years. But I'm wondering why I'm seeing other people now that they didn't do much for either, surpassing him in terms of response and reaction and oomph. So we'll see. Maybe he just needed to be, old farm boy Adam Page and be in the middle somewhere and play with the Dork Order, and that would have been great. And he could have looked great in that atmosphere because he wouldn't have been at the top mix. I don't know.
Well, here's the other thing. Beyond any palace intrigue that we're talking about here, like you said, none of this makes any sense. Why all of a sudden is he angry? Why all of a sudden is it AEW versus CM Punk? It made no sense. None of this makes any sense, yet this makes a lot more sense than some of the other things leading up to the pay-per-view. Do you think they're going to have a title change on the pay-per-view?
I certainly hope so. Because, again, it's wasting the world title to not have it on not only one of the bigger stars, but also one of the guys who's performing ratings-wise and in the ring and with the interest of the people. And Page is just another one of the guys that has regular matches. It's, so yeah. And then switch him heel and try to rehabilitate him. Switch him full-fledged heel. Let Punk win the belt and let Page do something horrible and shocking and shameful and just tell everybody to piss off. He's been a nice guy too long and whatever. And then use him as a single, give him some wins, and see if he can figure out how to talk like a heel because he can't talk like a babyface. Might work. Who knows? Before you cut bait on him, let's try that.
I think of Bret Hart. And I'm a big Bret Hart fan, and I think Bret Hart was worlds better than Adam Page as a world champion, even that first title run. But people look at that first title run as kind of like a trial run for what it would later be because it wasn't really that special. But the second time Bret got the world title, he felt like a world champion.
Yeah.
So it could happen. But he doesn't. But he's not really into masturbatory Bret Hart comments, so maybe I shouldn't compare him to Bret Hart.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, especially since Bret Hart was a bigger star and better worker and drew more money and had more fans than he will ever hope to attain in his entire life. So now we are 4 hours into this broadcast. 4 hours. And guess what it's time for? Like Mussolini, 2 hours late. If he'd come in about 9:30, it'd have been great. Oh,
what's Mussolini?
Well, it's a cross between Semolina and Manicotti. So, again, I wrote before I even knew that they thought they had done the right thing because the crowd in the arena was still involved in this last match. I wrote they should thank fuck they're on West Coast time. It's midnight on the East Coast, 11 o'clock Central. If you take out Los Angeles and San Francisco, it was past local news time for 80% of the fucking country. And I mean, they did the right thing here. They did the only thing they could do because it's a joke. It was a joke with, again, 6 or 7 or 8 guys in the company more over, more known, more qualified, that Adam Page was the champion. They had 3 years. They blew it. They blew it from the start. They booked him to be a milksop imbecile, a cowboy that drinks. First, he's a fucking sad, morose drunk. Then he's a fucking milk drinking cowboy. Then he's driving a Prius with buffalo horns. He's hanging out with job guys. They listed, old excrement, listed Page's successful title defenses. Bryan Danielson, okay. Lance Archer, Adam Cole in his current incarnation, and Dante Martin. That's the stunning list of challengers that this champion has turned back during his reign. And it starts at the entrance. Punk's entrance is big time. He's got real music. He's over. He's been somebody. He comes out, there's excitement. And then Page's slow, bland, generic music with the outlaw horse graphics on the screen. And he comes out with that confused look on his face. It's not the same level. So I'm not even saying Adam Page is a bad worker. Mentally, I think he needs some help as far as how to put matches together. But they had 3 years, like I said, and they had decided they were going to make him a world champion, and they did nothing to get that ready to come to fruition. And as a result, they ended up with a world champion, and nobody believes is the world champion. If he'd have been a TNT champion, everything had been fine. But this was, and I mean, Punk, the people are chanting for him. They got dueling chants going after a while, but the people were booing Page a little bit more because that's the direction they'd been led in when Page melted down and had a screaming little childish tantrum in Punk's face last week, and the week before he was going to destroy him and eliminate him and annihilate him and whatever the case. The crowd was into this. They wanted to see it, and they worked it like a fight from the start. The lockups, the stiff shots, the stiff chops. Punk wasn't going to go out there and have one of these fucking clown matches, especially since he's winning the championship. He wants to make it something. So they had a wrestling match. But I don't know, you know, I've liked a lot more of Punk shit with other people. I'm not tickled at all by Adam Page. But it was a world title match. They didn't do anything egregiously risky and stupid. They kept it moving. You know, I don't even know. It was back and forth enough that we don't need to go blow for blow. But again, the only thing I thought, will Punk make Page look behind himself before he does the moonsault? Will they milk the moonsault? A couple times he went for it, he couldn't get it, but finally he did it and just backflipped straight off the fucking top rope, blind into the air, trusting that his opponent, who should be trying to get out of the way, is going to be there. In the go-home stretch, they kept calling for either the go-to-sleep or the buckshot lariat. And Punk finally, he went for the buckshot, but he fell short. But Page ducked under him, got him up for the go-to-sleep, and Punk countered that. But Punk went for another buckshot. The first time I thought maybe that was the spot. The second time I think he was trying to get it, he couldn't get it. Because he couldn't land on his feet. That's an odd movement, right? He did it a few weeks ago on TV, but that was not with a 30-minute match in front of it. Anyway, on the second time, Punk clotheslined Page anyway, but he sold his knee, so there's a reason why he couldn't do it. His knee's bad. And then they traded go-to-sleeps. They had the exhausted fight on their knees. Page gets heelish at the end by not only clotheslining Punk over the top rope, but throwing him over the table and taunting him with the title belt. So, I mean, is he going to go full heel? It'd be nice if he went full something. And then they bumped the referee with the fireman's carry. The legs got Paul Turner. All three of them were selling. And then this wasn't a rotten match. It was an okay match. Wasn't Punk's best. It might have been Page's best. I don't know. But the fucking finish, we went straight back to the WWF. Page is standing over the referee who's down. And Punk is selling. And now Page moves in slow motion. And he sees the title belt laying on the ring. And he takes forever. But he goes over and he gets the belt. But he's going to hit Punk. But maybe he's not. But maybe he is. But maybe he's not. You can see on his... Actually, you can't see on his face. It's the same confused look he always has. He doesn't have the expressive facial expressions of all this conflicted thoughts that are going through his mind, but also it's taken for fucking ever. It's sports entertainment. As we've mentioned, you're a criminal. You're going to commit a crime. The policeman has a fucking hair in his eye. He can't see. You've got a limited amount of time. The window is closing. Do it or don't do it. But he's standing there, And finally, he says, no, he's not going to do it. He drops the belt. He goes for the buckshot. Punk picks him up in the go to sleep. 1, 2, 3. Whether it was a rotten finish or whether it was just executed rotten, I don't know, because it could have sounded good, but not the way Page did it. It's another this. If you've been fighting this guy for 30 minutes, you're either going to win it fair or you're going to cheat, but you're not confused at that point. For fuck's sake. And either pick the belt up and clock him with it or don't. But everything came to, and it was so long. And the people saw a title change, so they popped on it. If that had been any other body but Punk winning that thing, by the time that Page got finished deciding whether or not he was going to do it, do you think anybody would have given a shit?
I think everyone's a little tired of the melodrama around everything with Adam Page all the time. The drinking, the Young Bucks forgiving him for the drinking and not interfering when he won the title. During this match, Excalibur on commentary was like, we all know Adam Page is dealt with anxiety and stress. Like, we do? I don't know that. Do we know that? Was that established? He deals with anxiety and stress?
Well, that's why he was drinking and hanging around with job guys and taking them on rides in his lawnmower.
Is that why he held the belt and couldn't figure out what to do?
Yes, because he's anxious. Who the fuck knows? It's somewhere in their minds there's a story here, but it looks stupid when they try to present it because they don't know what they're doing.
Well, let's talk about the positives. The right guy won.
Right guy won.
Took a little while to get it on Punk, but the right guy right now has the belt. For whatever you want to do with the company, however you want to try to grow it or get the word out, this is the right guy to have the belt right now. Don't you agree?
Well, Danielson would have been the right guy in December, I think it was. And Punk is the right guy now. If we'd have got Danielson in December, could we have gotten Punk and Danielson? I
think we're still going to get Punk and Danielson. When are they going to start
giving us the big money matches? When are they going to realize that we don't care about the amateur class? We want the big money matches.
Here's Tony with CM Punk, who was the first person that sat down with Tony before the wrestling media. The question was about tension in the Adam Page promo on the go-home show before the pay-per-view, and if CM Punk is blending into the locker room. Let's hear this.
Leading into Double or Nothing, how it felt like there was some real tension there. Do you feel like you're blending in with this locker room, or do you still feel like you're kind of somebody on the outside trying to find his way in to the regular mix of AEW?
I've grown so wise in my old age that I'll do my best to be as diplomatic as I possibly can with this answer. If there's people backstage that don't like me, it's a minority. And if anybody says that nobody wants me here and nobody likes me, I like to say that nobodies don't like me and nobodies don't want me here.
So there's the first one I'm going to play for you. What do you think of that?
I think I'm sure all those nobodies know who they are too. And that was very well put. And I notice that Punk tries to be legitimate in these things. Everybody else just comes out and spills their guts. They'd be the worst fucking prisoner of wars ever. Not just name, rank, and serial number. They'll tell you everything they've ever done in their life and how they had these great ideas and how they could put their matches together and just play with their friends. And, oh, golly, what a show we put on. Whereas Punk tries to speak like he's in a sport and he's doing a press conference, with legitimate press and doesn't destroy everybody's illusions. Again, he's on Gilligan's Island. He's lost all alone somewhere in the sea of stupidity.
Well, another question for CM Punk. This one from Dave Meltzer.
Oh, boy.
Wanted to ask him about other people he wanted to work with. So let's hear this. But before that, Punk brings up what happened with the buckshot lariat. So let's go to this.
After the match, you kind of made a joke, kind of in jest and kind of not about never doing another buckshot lariat.
Yeah.
I mean, did you feel like when you did that, it was like, oh my God, I made a mistake? Or was it just like...
Oh, I'm sure you're not going to give me 5 stars. Yeah, that's one of those fucking things. That's the only time that I've missed it since I've tried it. I did it on TV, and I just didn't hit it for whatever reason, and it sucks. But that's the fun thing about pro wrestling is I'm more comfortable when shit goes fucking sideways, and not everything needs to look perfect, in my opinion. I'll probably beat myself up about it way too much, but mistakes happen.
So now,
let me pause it there real quick, Jim. What are your thoughts on his reaction to Dave's question about the buckshot lariat?
Well, I think that was a reasonable way to look at it. It's not his specialty. It's something that he's been doing because of the program he's in, but he doesn't have the, years of experience doing it, and he probably ain't going to do it anymore, but he ain't going to dwell on it. It's not like he fucking landed on his head and was carted off to the hospital. He landed on his feet and fell back. But like I said, it was noticeable the second time. I don't know if I would have gone for the second one or not, but I guess they had to do what they wanted to do.
Let's go back to this. Dave asking Punk about guys he wants to work with. Let's hear if this jibes with who you think he should work with.
Now, going forward as champion, are there any names that you're looking forward to more than others? I mean, there's a list of 30 guys or more that you could go right through, but is there anyone that you're going like right now, whether it's whoever it is, that you're really looking forward to going against next?
Oh, well, obviously we got Forbidden Door coming up. So, to me, focusing on that, I think Okada, Tanahashi, Ospreay, guys like that, I'm looking forward to stepping in the ring with. AEW talent, I always think number one with a bullet is going to be Bryan Danielson. I've never wrestled John Moxley. I wrestled Dean Ambrose, so that's an interesting matchup. There's still guys on my list that I've never wrestled. There's Jungle Boy, Ricky Starks. I could probably finish out my career wrestling FTR like every day for the rest of my life, and it could be different and fun every single time. Will Hobbs is another guy that I think has all the potential in the world. We got a really stacked roster. It's almost a crime that we can't do everybody justice at once, but I think we're getting there with baby steps, and I think we're learning. I think we may make mistakes, but instead of, dwelling on it and punishing other people or ourselves, I think we move on and we just, try to learn from things. But Bryan Danielson would probably be the first guy that comes to mind. Very selfishly, I'd love to wrestle him again.
Let me get your thoughts on that answer, Jim. And of course, there's some notable names he did not list.
Well, first of all, he, like everybody else in the business and that has any experience, knows what they're doing, knows that Dax and Cash are the two best workers in the company, so he'd love to work with them every day for the rest of his life. He mentioned the top Japanese guys, and I could give two shits and a whistle whether I ever see any of those matches or not, because I don't care. But I would love to see Punk and Danielson. You know, he was nice enough to say, "Oh, there's 30 guys," but he could only name a few. And there's really, goddamn, there's guys that you could want to see Punk wrestle because he will have a good match with them and he will elevate them, and they might come out, looking better than they did before. But of the actual alleged main event guys in the company right now, who's in line for a title shot and who could be put in line very quickly for a title shot against CM Punk? Everybody else is involved in shit. Everybody wins as much as they lose as much as they win. Is there a clear person besides the thought is in everybody's mind is Danielson because he's so fucking good? Who else would it be that would draw any money?
Well, they just had Danielson lose to Jericho, so obviously they're setting him up for the world title, clearly.
Well, yeah, and also, and that's another thing. By the time he gets to Punk, he's been beat by Jericho in a garbage match for no reason.
But notice Punk didn't say Jericho. He didn't even say Omega. He had a very interesting list of guys
He wants to draw money and have good matches. He doesn't want to have his popularity sapped by a chameleon, nor does he want to get into interpretive ballet.
No, the other name I was listening to hear if he would say would be Samoa Joe. Because that's still one of the ones, even though they booked Joe like shit so far, it's one of the ones I'm still intrigued to see after all these years.
That would be interesting also. And maybe he just, unfortunately, maybe he's just watching the TV and going, well, Joe's nowhere near ready for this. And, oh, by the way, he just lost earlier. And I don't mean Joe's not ready talent-wise. I mean the way they booked him and the way they presented him. And then they just beat him earlier with a goddamn small child. So anyway, I can see why he might not have brought Joe's name into that. Emergency, come right away. All right. But speaking of doctors and emergencies, should we get into some AEW now?
I think that's all that's left, yeah.
That's all that's left. Well, and in that case, God damn it. Every time they dangle the carrot, but we get the stick. They dangle the shit we want to see, and then for one reason or another, it does not materialize or matriculate over to us. Bryan Danielson was the best wrestler in the world. Single heel, capable of being the world champion. They put him in a babyface group of garbage wrestlers. We finally get the world title belt off of hang up Adam Page. It's because every time he calls people on the phone, they find out it's him, they hang up on him. And on to CM Punk, and that lasts 3 days, and he hurts himself in a TV match. They're snake bit. Again, as I've mentioned, there's Vince McMahon and everybody in the WWE trying to hand this thing to here, take this silver platter with the victory spot in the wrestling war. We want you to win this. We want to give you talent. We're running our talent off and into your waiting arms. We are doing the most boring television that we've ever produced in the 50 years this company's been around. We are begging you to win this thing, and they still can't do it. So now, and we're going to talk about MJF being a genius and brilliant, but we don't know when we're going to see him as all these things play out. And now Punk has just announced on the Rampage last night he was injured on Wednesday night. I guess now it's a foot. I thought it might be the knee, but it's apparently his foot. And I believe, I don't know this for sure, but I believe he did it when he tagged in and did the springboard, was going to come in to start his comeback with a springboard, and one foot slipped off the rope when he landed. He landed on his feet hard and started a punching comeback, so he saved it. He didn't go down. But I've got to think that's when he did it, because that was an odd movement that primarily caused him to land on his left foot, and he was limping on his left leg.
When he came out later in the night, and this wasn't on TV, this was some of the fan footage during the MJF segment, Punk came out seemingly to talk to MJF while all this was going on, and he had a noticeable limp at that point.
Yeah. And so he's going to need surgery. He's not... Jericho couldn't get it straight on Rampage. He didn't relinquish the belt. They're doing the interim champion thing. So Punk is still the AEW champion, but while he's out of action with an injury, they're going to crown an interim champion. They're going to have a battle royal next Wednesday on Dynamite. Those always work. Everybody loves to be in them. The fans love to see them. They draw great ratings. Can you hear the sarcasm in my voice on all those things? And the winner of the Battle Royal will fight Moxley, and the winner of that will go to the Forbidden Door pay-per-view and fight somebody from Japan, and that person will be the interim champion. The Battle Royal thing is so over. Does anybody ever want to see a Battle Royal anymore unless it's the Royal Rumble, which is kind of not even a Battle Royal, which is what makes it good?
I don't think so. The Battle Royal itself hasn't been a draw in forever. And when you see it on TV, I think a lot of wrestling fans instantly groan, especially when it's a Battle Royal where the results of the Battle Royal, which is a gimmick match, lead to something that's more important.
The Mad Hatter, Tony Khan, but this is his opportunity. He can go from the outhouse to the penthouse. He can turn chicken shit into chicken salad, whatever simile you'd like to express. Danielson wins the Battle Royal. Danielson beats Moxley. We can't have that belt on Moxley again. That would be just repugnant. Danielson wins the Battle Royal. Danielson beats Moxley. Danielson goes to the Forbidden Door pay-per-view. Danielson can work with all the Japanese guys. That's his wheelhouse. And have a good match with whoever the New Japan guy is. And Danielson can be the champion. And then, however long Punk's surgery recuperation is, then when he comes back, the real champion versus the interim champion, and you got CM Punk versus Bryan Danielson. That's the only way I can see that Tony can make up for the letdown. And it's not Punk's fault. Everybody gets hurt. The timing was impeccable here, as it usually is with anything like this. But they've just crowned Punk champion. And now somebody's got to follow this for the next couple of months or however long it's been. Can anybody on that roster do it but Danielson?
Let me throw a few names at you, and I'm not saying I would pick them, but just thinking of top names there, people who have been used as top names there. You wouldn't put the belt back on Adam Page right now. It doesn't feel right in any way, correct?
No. Good God, no. Jesus.
If Omega was ready to come back, would you do Omega? Not you. I'm not talking about you and your feelings about Omega, but he's a former world champion there. He's been gone a while. It's a way to have him come back and make a splash. If you were going to have him and Punk do a match.
If Omega was ready, I would have put him in the Moxley spot and had him be the last guy that whoever my next champion is beats on the way to the Forbidden Door pay-per-view to win the title.
And you said you wouldn't do Moxley already, and I agree with you on that.
Well, yeah, he's besides the fact he's already had it. He wasn't very good to begin with. He's still not very good. And Jesus Christ, we'd have to see more of him. So for all those reasons, no. And like you said, Twinkle Toes ain't ready, but even if he was, he's had it also. And the bar has been set a little higher now. We just had CM Punk for 3 days. We're going to back up and go to the indie-rific crowd, or are we going to go with another talented star, Bryan Danielson? If the whole thing wasn't going on with MJF, that would be a heat-seeking missile for some way to him manipulate himself into winning this battle royal and doing whatever and having that belt for when Punk came back. But since he's otherwise occupied, I think Danielson's the only way to go.
To be fair, we don't really know anything. We don't know how long Punk's going to be out. We don't know if he's going to be around. I mean, one of the things, and I hate to say it this way, because I want to see Punk wrestle, and his promos have been just impeccable, but he's probably my favorite commentator they have there. Is this a way to get him on commentary while he's out and have him get guys over by talking about them better than Excalibur, Tony, and Jim Ross do?
I wouldn't put him on there now and have him on there for a period of time. Once they get a set idea of how long he'll probably be out, then I would bring him in to do that intermittently and maybe steadily for the last 3 or 4 weeks so that he could get into an interaction with whoever he's going to be fighting and when he's back in the ring, and maybe even before we know he's ready to come back, if he was an announcer and he had an interaction with a guy and fuck it, he's going to ignore doctor's orders and do the old thing where, I know I can take care of him. I've got to do this. It's personal or whatever, and come back early, quote unquote. That might be something. I wouldn't just put him out there if it's going to be 4 months. I wouldn't put him out there every week because, the one good thing about this is now they got a second chance at not devaluing his wrestling appearances just for the sake of it, where he wrestles everybody just because they need ratings. If he's injured, he can't wrestle. They can have updates. They can have taped promos, maybe a live appearance or two, but I'd leave him off TV for a while to get the bloom back on the rose and get the fresh back. So now that how can I miss you if you won't go away? He's going away. Now let's create the longing for him to really come back. They already want him to come back. Let's really capitalize on that. So the more you see him, the less, unless it's, like I said, focused on an angle toward the end that's going to get him back in the ring with somebody, the more you see him regularly, the less impact his return is going to have. Because how can he return if he's never really been away? They did it with Austin when a couple of times when he was injured, found different ways to have him still show up on the program, being suspended, running in and attacking somebody, the beer truck, whatever the fucking case. But that's hard to do. And also it was a unique time and a unique person. And everybody's so smart now, would they think, well, they're trying to do the old Austin shit with Punk. He can't wrestle, but they've still got him on TV doing something every week. See, remember, we never told anybody Austin was hurt. The people then didn't know he was not wrestling because he was hurt and injured. They just thought he's doing all these crazy things because he's Steve fucking Austin. So that got him over more than if he'd been healthy and wrestling every week, but that's hard to pull off. It's a very gimmick-specific thing for a certain kind of guy, and people have kind of got smart to it now, and they already know he's hurt.
And we also, and again, we don't know if it's 3 months or 6 months.
Or 6 weeks or whatever. If it makes me feel better, it's a foot instead of a knee. And when I heard that he said something was broken and needed surgery, well, you don't usually break shit in your knee that needs surgery. And that could be he can come back. I mean, people, Kerry Von Erich had his foot amputated. People can have catastrophic injuries on a foot, but you can come back as an athlete, as a wrestler, from a foot injury where you're still ambulatory, even if it's painful, a lot easier than a knee. A knee affects your in-ring game going forward, even after it's healed, in ways that you can't predict. So at least it shouldn't be really long and it shouldn't be really bad, but it's not great timing.
Hey, let me ask you something. And, I am happy about the fact that CM Punk is the one guy that seems to be able to tell a story in the ring based around injuries and body parts. So whatever does happen in the future, if it happens during a match, he'll make it work. But traditionally in wrestling history, or at least here in the Northeast, if you didn't defend your title within 30 days, you were stripped of the title. Tony Khan started doing the interim champion thing a little while back. He did it with the TNT title with Cody and Sammy, I believe. Do you agree with the idea of doing interim champions as opposed to stripping a guy if he's not defending within 30 days?
Well, the 30-day thing was the standard rule everywhere years ago in the territories and for the NWA title. And, I mean, that's probably the one rule that all the fans knew by heart above any other. Champion must defend the title every 30 days. And they would work angles around it. Well, it's only been 28 days or whatever. I don't have to do the blah, blah, blah. That's all gone by the wayside. It hadn't been talked about in ages. And especially after the pandemic. And then you had Brock Lesnar was the WWF champion and only worked 3 days a year, whatever. If you started going back to that now, although it is reasonable and, is another one of those rules you can make something out of, would people ever even still pick up on it at this point? And the problem is, if it was going to be less than to your question, the interim champion, if it was going to be less than 6 or 8 weeks, I wouldn't have done it. I would have just announced that Punk is injured, and Tony Khan, because he's the new champion, has given him special dispensation not to have to defend for 6 weeks or whatever, and have a heel come out and bitch about it. And maybe that way you could have at least reestablished the idea that that rule was there. If it's going to be 3 or 4 months, yeah, then not only do you have somebody to defend the belt, not that people are going to take that real seriously because they're still going to think Punk's the champion, but then you can start building for the return of the real champion, and that should be the first person he fights is the interim champion. So if you've got 3 months, 4 months, pile all the heat on that. That's why I say Danielson needs to be a heel, needs to be a good talker, needs to be a guy who can work with anybody. Well, you've just narrowed down the entire AEW roster to practically nil when you just say those 3 things. And that could be one of the biggest matches they've ever presented.
From day one, that's what we said. From day one of AEW, we said the biggest match you can get with people who are potential free agents or anything else would be CM Punk versus Bryan Danielson, because that's when we didn't know what he was going to do with WWE. That's what we always said was the biggest match, and it still is.
And what was the biggest match in WWE just a few months ago was Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns for the undisputed title. We're going to reunite. We're going to unite these championships. One champion. That's what everybody wants, the fans want. So now AEW gets a chance to create their own situation. But if they do some bullshit like, let's elevate Daniel Garcia, he can be the interim champion. Well, then they've just shot themselves in the foot and they might as well go back to bed. It needs to be somebody on a marquee that people will pay to see against CM Punk, and 3 months to heat it up rather than get a guy over from scratch. That's my comment.
I wonder if Punk's going to be healthy and back by the time, I guess it would be early fall when Tony runs the stadium show in Queens. Because that would be a place to do a Punk versus Danielson match.
Well, what's early fall? What month is that?
Did they do it in September or October last year? I think it was September.
Well, let's see. June, July, August, September, 3 to 4 months. We shall see.
Last year was September 22nd. So that's why I said it could be the end of September, early October.
Maybe I'll get a birthday present in September. Punk will come back to wrestle. Anyway, let's talk about this Wednesday night program that the bloom is off the rose now a bit because of, again, it was schizophrenic. And I honestly, they're in the LA Forum. They got 15,000 people there. It's their West Coast debut. The first, again, what was it, hour not even of the show, brilliant. And then they just said, f it. We've done all we can do now. Let's just not even give a shit by the end of the program. But this followed up Double or Nothing. That was on Sunday. This is Wednesday night, June the 1st. And the first thing you see to keep the lead-in audience, like Mussolini, the new world champion. He even pulled out a ramp dive because it was Los Angeles. Right off the ramp, into the crowd.
That may have been where he hurt his leg.
No, he didn't hurt his foot there. They caught him.
Did he hit the barricade with it?
I sincerely do not think that he jumped off the ramp, hit the barricade, and then hid his severe limp for the rest of this match. But that's what you got, the Punk chance. You got a big crowd in a major building in a major city. You're playing real music, living color. And then you segue to the FTR music and they get a pop from those people and they come out looking like athletes and it makes them seem like they're on Punk's level because it's rolling. And Jim Ross says, if I had an old school wrestling territory, those 3 would always have work because everybody that knows what wrestling is respects these guys. And then you've got the music, and here comes Max Caster and the Gun Club. And there's not a lot of name value there, star power, but they look good. They look like athletes. Caster did a great rap. You're going to pay like Amber Heard or whatever the fuck.
He's tremendous. He's really good.
I don't know about Bowens being in the wheelchair, being pushed by Billy Gunn. That's an element of silliness.
Well, he is hurt.
Well, yeah, but anyway. But they have a 6-man tag, Punk and FTR, that was going to be the start of probably a lot more of this, because Punk obviously wants to align himself with Dax and Cash, who he can see, everybody can see, are the two best in-ring workers in the company, maybe in all of the business at this point. And I've mentioned Caster's a little green with his physical abilities, but he's got the great rap. But the Guns, Austin and Colton, they get it. They're already really good. They're going to be great. I see Curt Hennig-like potential in Austin Gunn, maybe both of them.
Curt Hennig? Really?
I'm telling you. Think about, did you remember what Curt Hennig looked like in, what was it, 1982, when he was a rookie, when he was about as big around as maybe fucking Darby Allin is now, and he had the curly hair and the nice grin, and you could tell that he could sense how to move around in the ring. And he worked hard, but he was still a little green. Austin Gunn, I see them both really. They have the potential. They work their asses off, but they're understanding what this is about. It's not about acting like a silly goose and letting everybody laugh along with you as a heel. You may be acting a little silly, but you feel like you mean it. And the people hoot at you for it. And the smoothness already, I don't know how long they've been working. Probably trained with their dad quite a bit. They haven't worked in front of a ton of people last 2 years with the pandemic. I see the capability. They get this. Colton, if you're listening, when some guy ducks your clothesline, watch the up and over. You couldn't have hit Andre. If he don't duck, knock him the fuck out instead of you looking stupid. But I love this team. In 2-3 years, I want to see the Gun Boys. I think they're going to be fantastic.
I don't disagree with you, but, Curt Hennig is a elite wrestler. That's why it stuck out a little bit. I haven't seen that yet, yes. But you're better at evaluating talent, obviously.
Well, I'm not saying in 3 months he's going to be the same as Curt was after he'd been in business 10 years. I'm saying I see that naturalness, the taking to it. He feels it. He can move around. He's animated. And this match, they had a babyface team and a heel team. All the work was solid. They had star power involved. This is a wrestling show. Like I said, they're in a big building, great music, and fans are hot, and they're taking to this. And the stars look good. And it looks like, and it sounds like a wrestling match. I mentioned the sound of the real ring that they use rather than Kevin Dunn's monkey shines in the marshmallow pit of the WWE. It was nice of the baby faces. FTR do the old Midnight Express power slam off the turnbuckle on Caster. When they were doing their research, they brought that. Nobody does that anymore. That'd be a good one to bring back. The heels cheated in the heat. Amazingly enough, you could actually tell who the heels were. Why is Jim Ross's microphone so much lower than the other announcers? Do you notice that?
In terms of the volume?
In terms of the volume. I can hear the other announcers more plainly and clearly and loudly, and JR's turned down and in the mix.
Well, I also don't think he speaks as loudly as they do.
Well, that's another reason now to turn him up. Again, I love the Guns. Oh, that they did a flapjack, too. On the flapjack. Boys, you got to square up side by side better. Don't get too fancy. I can't remember who was on the right-hand side, but the guy on the right-hand side grabbed the fucking babyface's leg with his left arm and just threw his right arm out in the fucking air like he's a ballet dancer. Grab the guy's leg with both hands. Give him some support. You got to be side by side because the guy that's going up wants to be able to boost himself and post off of both of your shoulders in the middle with both hands. I think Dax took it. And Dax probably tell you the same thing if he didn't already when he came back to the locker room. You got to square up side by side and take the bump backwards at the same time. Work on going back together because it's dodgy when one guy is taking the bump backwards, the other's still standing up. Dax started going sideways. And if it had been a more pronounced difference, he could have gone straight down sideways on his shoulder. So just square up side by side a little better, give the guy some support, and work on taking the bump together. But what do I know? I just invented it. So they go to the break. They come back. They got the heat going on Dax. They give a hot tag to Punk, and this is where I think it happened. Punk went for the springboard off the top rope to come in and make his comeback, and one foot slipped off the top rope, and he went down in the ring hard. He landed on his feet, didn't go down, but started a punching comeback. But if that was a place that I was looking for one of his left foot to take some abuse, that would have been my pick, because he came down on it awful hard. So save that. And then here's one thing. I think it was Colton. I'm pretty sure it was Colton. Like I said, the guns are green. Punk is making his comeback. He wants to throw a drop kick. And if you go back and watch the tape, Colton's coming toward him, so he gives Colton the double hand in the chest, like, stop right there. And he goes for the drop kick, but Colton misinterpreted stop right there as a double hand shove, and he started taking the bump and fell before the drop kick. So poor Punk. This was not his shining moment. I don't think anybody's going to get too far on his ass because he got hurt for it. But then they brought FTR in to come back, and then Punk went to the top and did the right to the hard camera, I'm sorry, and did the big elbow off the top, and that looked good. Called for the GTS. Billy got up, Punk got Austin and powerbombed him into Billy, and then hit the go to sleep, and Austin staggered into FTR's big rig finish, 1, 2, 3. And again, a wrestling match on a wrestling show. So refreshing. Heels and baby faces. Right people won. Everybody was serious, and, you couldn't really have started much better than that. And then Punk stayed in the ring for the promo and did say, I know I got to get better. And that's the one thing about it. He's not going to do a Jericho and just go out there and act like that his diarrhea doesn't smell. If he fucks up, he'll tell the people in such a way that he's aware that he fucked up, and he's trying, and you can't really argue with that. And then Dax did a promo and recognized his wife and daughter in the crowd and said some other stuff about some stuff that I have probably missed because I didn't understand what he was saying. I'll let you chime in a second. But then Punk plugged the forbidden door and wanted to know who he's got, and out comes Tanahashi. And everybody in the building knew who he was. I know, again, they are appealing to the audience that knows who the New Japan guys are with a Forbidden Door pay-per-view. So we understand that nobody in the United States knows who this fucking guy is, and people watching TBS or TNT are going, what the fuck, unless they're fans. But how do all 15,000 people in the Forum in Los Angeles know who Tanahashi is when New Japan Pro Wrestling is on television in the United States and doesn't do 100,000 viewers in the whole country? They know, but they just don't watch? How do we reconcile what's going on there, Brian?
I don't know. And clearly the people who attend an AEW event, by and large, are the people who would identify a wrestler right away based on music or image. If they wrestled in Japan or on the indies, that's the audience that recognizes them. The people at home probably need to have it explained to them who this man with, as Howard Baum once put it, Joy Behar's hair. Who is this man?
And the announcers did, say who it was and etc. But that brings up, he got a big pop in Los Angeles. There's 15,000 people in the building, but their television program is on nationwide cable on Access and doesn't get 100,000 people in the whole country. So why are those people not watching?
Is it still on Access?
I'm pretty sure it didn't. They took it off when Anthem bought Access to save the zombie promotion, right? But now they put it back on.
I don't know.
Well, there you go.
And
anyway,
what does that tell you? We don't even know if New Japan's on TV here.
Well, I know it is. I just don't watch it. So at least I'm a little bit more informed than you are, because you haven't had your coffee yet. Well, you had your brief coffee.
Brev, I'm drinking it now. I'm on the second one now.
Well, brevity is the soul of wit. Speaking of wits.
Hey, can I say one thing?
Your wits. Yes, please do.
It's an interesting moment at the end of the match when you have Punk standing there holding the belt up and you have FTR next to him holding their belts up. And I was watching that thinking, man, this is pretty cool. Here are the world champion and tag team champions. And it took me a second to remember they're not the tag team champions. They're the Ring of Honor tag team champions.
Yeah, they're the Ring of Honor tag team champions. They're just a better tag team than the AEW World Tag Team Champions, who are fifth best team in the company.
And this may be something to pay attention to going forward, the different camps and what's happening, because obviously we've always talked about the fact that the Bucks and their people are always doing their own thing. And finally, we have main eventers doing something else. But I just read the other day in The Observer that the Bucks saved Colt Cabana's job. And I think that was a very, very interesting thing there. Because, like many people, when CM Punk got there, my first thought was, oh, Colt Cabana's gone. He screwed over CM Punk. CM Punk's not going to forget that. The Bucks saved his job. So I think that's a story to keep an eye on for the future. The two different camps, at least those two different camps, and if they ever interact at all.
But what did Punk say before he even came back to AEW, when he was talking about the WWE? He said, I don't want to be another guy doing bad television.
That's right.
So he's had zero interaction on AEW television with the Hardley Boys, the Cucamonga Kids, their whole social circle, the Brandon Cutlet, and at least they got rid of the fucking baby oil idiot. Knock it to fuck off. We haven't seen him in a while.
You know why? He's Omega's assistant, and Omega's not there. Remember we did that story a while back? He was actually Omega's assistant?
That's right. He needs an assistant. He can't fuck up well enough on his own. He needs an assistant fuck up. But anyway, Punk has had no interaction with them because they do bad television and clowny, cartoon, outlaw, indie wrestling. So Punk has now aligned himself with, as we mentioned, the best tag team in the company and two of the best in-ring performers. I'm sure he wants to work with some more of them. He already mentioned Bryan Danielson. He wants to do good television, not bad television. The other guys don't care if the television they're on is bad as long as they're on it.
And he's been doing good television. I think CM Punk's having a legendary year. I hate to bring Bret Hart into the conversation, but my favorite year any single wrestler ever had is probably Bret Hart from Survivor Series 96 to Survivor Series 97. Punk, other than the Page match is probably my least favorite Punk match in AEW so far. Other than that, his matches have been good. They've been telling a story. His promos are excellent. Everything he's been doing on this show has been a home run. That's one of the main reasons I don't want him to go away. And I understand everything you said is right about why you would want him to go away. But he's got such a high batting average right now and everything. That's why I think on commentary, because he's the best commentator they have there and he's not even being used that way. I don't know. I hate to have him off the show. He's one of the few wrestlers I have faith in right now.
To paraphrase what I told Joe Koff one time, he can pop the corn too, Tony, but let's prioritize.
Well, there you hear it, Jim. The better part of 1 year and a great run. One of the great runs, maybe, and I think the best work of CM Punk's career. A look back at from First Dance to the AEW Championship, CM Punk and AEW.
Well, and it was a great run, and we were saying was in past tense. It has been paused. It's not ended. We don't know what his injury is. We don't know, or was specifically, and we don't know how long the recovery period will be. Hopefully it won't be too long so we can get back to our wrestling, our burgers with meat and our wrestling with Punk. And I think part of it is, honestly, and I think Punk would be the first one to admit this too, it stands out because it's so unusual in modern wrestling that anyone that knows what the fuck they're doing is given the freedom to do it. And that's why it has stood out. Because those two things don't often go hand in hand anymore. So we'll see. I'm rubbing my hands together. Oh, shit, I started a fire. Sparking. We'll see as soon as Punk can get back in action where we go from here if Tony hadn't tanked the thing before he comes back.
That's right. And, of course, year 2 of CM Punk's run in AEW will begin at some point, and you'll hear all about it on the Jim Cornette Experience and Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru, wherever you find your favorite podcast, and of course on the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Big thanks, Jim. Jay Snockerado, what a great job he did putting everything together here.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Hold on. We got to get that one in. The attaboy, Jace. And also, while we're at it, one of those. He's gone crazy listening to all this stuff to get it out to the people. But
what was that noise? Play that again.
That was what? Hold on here 1 second. What? That's when you listen to this much of us. That's what your brain does. This is your brain, and this is your brain on Cornette and Last.
A big surprise here at the end of the show. I am so surprised because I hear this sound and I'm like, there's no way he would have been able to hold back on using this at some point in the last 6 months. And here it is.
I thought it was something else.
What'd you think it was?
I didn't. I thought it was a slinky. It has a little curly thing. I don't know. Just say goodnight, Bryan.
Well, good night, Bryan, and good night to the listeners, and thank you for listening to this Omnibus. More Omnibus and more content coming soon. Of course, subscribe to the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. For Jim Cornette, I'm the great Bryan Last. Tally-ho!